the numbers and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has allayed fears that the adoption of AI technology will lead to job losses in the public service. The Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Kashifu Inuwa, made a revelation at the 2026 International Civil Service Conference held in Abuja. Inuwa was represented by the Director of Stakeholder Management and Partnership Department, Aristotle Onumo, noted that the AI technology should be viewed as a tool for the advancement of productivity rather than a threat to human relevance. However, noted that the jobs of people who refuse to upskill themselves may eventually be affected, while those willing to retrain and adapt will benefit immensely from AI. Senate NITDA had commenced agency-wide AI capacity building programs for all staff members, while employees whose traditional roles were being transformed by automation were being reassigned and redesignated into emerging AI-related functions. Explained the importance of maintaining human oversight in AI deployment, warning against the complete removal of human intelligence and accountability from governance systems. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, says the ongoing foundational reforms in Nigeria's education sector are aimed at empowering Nigerian youths and preparing them for global employment opportunities. The Minister made remarks during a bilateral meeting with the UK Minister of State for Skills, Baroness Smith, on the sidelines of the 2026 Education World Forum in London, which focused on expanding practical cooperation in skills development, technical and vocational education, digital learning, and workforce readiness. Alausa said that the Federal Ministry of Education is aligning education reforms directly with labour market needs to ensure young Nigerians are better prepared for emerging economic opportunities, with sectors such as clean energy, health care, engineering, digital technology, and artificial intelligence receiving priority attention. In our response, Baroness Smith commended Nigeria's education reforms and welcomed deeper bilateral cooperation in skills development. She also pledged to advocate sustainable United Kingdom support for the Global Partnership for Education ahead of its September 2026 replenishment campaign. Presidential candidate for the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has denied avoiding former Vice President Atiku Abubakar ahead of a 2027 presidential election. Obi, who made a statement in Cape Town, South Africa, while attending the Spare Dialogue 2026, a Pan-African governance gathering, said there were few individuals who are as close as he is to Atiku. He said he never runs from anybody, but just has his own way of doing things. The remarks come against the backdrop of a brazen few months in a political relationship after both men had jointly adopted the African Democratic Congress as a coalition platform to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election. Obi said that his departure was motivated by unsolved internal problems and ongoing legal disputes that had diverted the party's attention away from national issues rather than personal differences with Atiku or party chairman David Mark. Human rights activist and former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, has declared its intention to contest the 2027 presidential election. Sowore will disclose this in a media chat, said that preparations for the primary election of the party are ongoing, said that the AAC is yet to complete its submission process for the digital registration required for political parties as demanded by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Sowore said that his ambition is driven by a desire to win the presidency and offer what he described as a fresh direction for the country, insisting that the political class had failed Nigerians over the years. The activist has previously contested the presidency under the AAC platform in the 2019 and 2023 general elections and has consistently positioned himself as an alternative to Nigeria's mainstream political establishment. The 2027 general election is tentatively scheduled with the presidential and National Assembly votes set for January 16, 2027, followed by governorship and State House of Assembly elections on February 6, 2027. A carnival-like atmosphere swept across ENUGU State as members of the All Progressive Congress (APC) turned out massively in the party's governorship primary election to affirm Governor Peter Mba as the party's candidate ahead of the 2027 governorship election. Governor Mba will emerge as a sole aspirant, described the exercise as a model of internal democracy and grassroots politics. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegbunam reports.
Party faithfuls across the 260 wards of Enugu State participated in the APC governorship primary elections amid celebrations, solidarity songs, and widespread endorsement of Governor Peter Mba's second-term bid. Thousands of APC members and supporters gathered at various wards across Enugu State on Thursday as the party conducted its governorship primary election. At Owo Ward in Nkana East local government area, Governor Peter Mba was welcomed by enthusiastic supporters who turned out in large numbers to participate in the direct primary process. The atmosphere became electrifying as members of the ward overwhelmingly affirmed Governor Mba's candidature with a resounding yes. During the affirmation exercise conducted by the electoral panel led by Prince Arinze Arum alongside Ngozi Eni and Osinachi Nnajieze. Party leaders described the governor's re-election bid as a reflection of confidence in his administration's performance over the past 3 years.
No, I don't know what to do. Or whether the election for the first time. Or whether the election, even for without governor, or whether the election. Or
addressing party faithful, Governor Peter Mba described the direct primary election as peaceful, fruitful, and unique, noting that the process demonstrates the party's commitment to internal democracy and unity. He revealed that APC has successfully conducted primaries for the 24 State Assembly constituencies without disputes or division among members. He further urged party members to remain united and focused ahead of the 2027 general elections, warning that division within political parties often weakens electoral strength before elections.
When we go out there to cast our votes, we must be APC all through. APC for the president, APC for the Senate, APC for the House of Reps, APC for the House of Assembly, and APC for the governorship. It must be APC all through. And it's extremely important because what we are witnessing is not complete. It must be completed.
The APC governorship primary election committee led by Dan Maliki Hausa collated results from across the state, which affirmed Governor Mba's emergence as the party governorship candidate. Political observers say peaceful conduct of the APC governorship primary in Enugu State may further strengthen the party's preparation ahead of the 2027 general election. From Owo Ward, Nkana East local government area, Chinemere Mikegbunam, Signature TV News.
The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority has announced that this month's cleanup exercise would hold on Saturday, May 30, 2026, from 7 to 10 o'clock in the morning. During the period, there will be strict restriction of movement for both people and vehicles, except for those on essential duties who must present valid means of identification or official ESWAMA pass. A statement by the Managing Director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, warned that the Environmental Court will be on duty and that the faulters will be arrested and prosecuted promptly. Onaga warned that all early morning sporting activities, loading and offloading of passengers in motor parks and other commercial activities across the state are to be suspended during the period of the exercise. The statement reminds the public that the payment of sanitation rates for 2026 for both commercial and private residents is ongoing, so that all payments should be made in any commercial bank or at the ESWAMA office at number 7 Ridgeway Road, GRA, ENUGU. Academic Staff Union of Universities has criticized the federal government over what it described as a haphazard implementation of a renegotiated agreement on earned academic allowances. President of the association, Professor Chris Piwuna, who spoke in a media chat, said the unpaid earned academic allowance has now stretched to 18 months, with reported delays in the payment of lecturers' salaries across federal universities since the beginning of February. The ASU president said lecturers are fed up with what they described as the sloppiness of the Federal Ministry of Education in fully implementing key aspects of the signed agreement, particularly the EAA. This has triggered widespread agitations across ASU state chapters in recent days, with branches warning the government of imminent industrial action if the renegotiated agreements signed with the union are not fully implemented. The federal government signed a renegotiated agreement with ASU on January 14 to address the incessant strikes in Nigeria's public tertiary institutions, following intensive renegotiations between both parties, which was concluded in December 2025. The Nigeria Police Force says it has commenced disciplinary action against Newton Isokbe, an officer who threatened to kill anyone who filmed them while on duty. In a viral video, Isokbe also threatened to shoot dead every passenger in a bus should someone in the vehicle film him while he is on duty. The police officer will claim that he has spent 26 years in service, lamented the poor working conditions in the force, warning that the boss who gave the order that police officers should be filmed will bury those who attempt to film him.
Any day when I did work duty as an officer, I did with my rifle, I did work, make somebody video me. Make that oga when give an order, someone at the video us. He go do your burial for you. He go bury you. Now he go bury you. The numbers of how many una be gonna go kick away. Now he go bury you now. Allah. They burn anybody where video me when I'm on duty. Performing my lawful duty in Nigerian government, Nigerian police for 26 years, they will suffer. They suffer every time, every day suffer. Uniform, and not fit buy nothing, not fit do for, not fit give us, not fit do anything. Not fit no accountability for us, for any life. Who died to even not be this one, the IG when just come new now. Begin they try to amend things, they help people. Look at people when their papa don't die since how many years. Who they this IG enter now, begin give them their insurance, give them their benefit. Just the walk, monkey the walk, babu the chop. All my body now bullet shot, gunshot, now full on. Still they suffer, they look body.
A statement of Force Police Public Relations Officer Anthony Placid said Isokbe, an assistant superintendent of police, has been summoned to the Anambra Police Headquarters where disciplinary procedures have commenced. Force spokesperson said that recording the activities of police officers discharging the duties is a legitimate tool for public accountability and transparency, which should not attract harassment. The Anambra State Police Command also confirmed that the officer is currently at the Anambra State Police Command headquarters in Oka for disciplinary procedures, and that the outcome of the disciplinary process will be made public in due course. The Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of Finance and Administration, Ngozi Ezabata, will brief the press on behalf of the command, charged officers of the command to remain professional, emotionally balanced, and respectful in the discharge of their duties.
Gentlemen of the press, the Anambra State Police Command wishes to formally address the public concerning a viral video currently circulating on social media in which a police officer was seen threatening violence and engaging in conduct unbecoming of a member of the Nigerian police. Following a prompt review of the video, the command immediately identified and arrested the officer involved. The officer is an Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP Newton Isohai, serving in the command. In line with the disciplinary standards and ethical code of the Nigerian police, internal disciplinary proceedings have since been activated against the officer. As part of the ongoing investigation, the officer has also been subjected to a drug test to aid the command in establishing all surrounding circumstances and ensuring a thorough and transparent process.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has opposed the lawsuit filed by Dangote Petroleum Refinery challenging fuel import licenses issued to marketers, warning that restricting imports could expose Nigeria to supply disruptions and monopoly control. NNPC is arguing before the Federal High Court in Lagos that granting Dangote Refinery's request to void or restrict import permits would threaten the country's energy security and destabilize fuel supply. Illegal dispute centers and import licenses issued or renewed by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to fuel marketers and NNPC. The company also argued that the regulator retains discretionary powers to manage imports under Nigeria's backward integration policy, and that there is no mandatory prohibition on fuel imports except in situations where domestic supply is sufficient. The NMDPRA has applied to join the suit, widening the legal battle over fuel import policy and Dangote Refinery's growing market position. Dangote Refinery reacted to the move filed a suit in April against the Attorney General of the Federation, arguing that the licenses undermine local refining and violate provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act. Marketers had also kicked against Dangote Refinery's suit, saying it would destabilize the country's downstream petroleum sector, warning that restricting imports could weaken competition and threaten supply stability. Ebola risk now at highest level in DR Congo, WHO. Senegal's president sacks prime minister after months-long feud. Details shortly.
Here is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the general public that this month's cleanup exercise will hold on Saturday, May 30th, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. During this period, there will be strict restriction of movement for both people and vehicles, except for those on essential duties who must present valid means of identification or official ESWAMA pass. Environmental court will be on duty and defaulters will be arrested and prosecuted promptly. All early morning spotting activities, loading and offloading of passengers in motor parks, and other commercial activities across the state are to be suspended during the exercise. Meanwhile, ESWAMA wants to remind the public that the payment of sanitation rates for 2026 for both commercial and private residents is ongoing. Kindly make your payment in any commercial bank of a choice or at the ESWAMA office at number 7 Ridgeway Road, GRA, Enugu. For inquiries, please call or WhatsApp us on 0813-553-4440. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director.
The United States has directed that Nigerians and other nationals applying for green cards return to their home countries to apply for the process. Spokesman of the service, Zach Kale, said the policy would help reduce the number of migrants remaining illegally in the country after unsuccessful residency applications. Simon noted that except in extraordinary circumstances, foreigners seeking adjustment of status would now be required to process their residency application through U.S. consular offices abroad under the supervision of the United States Department of State. The agency explained that the policy would particularly affect temporary visitors such as students, tourists, and workers who enter the U.S. on non-immigrant visas. Statement added that the agency would be able to dedicate more attention to applications involving victims of violent crimes, human trafficking cases, naturalization requests, and other immigration services under its jurisdiction. In December 2025, Trump temporarily halted the processing of green card and citizenship applications filed by Nigerians and nationals of other countries newly added to the U.S. travel ban. The suspension affects legal immigration applications handled by the USCIS and mainly targets immigrants from select African and Asian countries. The risk from a deadly Ebola outbreak has been raised to the highest level for the Democratic Republic of Congo as the toll continues to rise. The World Health Organization said at the weekend that it upgraded its risk assessment level from high to very high for the DR Congo, while keeping the regional risk level at high and the global risk level at low. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus said the situation was deeply worrisome, with nearly 750 suspected cases in DR Congo and 177 suspected deaths. Said the situation in Uganda is stable, with 2 confirmed cases and intense contact tracing and other preventive measures. WHO chief disclosed that while a U.S. national was working in the DRC has tested positive and has been transferred to Germany for care, another U.S. national deemed to be high-risk contact have been transferred to the Czech Republic. Tedros said that violence and insecurity were impeding the response to the outbreak in DRC. WHO chief scientist Sylvia Brand said the UN agency was making an inventory of all existing tools which might be useful in combating the outbreak and then prioritizing them, safety and efficacy the main criteria. Senegalese President Bassirou Faye has sacked Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko and dissolved the nation's government after months of tensions between the two men. A short decree read out on TV by presidential aide said Faye had ended the duties of his one-time political ally and consequently those of the ministers and secretaries of state who were members of the government. Sonko's dismissal followed a parliamentary session on Tuesday, in which the Prime Minister openly criticized Faye for his approach to the country's debt crisis. Sonko would almost certainly have taken the top job had he not been barred from running in 2024's election due to a defamation conviction. The pair went on to unseat then-President Macky Sall, an extraordinary victory given that they were both in prison until 10 days before the election. Late on Tuesday night, 700 students demonstrated on the streets of the capital city, Dakar, declaring their support for Sonko. A gas explosion at a coal mine in northern China has killed at least 90 people in the country's biggest mining disaster in 17 years. A total of 247 workers were underground at the time of the blast, which occurred at the Linxingye coal mine in Shanxi province on Friday night. Most of them were brought to the surface by Saturday morning, confirming that at least 90 people had died. A total of 345 emergency personnel were dispatched to the site, with rescuers earlier searching intensively for 9 people who remained unaccounted for. Friday's explosion was the worst mining disaster in China since 2009, when 108 people were killed in a mine blast in the northeast Heilongjiang province. President Xi Jinping has called for an all-out effort to treat the injured and thorough investigations into the incident, emphasized that all regions and departments must draw lessons from the accident, remain constantly vigilant regarding workplace safety, and resolutely prevent and curb the occurrence of major and catastrophic accidents. Russian President Vladimir Putin has promised retaliation after accusing Ukraine of carrying out a deadly attack on a student dormitory in an occupied part of eastern Ukraine. Russia's emergencies ministry said that 16 people were killed and 42 others injured in the overnight strike in the town of Saturobelsk in the Luhansk region, with another 5 people believed to be trapped under the rubble. Ukraine's military said it had hit the headquarters of Russia's elite Rubicon drone military unit in Saturobelsk, but did not say whether it was the same building as the one identified by Russia. were put inside. There were no military facilities, intelligence service facilities, or related services in the vicinity, saying there's absolutely no basis for claiming that the munition struck the building as a result of air defense or electronic warfare systems. They ordered the Russian military to prepare proposals on how to retaliate. Russia's state-run TV showed what it said was one of the injured students, identifying her as Diane Shofkom, aged 19, who had head injuries after being hit by a collapsing concrete slab. But that's our global news. I am Barikumo Ado, thanking you very much for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with Free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the Free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
international communities observing
where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those is support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them At one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
When the main market is in chaos, people.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with Free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Eric Chell has strengthened his squad for the upcoming Unity Cup in London with the addition of 2 players as preparations intensify for the international tournament. The Super Eagles coach had earlier announced the 27-man squad for the competition but has now included Collins Iraso and Tijani Al-Amin in the team ahead of departure to England. Saul, who played for KRC Genk, returns to the national team after previously featuring in friendly matches against Iran and Jordan in March. His inclusion provides additional attacking options on the wings as Chell continues to assess his squad ahead of future international assignments. Defender Tijani Al-Amin, currently with Shooting Stars Sports Club, receives his maiden senior national team invitation following a series of impressive performances in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Jamaica Football Federation has announced a 24-man squad for the 2026 Unity Cup as preparations intensify for the 4-nation tournament in London. The Reggae Boys squad was confirmed in a statement released on the Federation's official X account ahead of the semi-final clash against India. Jamaica will face India national football team in the second semi-final May 27 at the Valley, home of Charlton Athletic FC. The fixture comes a day after the opening semi-final between Nigeria national football team and Zimbabwe national football team. In tennis, Yannick Sinner will face French wildcard Clement Tabor in the first round of the French Open, which starts on Sunday, May 24. Second a clinch to career Grand Slam. Sinner was runner-up in last year's final, losing an epic contest to Spain's Carlos Alcaraz, the longest French Open final on record. The Italian won Australian and US Open titles in 2024 and Wimbledon in 2025, adding a second Australian title in 2025 too, leaving Roland Garros and his final Grand Slam to conquer. In swimming, several of the world's best swimmers were in action in the premier events Thursday evening in Sacramento, Calif, at the latest stop of USA Swimming's Pro Swim Series. Olympic gold medalist Tori Husk was racing in the 100 butterfly, coming from behind to win her second event of the meet, and later in the session, she emerged victorious with a come-from-behind effort in the 200 freestyle. Tori Husk has earned 2 wins in 2 tries in Sacramento thanks to her 100 butterfly triumph. Husk finished in 57 minutes 46 seconds to win by a half second. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative in Abuja has launched a report on technology, artificial intelligence, and civic engagement in Africa, revealing that Nigeria hosts more than 80 of the nearly 300 civic technology platforms identified across Africa. Programs Director of Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative, Halima Olufade, said despite Nigeria's leadership in civic technology, most platforms still have limited use of artificial intelligence tools. The report also revealed that only 49 of the civic technology products surveyed across Africa were genuinely AI-driven, according to the organization. Mobile phones, SMS, and USSD platforms remain the most accessible civic engagement tools for millions of Africans without reliable internet access.
Nigeria and across Africa. We ride to AI digital strategies with citizens at the center. Stop treating technology as an end in itself. Name the structural problems that limit participation, such as inequality, exclusion, distrust, weak institutions, and address them directly. To civic technology developers, design for the citizens you actually have, not the citizens you wish you had. Build for SMS and USSD as deliberately as you build for the web. Localize. The most beautiful dashboard is worthless if it cannot reach the people whose life it is meant to improve. To donors and development partners, fund the unfashionable work. Digital literacy programs do not photograph as well as launch events. Policy advocacy moves more slowly than product development. But without these foundations, civic technology stays a parade of pilots that never scale. Invest in the boring work that makes the exciting work possible.
Director of the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, Dr. Elizabeth Douglas, said Nigeria's recent global recognition in digital governance shows the country's growing role in promoting transparency and citizen partnership through technology. She, however, called for stronger government partnership with young innovators and civic technology organizations.
All the promise of technology in civic life, government engagement with youth-led innovation remains too often episodic, limited to consultations rather than co-creation, to applause rather than active partnership. If these two OGP awards mean anything, they must mean that Nigeria is now ready to go further. Sustainable nation building cannot happen without government choosing deliberately and consistently to partner with its citizens, in this case, especially with young people and the organizations that serve them, not just as beneficiaries to be managed, but as architects of the future that we all say we want. That means resourcing youth-led civic technology. It means embedding youth organizations in policy design from the onset, not after decisions have already been made. It means treating Nigeria's Open Government Partnership National Action Plan as a living accountability instrument, one with real traceable commitments attached to it. The framework exists. What is required now is the political will to fully inhabit it.
Representing the Director General of National Information Technology Development Agency, Abdullahi Abubakar, said artificial intelligence presents both opportunities and risks for governance and public engagement. He noted that Nigeria is developing ethical guidelines for the use of AI focused on accountability, transparency, and inclusion.
I strongly believe that Africa must not merely consume emerging technologies, we must actively shape how they are governed, deployed, and aligned with our developmental realities and values. Nigeria has continued to take deliberate steps in this direction. Through the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, the agency is working to position Nigeria as a leading African hub for responsible AI innovation, research, talent development, infrastructure, and governance. We are also currently developing the Nigeria's guideline for the ethical development and deployment of artificial intelligence, which is anchored on principles such as accountability, transparency, human oversight, safety, data protection, fairness, and risk-based approach to AI adoption.
Stakeholders at the event agreed that Africa must move beyond merely consuming emerging technology.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, it's really good to know that you're here with us. Thanks for staying with us. Okay, we go straight to the interview, and we have with us via a call barrister, legal practitioner, Barrister Asim Adams will be helping us do justice to the conversation. Governor Fubara's withdrawal from gubernatorial contest in Rivers State, fake or real? Barrister Adams, good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning to you and Nigerians. Good morning.
Okay, so let's get this. Many Nigerians, some people are speculating that the story of Fubara withdrawing from the gubernatorial race, in the APC, it's not entirely true. There is a possibility that this could just be, speculations. Let's get to hear from you. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know those who are saying it's not true. From everything we have seen, from the statements from government house and the body language of the governor himself, it shows that he has withdrawn or has abandoned, the race for second term or second tenure. A lot of people were of the opinion that he cannot even call it withdraw, because in the first instance, he was not properly screened. He was not screened. And there were a lot of inner workings in the political party that were against him. So he saw the sign and threw in the towel. So they said he abandoned it, and not withdraw. But it is clear, in my own opinion, that I will use the word withdraw, because I believe that even though he has not, even if you do not buy form to participate in a political race, your intention, you can withdraw your intention or intent to run for a particular office, even without buying the form or purchasing the party form. So he has withdrawn, and there's no going back. Even yesterday, when he was addressing the press during the commissioning of some projects here, he made allusions to the fact that all projects be handled by the administration will be completed. So that is another angle to it, that he's no longer interested in vying for that position for the second tenure. So nobody should say it's not real, it's real. Seeing Fubara is not. Of course, you know that the APC has even given the consensus candidature to OK Chinda. So that finalizes or see the lead, of any intention he may have, after that time. So it's out of it.
All right, so let's look at the impact this would have, on his followers, people that believe in him and really wanted him to come forth. Do you see them, excited about this information?
It was not in the administration that same Fubara do not have supporters. That those who claim to be supporters of Simple Bara are his apologists who are enemies of Yeso Wike. That they don't love him. That the reason why they are going after him is because of the fact that he is fighting Yeso Wike, the Minister of FCT. And if the fight between the two of them is not there, then most of the supporters will fizzle away. And I describe those people as the Philistine carpetbaggers, you know, those who are opportunists. So if you look at what has been going on, most of his supporters are not even, they are disillusioned. Not because of the love for him, but because of what they feel they could get from his administration. Some of his major supporters are not even talking about the state development. They said, oh, for him to have withdrawn means that those who labored for him labored in vain. Those are personal suasion for aggrandizement. They are not talking about, oh, how backward river states had become, or they are talking about their personal gains. If Simple Bara had continued, that by his withdrawal, it means that he's taking food away from their mouth. So that will tell you, you know how Nigerians think. And that will tell you that he does not have organic supporters.
But Barrister Adams, sorry to come in. If you remember vividly, of course I do remember, when Governor Fugbara also had to, you know, get to talk to the president, even had to go into their peace accord to make sure that Rivers State, had the best governor. Of course, everything was going on smoothly. And one of his statements, one of the things he said was that he was doing all of these things for the interest of the Rivers people. But with this withdrawal right now, with this withdrawal of the governor from contesting for the APC primaries governorship, do you think this is entirely for the interest of the Rivers people? The average Rivers man, would they be impressed with this step? Because some people are calling him weak, not standing to this challenge ahead of him, which is politics. Is this actually a personal decision, or it is for the interest of the Rivers man that loves him dearly and wants him to be their governor?
See, categorically, it's a personal decision. It's a decision that seems decided not because of the general good of Rivers people, Rivers peace, or development, but for his own personal consumption. Let me give you, for instance, there's this writer, his name is Texas Jinan. He's based in the US. He said, a politician is a fellow who will lay down your life for his country. A politician is a fellow who will lay down your life, not his own life, for the country. It's the same thing I'm saying here. Now you go back again, you see, Niccolo Machiavelli said, credibility and moral fortitudes of politicians are just aimed at their ambition and gratification for power. So any political, especially the Nigerian political bunch, any politician that's going to tell you, I'm dying because of the state, I'm dying because of you, none of them is serious about it. They are all lying. That is the truth of the matter. These people who postulated, what I just read out to you, have studied politicians, especially the Nigerian politicians. If really they want, or they are fighting, or Simple Bara felt he wanted to do this for the sake of Rivers State, he should have even stepped down or even withdrawn, because he had the backing of the people. Now, when the people tell you go on and you withdraw, you say because of them, and people say, no, it's not because of us. They said, oh, then we are there to back you. Then why are you going back? If the people say no and you say yes, then what are you doing as a politician produce a leader. A political leader should listen to his people's demands. That is why you see most politicians, when they win elections in Nigeria, especially the senators, the moment they get to that position, they forget about those who voted them in. That is what is happening here. The mandate that was given to him was not given to him by Isewike. The mandate was given to him by the collectives of the people. And the people are looking at his aspiration to lead them again, because for 3 years he did nothing. And the fact that he had a good mind or whatever, and people believe that with him there will be development in Rivers State. But he said no. So if the collectives, the mass motley of his supporters are saying, or the Rivers people are saying, come back, and he says no, it means it's a personal decision and not the general decision. Because if it is the communal decision, he would have stood his ground. But he pulled out against the wish and will of the people. It means that it is a personal, decision by him. That is just the situation we find ourselves. You see, the point is, I have come to realize that the Nigerian political leader is the most selfish of every animal created by God. The reason is not far-fetched. When he favors them, or they have a particular thing they want to achieve, they will die for it. But when people ask them to do a particular thing for them, and they see that if you favor the people, they will run away from it. That is the reason why you see, yes, we can, sinful, but they have been fighting, not because of the fact that they are fighting to develop Rivers State, but personal egos and personal, issues, political issues. That is why you find that they are doing all these things to themselves. Is yes, we can fighting with Fubara to make Rivers State a better place? No. Is Fubara fighting yes, we can to make Rivers State a better place? No. For 3 years, the state has been stunted. The growth of the state has been stunted and stagnated. Rivers State is just like one of the most underdeveloped states in Nigeria right now, to the extent that Kebbi, Zamfara, Sokoto, those impoverished states had growth, political, social, economic growth than Rivers State, as the case may be, because of personal ego and egotistic politicians who do not want the good of the people, but they want to reap and feather their own already filled nest. This is the problem we're having in Nigeria. Don't let anybody deceive you. It's because the people are withdrew. Who told you that you withdrew because the people for peace to reign? So if you want to govern appropriately, does that mean violence is going to be what's going to be the outcome? I don't understand. I really cannot understand. What is peace? So if the people say this is what they want and they are ready to enforce peace, and you say it is because of the peace, what are you talking about? It means that you know more things than we, those who are following you. So it's a sorry sight. And I think at the end of the day, an opportunity that was gotten, just like Jonathan, is he not coming back again today to say he wants to come and contest? When he had a similar opportunity, he wasted it. But now, after about how many years he left office, he's not going to complete his tenure. But when he took out himself at that time, he said it's because of the people, as case may be. You understand? And these two people are the most opportune politicians. Jonathan and Sin, they never prepared for the positions they had. Jonathan never prepared for presidency. Sin never prepared for being a governor. The opportunity came, and once opportunity came, for you to utilize it for the good of the people, you abandoned it. So you shouldn't tell us that the supporters are very angry. It is something they decided with supporters to be cheering him and say, oh, yes, it's a decision for him to do this. But why have they say he's not doing this? Is it not against them? That is why they are complaining. So it's a personal decision.
Okay, all right. So before we get into this very conversation, you talked about Jonathan. From the information gathered, I don't think Jonathan has come out publicly to mention that he wants to contest, because none of the political, no party has actually said that he has picked any form so far to actually talked about his contesting. Although there was a suit in court, stopping him, halting him from coming back to elect, which he was trying to squash to make sure that he does not have any of those kind of a challenge. But that aside, we've now established the fact that Fugbara, withdrew from, contesting based on personal reasons best known to him. Now, at what cost could this reason be to Rivers State? Is it going to create peace, to create calm, looking at the tension the state has faced all this while? Or is it going to create more chaos, looking at the fact that it is provocative for his supporters that the factions of Nyesom Wike must have led this withdrawal from the governorship? What scenario do you see this playing for Rivers State?
What Rivers State right now, the scenario is that it's going to be, a dangerous one. Because you see, the people of Rivers are already looking at ethnic lines now, ethnic cleavages. They are not talking about one united Rivers anymore. Now, why am I saying this? The man that replaced, or substituted, Sim Fubara, his name is OK Chinda. There is, this kind of surge in ethnicity now, tribal, lineages. Look at it. An OK Chinda is an Ikwere man, whereas Sim Fubara is what they refer to as the riverine Okubu man. It's from the riverine. Because rivers are divided into riverine and upland. Now, the riverine, where, Sim Fubara belongs, are crying foul. That apart from extinguishing their rights, for the remainder of this tenure and the next one, it means that the Ikweres, that is the upland now, will continue government against the riverine. And they have even labeled it that it is monumental injustice. The riverine people have labeled it that it's monumental injustice. That even if, Nyesom Wike and his group wanted to substitute the Sim Fubara, that they should have chosen a candidate from the riverine, part of Rivers State where, Sim Fubara is from, for equitable reasoning. But since that was not done, they are now feeling, used. They are not feeling sidelined. Because obviously, if OK Chinda, who is the candidate of APC, wins the next election, there is a possibility that he's going to do 8 years, which means the upland will do 8 years, excluding the riverine, part of, Rivers State. And that has created this miasma right now. Now, the thinking of the Rivers people is that they are going to vote along ethnic lines and fault lines. If the NDC, for instance, bring in a riverine person, and the NDC brings in a riverine person, the Ikwere man, we said, is going to vote for APC because the man who is the candidate is their brother. The riverine people of the Bobos, the Joint Citizens will say, okay, since we have an alternative in ADC or NDC, and our brother is the one contesting, they may decide to sway their votes along that ethnic line. And at the end of the day, we might be having a governor of Rivers State that was brought in by ethnicity. And they say that they were substituted, and their chance or whatever was usurped by the queries. So that is going to be a conundrum that may last from now to the next 8-9 years from today, depending on who wins. Now, if the liberal man wins on the other side, the equal man who has been supporting OKT now will say, oh, because it was our person, they have to go and, vote along the line and put him in government. They will never be in support of his government, as the case may be. So, one united River State is becoming a mirage. At least under Saint Fubara, there was one united River support. But the next person that's going to take over right now, whether in ADC, NDC, PCTC, River State can never be united in terms of opinion, in terms of support. So this particular problem has created a testy miasma conundrum that the state will battle with for the next, let me say 5 years, 6 years from now, depending on what happens. So it has polarized Rivers people. On the street, what people are saying is, nobody even wants to look at it again, even though that, Plateau, once said, okay, that might be a very good decision. He might be a very wonderful man. People have said he's a very wonderful man. Nobody has said any bad thing about him. But people now do not want him to go because they believe that he was a usurper of the powers of the Riverine. And that will not negate what Plato in his Republic, once postulated. Plato in the book he wrote, The Republic, said a good decision is based on knowledge and not numbers. But in the way the matter is going right now, a good decision is based on numbers, not knowledge, which is conversely put, trying to put what Plato said in his Republic. Now, people don't care whether that was or is a good decision. What they're after is that, they have usurped our powers. So it is a bad decision to them. So they don't care whether he has knowledge to govern them. They don't care whether he's going to bring a better River State tomorrow. They don't want to know. But because of the fact that they feel that they have been shortchanged and injustice was meted on them by altering the succession, lineage of River State, Upland, Riverine, they can never be happy with whoever that becomes the governor. So this is what this issue is going to throw up in River State as it may be.
All right, that's...
So it's going to be a very important testy time. At the same time, fingers crossed, I foresee a rivers of confusion. Absolutely. Yes.
Well,
absolutely.
That's quite a perspective, a viewpoint regarding all of this. But then let's look at it from this angle. Could Governor Fubara's withdrawal, lead to new political alliance or realignment in River State?
Well, it may, yes, it could lead to, but time will tell. Because what I have seen right now is that Saint Fubara has told his supporters that he did this because of peace, and that he wants River State to be at peace, and that all his supporters should support him in the renewed hope agenda of the Mr. President, and that he still remains a member of the APC, and that if you love him, then you have to work with the political party that he is right now, which is the APC. And based on that, some of his executives, members, that is those who were very close to him, like people like Ambassador Chijoke Ihunu, did a memo, I think yesterday, and said that he supports the aspiration master, say Fubara, and that he's going to work with any candidate, that the party throw up in the next coming election. Mind you, Chijoke Ihu was disqualified, during the screening exercise because he wanted to go to the House of Assembly of River State. You remember he was disqualified. And we thought that by that disqualification, he may be going to, or maybe leaving the APC for another political party for his aspiration. But with the statement he made, and even said that okay, Chida is okay, though I already to be Chida being an equal man and an upland man, acted on, the administration for his brother. He cannot go against his brother, as the case may be. So these are the things. Then the other area is that we have not really seen a real shift. Toyeko also said he's going to work with the APC and any candidate that comes up. The same thing with, George Dax, the three of them, Dax, George, and Kelly. He also pledged to work, even though they lost to Okechinda in the governorship, whatever, that they are ready to work with the APC and work with Yesowike to enthrone Okechinda as governor and return President ENUGU, as the case may be, even though it's not doing well. So there may be political alignments, but that is yet to be seen. Maybe later we are going to see that happen, especially now that the Federal High Court gave a decision that is very, very fundamental in terms of membership of political party and the ability not to use the timeline and timetable of INEC to now determine extending the period to September of this year. So let's see how it goes, but I believe certainly, a lot of things are going to happen because in politics, tables always turn. In politics. So you can see your enemy in your political divide that way coming to dine and wine with you during campaign and election period, like it's happening in AGC now. Mortal enemies are now together, working for the good of themselves, not for the nation.
Okay.
So these are the things.
So, Barrister Adams, for the sake of time, okay, just in about 1 minute, I want you to quickly respond to this. I'm asking you two questions in one. First question is it now safe to say that Wike has won in Rivers State? One. And number two, how do you see the vote, shall I say, voter apathy look like? Do you think there will be voter apathy come the next election? What the turnout would look like, since many of the residents, are not happy with the decision of the governor? What do you see the voting looking like?
First of all, what has happened in the Fubara and Wike issue is that it will be difficult to keep it is obvious victory for the Godfather, Yesowike, in the imbroglio between himself and Sim Fubara. He is the winner. And as a Godfather, other Godfathers in Nigeria, political Godfathers in Nigeria, can draw lessons from that of Yesowike and Sim Fubara. So Wike is the actual winner. The other one is about voter apathy. Talking about voter apathy, Nigerians all over are pathetic when it comes to voting. And this particular election will not be different. In Rivers State, for instance, I see very low turnout of voters, yes, genuine voters. But you see, the problem that bothers me is not about whether there is voter apathy or no voter apathy. The problem that bothers me is the manipulation of the after voting of the elections. We have seen a situation where the last election in Rivers State, even though people turned out, but the results that were declared were not or did not reflect, actually matter the people voted. So that is it. So now, with what has happened, many of them who see or who saw Fubara as their candidate that would have, be there in 2027, may be apathetic and even be discouraged, to come out to vote. But that does not mean that the results will not be manipulated by those who knows how to manipulate results. So it's like that. The Rivers people are the ones who will do, but I will encourage them to come out and vote, protect their votes. Because if you don't do that, you keep on having bad government and bad governance. And you allow the godfathers to do whatever their biddings and act at their whims and caprices. Like it's happened between Yesuwike and Sin Fubara. It's not something that the godfather should dictate, how my state is governed. If the governor was voted in by the people will protect him. When the governor was selected by the godfather will protect the governor against the people. But if it's the people that voted the governor, the people will protect that governor against godfathers. So I will encourage them to turn out and vote. That is just my advice to the Rivers people in the coming elections.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Asim Adams. Thank you for joining us this morning to share your thoughts regarding the situation going on right now in the political landscape in Rivers State. Thank you for being part of the program this morning.
Thanks for calling, and thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Nigeria, stay with us. We'll be jumping off for a short break to come back for another segment of the morning program. Please don't go nowhere.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
All right, so welcome back, Nigeria. We go to our next conversation this morning. It's been a very busy morning. Okay, we just talked about Rivers State and the whole political crisis happening right now, as well as instability that they're experiencing right now. But now we're going to look at INEC, the courts, and of course politics. And our topic for today, we're looking at build-ups, the 2027 build-ups, INEC, courts, and political platforms, push and pull. Okay, that's what we shall be looking at, and we've got our guests to help us do justice to that. We're talking about Caleb Okeke Unyobi. He's a broadcaster and also a public analyst. I wanted to say a politician as well, but the whole thought of being a politician in Nigeria now, it just has this dent. There's just this thing about being a politician. Many people feel like they are dirty, they are not honest. Are people still proud to be politicians, looking at the challenges Nigerians are facing now?
Well, yeah, it's just like when I wear a lot of hats. Good morning, Christopher. The point there is not just politicians. So many professions have their names modeled up in Nigeria. Even teacher, when you say this is teacher, people want to pity you and say, hey, yeah. You know, when you say politician, people want to say, God forbid. You know, it depends on most professions in Nigeria. If you say a doctor, people are pitying you, as to the workload you have got. So not just politicians, that's what I'm trying to say. Most professions in Nigeria are not how they ought to be. And that's what the problem is. It's not just about politicians, but for politicians, it is about making things better. So if you're saying you want to make things better, that means you're a politician. If you are actively participating in the process, whether at the community level, whether at the family level, even because most people are politicians without knowing it, even in the family level. Once you want to make things better, it's the process of making things better in society. And so it's not a title to be shying away from, but of course, the Nigerian stuff I've mentioned right now is that almost all professions, whether it is politics or teaching, or they have one stain or the other that people don't want to be called aloud as you know, the name of the profession. But for what is worth it, we are here today, of course. Good morning, Nigerians, to discuss Nigeria. Nigeria is standing at the precipice, and our democracy is being threatened by unexpected quarters. Nobody would think that the courts will be the one to threaten our democracy. I mean, I don't know, in the widest of our imagination, and to say factors that will mitigate against democracy, nobody will list the courts. Because I think it will be listed as factors that will preserve democracy. But what we are seeing today in Nigeria is that the court has emerged as one of the factors that would mitigate against our nascent democracy. And that is what we are here to discuss this morning. And
just talking about the court, you know, just recently we had the likes of the FCT minister, you know, getting lodges for the judges and then sorting them out one way or the other. Where we still have, just on the news this morning, ASU is still threatening to go on another fresh strike if their unresolved, you know, financial stuff is not being sorted out. You know, and we also have the doctors complaining about one ill, you know, way they've been taking care of, you know, these sectors, you know, but the judges seem to be smiling home and they're all right. Do you see the, you know, judiciary system, you know, judiciary sector independent, or do you see them solely, which word am I going to use? I'm being careful, but at the same time, I just want to also set, you know, a statement. Do you see the judiciary system being, which word to use? That I'm blank actually. Are they being controlled?
Yeah, they've been removed, teleguided. I think the word is teleguided because somebody is behind. When we were growing up in this country, I think I was fortunate to be born in the mid-90s when things were not yet as bad as they were, even under the military. To see a judge at the time, somebody is a judge of a court, high court, they don't come to functions. They live a solitary life. You hardly see them, you know, in societal events. They live almost like monks. I mean, what I'm saying is open to fact check. People who grew up in the 90s, people who knew how judges used to behave before now, the attitudinal change where judges are now coming out in political events, are now frolicking with politicians, frolicking with, you know, people who they are meant to be holding to account as the last hope of common resort of a common man. I think it started with when judges began to mingle freely with politicians. So much so that judges are receiving awards by politicians. Judges are now getting, like you mentioned, the FCT minister is buying houses. Most of these things are the judges are now being tied to their apron springs. You may say the FCT minister is doing this in his capacity as an FCT minister. But these things that should have been handled by institutions, not personalities. There should have been the judicial commission that takes care of the judges. It shouldn't be an appointee of the president doing that, because otherwise the judges will be beholden to him and to his party. It is a very common balance to say that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So if I'm a judge and you give me a house, you give me that, and I'm not receiving this as something from the Judicial Council or Judicial Commission, but the FCT minister is handing it personally to them. That personal touch is where the problems that we are having today is coming from. And that's why we're not surprised the kind of judgments that are coming out of the courts today. It goes back to the way and the conduct of judges in the time past. If you match it with what is happening right now, judges are no longer carrying themselves with that dignity of person that is expected of their lofty offices. They are not ordinary humans. Permit me to say that they're not ordinary human beings. These are people who pass judgment on life and death. They are not to be seen, in the kind of manner that we see them today. But it is a symptom of the fast decaying fabrics of a society, and in all sectors really, because not just the judiciary too. If you see, even in the education sector where I practice, the way teachers used to conduct themselves is no longer how teachers conduct themselves today. Today we see teachers, in situations that would look very compromising, and these are people who are meant to be role models. So in the same manner, the judiciary has also, they've also the level of acceptable character that a judge should have has depreciated. The benchmark is now very low, and so the politicians are exploiting it. They know that the judges, for the most part, are not well remunerated. They know that the judges, for the most part, are no longer selected based on merit and ability. They are now selected as political favors. People now are taxed. It is even heard that people are taxed. Maybe people who support the elections are now told to bring a list for those who will be made judges. So it's no longer a thing of. So merit has taken the back seats, and that is why we are seeing the kind of conundrum that is evolving in our very faces. When the last hope, arbiter of the last resort, which is meant to be the court, is now actively participating in the decay and in the situation of our democracy. What is happening right now? I'm asking the question: in the courts we have today, can a P2OB who won an election and was not installed, who went through the court to become, can such things still happen when the ruling party is not the party who is agreeing? One
election are not installed because
but went to the court.
But INEC did not categorically specify that he won the election.
Okay. Oh, let's say that he had the proof, he had it on paper. The scores that the agents of his party had at the time showed that he won the election. He was not announced. Now he went to the court to recover that mandate, to ask the court to declare him as the winner of the election. Such feats can no longer be achieved today. That's the point I'm trying to drive in. Is that if it were today, if today were 1990, today were 2003.
In the 1990s.
No, 2003 was when this happened. When Peter Obi had that election. 2003. 2003, not the.
Okay, not the recent presidential.
State when he was to be Anambra State governor.
Okay.
It has happened in other states too, where people whose party were not at the center were robbed of their victory, and they went to the court. Today's court, can we say that today's court can still uphold such justice? That's the question that Nigerians need to ask.
Okay, talking about that question, just like you said too, the same question that was very popular during the 2023 after the elections, where you say, you have any challenge, go to court. That was a very popular question. With the way the court is now, is it disturbing? Should we be concerned that the courts are now popular, the courts are now influential, determining the outcomes of elections rather than the ballots?
The thing is, politicians now invoke the name of the courts as a way of adding sanctity to their frauds and to their the things that they do, to their practices. So when a politician says go to court, is he saying it in good faith? I know that those who can't study the accountancy, and some of us who study the education too, say actions have to be born of good faith. So when somebody is saying go to court, is he saying it in good faith? Of course. But is telling you go to court. He's telling you go to court because he knows he owns the court. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the courts. If the courts were still the woman who is blindfolded and with the scale, if the court was not seeing the person, the politician, seeing that his party was in the center. He wouldn't make that if he knows that the court is a place where the facts will be laid bare. There's no way he will make such comment. So that comment is sponsored by impunity. That comment is sponsored by the fact that politicians now know that they can do anything with our electoral process and get away with it. So let's be clear on that. They're not saying go to court because they want for there to be a peaceful resolution to your grievances. So that it is being said as a kind of mockery too to those who they deem as having lost the election due to their own antics. Now, as to why, if the court has become an arbiter of sorts for our elections, no longer the ballots, it appears that a lot of examples will support that claim. In Imo State, the current governor, Hope Uzodinma, was never declared the winner of the election. He came in through the court, and he was fourth according to the ranking of the scores of the candidates who contested the election. You go to which other states? I think is it your state or something? There's a state in the southwest too. There's been too many installations by the courts. And I think that it is gotten to a point where Nigerians may not even bother to go to the ballot anymore. Maybe the courts, the learned justices should now, we have to submit the candidates to them and then let them judge whatever they want to do and then tell Nigerians who they proclaim. Because this is it is tugging at the very nerve of our democracy. When people would find time, go under the sun, under the rain, cast their votes, and then the politician who feels his party is in power sits back and does everything. We saw in 2023, where you mentioned, in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, we saw mutilated results, result from EC8As. We saw them mutilated. We saw, it's not like it was hidden, it was done in the open, and then somebody says, go to court at the end of the day. So, politicians in Nigeria must now tell us what's way forward for our democracy. It is now time for the aggregate of the political class to say if they still enjoy to be elected through this process, because it appears that people are becoming powerless by the day. And the people should watch it too. When the politicians are now able to use the courts to install themselves, to sanction their impunities, and then ask their colleagues to go to court, whatever side of the divide you fall in, whether you are in the side that is deemed as victorious, or the side that is deemed as having lost the election, it doesn't augur well for any one of us in this democracy. Because what favors you today, what you think is okay today because your party is in power, tomorrow will come back to bite. You may win a popular vote and get a mandate, and it will be subverted, and somebody will say, go to court. So that is the reason that Nigerians from every walk of life should speak against it. The courts should not be determinant. The courts again have now started. It has really it used to be post-election tribunals. Today, the courts are now involved in the very internal democratic processes of parties, which they shouldn't even interfere in. So the examples, the emphasis are so much, and we are here where we are because the people have not. People should protest such decisions by the courts. That's what I think. If the courts should make decisions that are contrary to the widespread notion of an election, election results. When people overwhelmingly vote a candidate, they know. People should protest such. We've seen that in Kano State, when the former party of Rabi Musa Kwankwaso won an election. The court declared otherwise, and the people went outside. And before 24 hours, the court judgment was reversed. We've seen that before. It is the people's complacency. That is why a few people, or even one person, a judge, will determine what a question that so many people had provided answer to through the ballots. That shouldn't be so.
Okay, so let's look at the Electoral Act. Do you think the Electoral Act is strong enough, to manage the excesses and irregularities that elections experience now, talking about vote buying, manipulation, and violence during the elections?
Nigeria is not suffering from a lack of legislation or laws. The laws are there. Even the current Electoral Act amendments seems to have taken us. It's like we are taking one step forward and 3 steps backward with the Electoral Act. Because some of the provisions of the Electoral Act that were before now solved, through the updates, last updates we had in 2011 and then in 2019, have been the gains have been reversed, because right now the INEC, the current electoral law we have now, have introduced some more disputatious clauses where before now people who are presiding officers were meant to come to court to testify. If they did any wrong election malpractice, they are meant to come in person. So they take their job seriously because these are ad hoc staff of the INEC. But today in the Electoral Act, they have been able to put it there. The INEC will represent all of his agents in tribunals. So these are things that were before now had been handled in the former Electoral Act. So this speaks to the fact that, that's why I said we're going one step forward and two steps backwards. One is that there's not, it's not the question of lack of laws. Two is that the laws that we are making, instead of improving them, most times the Electoral Act is being reversed. Well, the gains of the Electoral Act has been reversed. The 2022 Electoral Act, I tell you, is better than what we have today. In terms of, if you look at all the provisions, Mike Igini, who was a former staff of the INEC, was on the TV. He meant three gains that were reversed by this new electoral law. 3 gains that were before now had been taken care of in the previous provisions. He mentioned that the appearance of presiding officers or electoral officers in tribunals, which should strengthen the credibility of the process. If I'm a presiding officer of a polling unit and I know I'm going to be called to account for all of my actions in person, it means that I will be more careful in discharging my duties. But if INEC is now protecting all of the people that it's engaged for the election, it means that people will no longer want to care what they do at the polls. That is on the one hand. There are other issues. I think as we speak, I remember them, I'll throw them up. But the point being that before now we've had that electoral vote buying is an electoral offense. In the last election, the by-election in the Newinoff, I was on the field. I was sending real-time video of politicians carrying money in boots to media houses and saying, look, these are videos. Politicians, when I mean politicians in office carrying money in boots and arriving in election voting venues and distributing money. It's on video. I have the video. I could share it, which I think I shared it with Senior TV at the time. So the evidence is abound. But whose job is it to prosecute those people who are going contrary to the Electoral Act? It is the courts, and INEC itself who should take note of these reports being made by the media houses. And I don't know if anybody, a political party will need to sponsor a petition on that, but I think the INEC, as a watchdog, that they having their agents there, should be enough to notice irregularities and infractions on the electoral law and bring up the redress to them. But what we are discussing right now is what is on paper. What is in practice? You and I know that those things don't make it to the field. Most of those laws are flouted before 7 a.m. on the election day. They are almost all of the INEC laws are already broken by politicians who are running elections and those who are supporting their friends or their cronies who are running elections. So we see this every day. INEC must go beyond the laws. They must now introduce a VAR system. If it's the football, where we have a VAR that will review all of the issues that came up for elections, and INEC being itself, it is its own laws that are being broken. So they should be the prosecutors in those cases to bring people to view.
That brings me to the question, looking at the election gearing up, getting closer, do you think INEC is ready? The independent electoral, are they ready to carry out this election? Do you see them being prepared? Are they giving you the impression that it's not going to look like the 2023 elections, that the previous chairman gave Nigerians all the hope and believe only for the election to look like what they never saw coming?
Chris, I will just tell you this. I think, when you say INEC readiness, people will think it's about printing ballot papers, printing all the forms that are required, getting rid of the ballot boxes and those things are readiness, stationary readiness.
Yeah.
Psychologically, and the kind of messaging that INEC is putting out there. INEC is actually making Nigerians feel like a 2027 election, they shouldn't trust them to come out, because we should recognize that Nigerians leaving their houses on election day to come out is a duty they are performing. It's a civic duty. Nobody wants to perform a duty where the outcome is already determined. The body language of INEC, from when the current chairman was accused of being partisan as recent as 2023, up until how they handled that accusation, how they brought out how the INEC put out a notice, and before the notice was put out, an aide to the president had put out the same notice before them. All of these colorations are not looking like INEC is ready. Readiness has to be where people view you as an impartial judge. That will enable them to come out on that day and to perform their duty, hoping that INEC will do right by them by putting together their scores and tallying the votes that they have cast. But if you look at that, you have to judge INEC's preparation with the sentiments of the citizens. If you put up a poll right now, do you trust INEC? Yes, no. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I think that TV houses like this are better positioned to do so. You hear from Nigerians if they think INEC is ready. Because at the end of the day, INEC is telling us they are ready. Probably the budget has been released for materials. That is not readiness. INEC must show, they must demonstrate to Nigerians that in the local balance, that the things that happened with the accusations of their chairman being partisan and the collusions with their communications and the communications of the appointees of the president, that these things are not issues that Nigeria should worry about. So Amiputon has a very big task on his hand. And remember, INEC is a very highly funded institution of government. So we cannot be spending all this money and we are doubting if INEC is ready or not. I believe me, if you give a class teacher the job of INEC chairman, a class teacher who knows what he's doing, who is a seasoned class teacher, he should be able to conduct a free, fair, credible election. It's not as hard as people want us to believe. With all those kind of resources at your disposal, if you're somebody who is used to administration, who administers, you do register, you do this one, if you are at that point, you should be able to, you don't even need professors and all these people who most times don't have character to do things. I'm not making a categorical statement on the character of the current INEC chairman. Even though people out there would want to say that he has not conducted himself as expected of a chairman of a independent body such as INEC through the responses and the communications from his office. So if you ask me, are they ready? It is yet to be seen. That will be the answer. They have to convince Nigerians beyond institutional readiness that they are ready to do justice to the votes of Nigerians that will be cast in 2027. And until Nigerians have that confidence, INEC is not ready.
Okay, let's look at the security angle. Right, you earlier mentioned VAR, right? Yes. Just like in sports, where you go back, you watch, and you see actually, without anybody having any doubts, with this age of technology, the advancements of innovations, people would think, come 2027, INEC will have drones situated in major polling units, areas that are like red zones where chaos and violence and bribery and corruption, vote buying happens, major areas. Do you see INEC moving to that advancement where election centers, voting centers, we have, drones, and different technologies that will capture live what is happening? Drones that, camera that will capture both the NYC ad hoc staff, that will be carrying out different jobs. So everything will be clear, free, fair, credible. Should any center complain, they can go back and watch the activities that happened.
This what you said is what INEC should be doing to help the judiciary, because most of the cases, elections are ending up in court these days. So it's part of INEC's duty to be able to provide the materials with the judges, let the judges should be able to make decisions, informed decisions, better informed decisions. Getting drones and all that may be is technology, but I think that AI and technology has even helped us today. Something as simple as supervising professional officers wearing Google
recorded glasses
should help. Because the way INEC is structured, at the lowest level you have the PO administering the polling unit, then you have the supervisor who's supervising the ward. I think that it may be difficult to get cameras at every polling unit because we have a lot of polling units in this country.
And it will also create more awareness and people will be more careful. If they are not aware that people are viewing.
If we have that, because if you say you want to install it, maybe vandalization you have issue of vandalization, issue of this one and that one, security for those gadgets. But I think that INEC should have, by this time, have wearable gadgets for their own personnel. There are so many issues it's going to solve.
Body cams and what have you.
Yeah, just camera. They have these ones that come as body cams. There are ones that come as glasses. There are various forms of
pen. You just place it here.
Various forms of wearable cameras or recording devices these days. So INEC should be able to introduce that. One, for the safety of their officers. In places where there are violence, people should be able to see who did what and when. Then secondly, integrity of the election. The processes up from the time when the voter education is done up to voting and all that can also be recorded, so that we can have more evidential proof when we go to tribunals, instead of just whatever the party agents are able to put together. Because that is something that we should look at. The level of the budget of INEC, the kind of money INEC uses to conduct elections every year, we should be able to invest in technology. If we are very frank to ourselves, if we are pretending to want our democracy to be improved, just like we are doing with the laws, we should also be doing that with investing in technology, because it will help to safeguard our democracy. At the end of the day, like I said, if our voting processes is very poor, people may think it benefits the government in power, but nobody is guaranteed to be there forever. So that's why it's always better to have a fair play, so that everybody can always get what's due to him. So yes, INEC can explore wearable electronic devices to ensure that they get real-time footages of incidents during the election, during voting.
So let's look at voter apathy. You know, from the 2023 general elections, how many people were disappointed, looking at how they thought different centers came out successfully for a particular candidate, and what they saw was not reflecting what they felt and saw at the polling units. Do you see Nigerians really coming out this time around to vote, or are they already distracted that whether they vote or not, the court will still have its way?
Well, Nigerians are we are an insufferable people. We are very tenacious. You know, in terms of, I give it to Nigerians. By now, Nigerians should be tired of the process. If you look at what has happened, you know, to Nigerians, in terms of how their hopes are being dashed, you know, at the end of the day. You look at, record the reassurances of Yakubu Mahmoud, the reassurances of the immediate past INEC chairman, you know, that everything will work, only for him to announce that they had a glitch. Even when Amazon came to give in their own testimony that they have never had a crash in the longest time. You know, the award against the person against the contractor who provided the technology services to them. So Nigerians have been disappointed. That much needs to be said. But why are Nigerians even still caring much about what is happening? Because the alternative is to become a slave in your own country. You know, people think slavery is only when we recall when people were taken out of their work. When you are forced to live below what your God-given resources that you should be able to deploy to your own welfare, you're not deploying them in excess for products that otherwise should have been cheaper. Let me look at petrol for example. You look at the amount of people announcing on petrol. It enslaves them to not to be able to provide for other aspects of their life. Yeah. Because if you are spending a certain amount of money before, you have more than 10 times double that amount. That takes away money from other aspects of your life, like your health, your education, and so many other things. If you have kids, these things all impact us. And so it's economic slavery to some extent. And so Nigerians are only coming out because I don't think Nigerians have accepted to be economic slaves in their own country. Because if you look at what INEC has been done so far, nobody would have any trust. And with the body language of this new INEC. But Nigerians are not giving up. We see Nigerians still engaging. We see the latest coalition, the NDC, we see their sites crashing. Because Nigerians are interested, they are still involved. So for today, I think Nigerians are still involved in the process. But what I cannot say is INEC being able to sustain that interest of Nigerians. Because they may think that they hold the heads and tails of this thing. But if Nigerians don't come out to vote, if Nigerians get to push the wall and they say, oh, we're not going to come out again, it makes rubbish of whatever process that INEC thinks is preparing. So that's why the readiness for the election has to be, like I mentioned earlier, has to be people confirming that they have trust in them to be able to perform their civic duties. But on the other hand, INEC, on their own part, is not responsible entirely for Nigerians, for the voter party we are seeing. The politicians too and the voters themselves too are also culprits. Because you find that on the part of the voters are now actively demanding to be paid to vote. I was at the polling unit the last time we had elections in Anambra State, and we saw voters who were waiting to see how much Party A pays or Party B pays.
Before they don't do one.
And so many people think it's a voting process. They don't even want to come out there because they feel insulted.
So if I understand what you're saying now, many voters are coming to make money to enrich themselves. But if I'm also to add to that, do you see the state of the country now, looking at the economy, the insecurity? Do you see this as how would I put it, an eye opener, for most of the citizens to vote their conscience?
Yeah, of course.
Or do you see it as, imagine what you just said now, people are hungry. They wouldn't mind as long as they see what to eat. So whoever pays better, their vote goes to the highest bidder.
No, I think that people are begin to know that this election has consequences. You know, we've been saying it, the election have consequences. This is the biggest, I think, of every other consequences that Nigeria have had since 1999 return of this democracy. The president's recession is the biggest time Nigerians have seen consequences of election. And I believe that Nigerians going into 2027 have learned their lesson. The lessons are very simple, namely, number one, that we are first Nigerians before we are Igbos, Hausas, or Yorubas. And that whatever affects anybody, Nigerian, affects everybody, right? Irrespective of your tribe and religion, because those are the issues that Nigerians are taking for granted before. People think that because their tribesman is there, that they will buy bread cheaper or buy coke cheaper. Nigerians have learned that the Nigerians have known that we are yoked together in this country. And our decisions must reflect that we are putting our best foot forward in terms of who we entrust our collective destiny and our collective welfare to. So that has been given, because you look at how things have trended and how Nigerians are now involved. It appears to tell me that, and also with the level of support that the opposition parties are gaining, traction that they're gaining, it shows that Nigerians the hunger has woken something in them up, which is the commonality of our destiny.
Talking about the assurances that the support from Nigerians, they are giving, the opposition parties. Looking at how strong the current administration is, the party itself, do you see it even possible for any other opposition party to unseat it? Now, let me give you some of the instances why I'm asking this question. Let's say they have strong seats in each of the states, right? Their governors are all mostly APCs. And you know what that means? That it won't be just easy for any other opposition party to just come and unseat there, even if it's possible, but it's not that easy. And then looking at each of the political candidates, just when Obi was in ADC and most Nigerians felt, okay, we are here, there is a strong indication that something different may happen in 2027. Now, somehow he's in NDC.
Yes.
Now, some of the votes he would have had if he was in ADC have been shifted because Atiku and his likes will take some of those votes. And then we also have NDC. And then we have PDP. And then we have APC. I've not mentioned AMP. These, different factions of votes. Do you think they can surmount to the proportion that will bring about the takeover of the opposition party come 2027, regardless the support that these parties are having?
I think that if we had time, I would have dissected this question very well, because what qualifies somebody to win an election in Nigeria is popular votes. You must have scored the majority of the votes. The spread, too. And then you should also, the spread and the popular vote, these are the two major things that qualifies you. So if you look at that, already, you find that you look at which states are sympathetic to which political parties. With the way it is now, it's yet to be seen when Nigerians go to the poll. When you talk about political parties not being able to pull it, what happened in 2023? Here in Enugu, where we are having this interview, the sitting governor lost his election. So governors and all that they're not the ones. They only have one vote and then command some influences within their states. If the people come out and they vote and they protect their votes, that you have 100 governors do not matter at that point, because 100 governors, how much people can they, 36 governors, if that is possible, how many people can they really confuse? How much influence do they wield over their citizens? Because it's about influence peddling at this point. That's what elections are about. So I believe that Nigerians, having learned their lessons, would be able to stand up, because their interest of the governor may not be interest of his own electorate in that state. So the Nigerians must speak about their own interests in this election, which is the interest of taking themselves out of economic slavery and becoming, what God has destined them to be, instead of becoming a shadow of themselves, because the totality of the economic policies that the government is making Nigerians the majority of Nigerians not to realize their potentials. And that much needs to be said, and that much should be what Nigerians should hold before them while they go to 2027. Not any governor, and not any president, and not any senator. Because the senator is talking about his own interest. Nigerians must now begin to talk about their own interest, the interest of their future generation and children unborn, and the kind of country that they want their children to live in.
All right, thank you so much. Caleb, it's been a nice time. This was it was a cool conversation, a cool time with you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Nigerians, for listening. And let's see what 2027 brings.
Yeah, look forward to having you some other time.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
All right, Nigeria, stay with us. We'll be jumping off for a short break. Coming back, it's Retrospect. Please stay with us. Don't go nowhere.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to another beautiful and exciting segment of New Day. This is Retrospective. We'll take a look at what happened over the week. It's different conversations that we had, exciting one that you might have missed out, and looking at how your schedule might have been over the week. On Monday, we took a look at Fugbara and Wiki and the struggle for power control of Rivers State. This has been a major conversation so far this week when Nigerians woke up to the information that Fugbara had withdrew his governorship candidacy in APC, and this has not really been so exciting for so many Nigerians. We also looked at the 2027 build-ups, the APC, other political parties, and Nigeria's political equation. All of these things we looked at on Monday on Signature Morning. Please take a watch.
Himself, and if you look at their body language, both of them, you will discover that they've not really been having a serious quarrel. It's actually their
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
See their boys, their lieutenants, their supporters that have always taking the battle personally. Two of them, they've not really taken it personally. So answering that question, I still think they are going to work together in 2027. I see them working together in 2027. I don't think the relationship has broken down irretrievably. I am thinking that they are even amending the relationship. The relationship will be amended further to the extent that I see them working together. That's my personal opinion anyway, but that's my opinion. They are going to work together. I don't see the relationship broken down further. I see the relationship being mended or amended or, being peace, being coming together for both of them, working together once more.
So if you think that they both, can work together in 2027, and you've mentioned that the issue is not both of them personally, but from their supporters or their boys. That brings me to ask, if the major actors in this are fine with each other and they do not have any personal issues, why then are their boys taking it personally and causing problems that would make people think that both Wike and Fubara are at loggerheads?
Well, the thing is that, when you don't know, when you are not there when somebody is buried, is, assume the dead body. You will start from the feet or you start from the head because you were not there. But if you were there when it was buried, you will know where to start from to dig the cup up again. What happened is that the pact, the agreement, the arrangement between Wike and Singh, no other person has knowledge, no other person has idea to what that pact is all about. Their agreement, their arrangement. Remember, these two people have worked together for 8 years, if I am sure, because he was the accountant general for almost all through Wike's tenure. So they work together seriously, and where they work together has to do with finance, and it takes courage, it takes trust, it takes reliance, it takes belief, it takes faith for people to work together when it comes to money and for a long time. So they work together concerning money for a long time. As is a chief of accountant general, he oversees almost all government expenditure, together with in collaboration with the Commissioner for Finance. I'm just saying that for them to be able to work together, they did not disagree. Wike did not sack him at a point. Wike did not see any reason to quarrel with him at a point for that 8 years. That means he was trusted. That's what I'm trying to say. He was trusted financially by Wike. So there's no other thing that Wike cannot trust him with. They may have a little disagreement is there. I disagree with my wife. I disagree with my children. They disagree with my friends. So we disagree and we still move forward. You don't say because you disagree with your wife, you divorce her. If you marry a second wife again, you disagree, you divorce her. How many wives are you going to marry? How many husbands are you going to marry? So that's the problem. That's the challenge. So this other lieutenant, the follower, may not know this fact, may not understand this relationship, may not understand it. So because they don't understand it, they are one to, take to do things that are not necessary. I have also heard where Say was cautioning his supporters, saying, be calm, don't worry. I have also heard where Wike was also cautioning his supporters. And so both of them try to do that. But like I said, these supporters may not really understand the relationship that they have. There are people I have a special relationship with that other persons don't know our relationship. That relationship is deep. They don't understand that relationship. No matter what the person does, I overlook, or what I do, the person overlooks because of that special relationship. So it's there, it exists everywhere, it exists all the time. There are people you have come over the years, you trust them to the extent that you can sleep. You can sleep, yeah. But I said, if you can trust somebody financially, if you recall, it's not all the commissioners that work with Mickey that survived 8 years. Not all of them. Not everybody that worked with him survived 8 years, including permanent secretaries, including commissioners, including politicians. Not all of them survived 8 years, but 2 of them survived 8 years. And dealing with money. I'm mentioning money. It's not easy to deal with people with money. For a long time, it means that there has been trust. You have built confidence to the extent where you can trust somebody with money for a long time. And we can trusted him with River State money. 2 of them trusted each other with River State money. So I think they have a deeper relationship that some of us do not understand. And again, if you look at both of them, you will see their body language. They are not really attacking themselves. If you watch, check out. You have never seen them attacking themselves and all that, way some other politicians have attacked, or the way they have attacked the other opponents too. So I think there's something we don't understand that is making them strong, is making them, like I said, I still see them working together in 2027 because they are in the same party. They are in the same APC, so I don't see any reason why they shouldn't work together. They can't work at variance. It will be...
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
They have what they call more of imposition disguised as consensus and primaries. We have imposition because the president, who is the leader of the APC, has already empowered the governors to take charge, and the governors are using the opportunity to favor their lackeys. People he wants to, they prefer over others. Although some governors were also very careful to not to over-patronize people who have been in the National Assembly more than once or twice because of zoning in their constituencies. So I think the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, has done very well in that regard. I don't know about other states. People who have been in the National Assembly for 2-3 terms, they tried to stop them. In fact, effectively stopped them, and got some other people to take a shot at it. But for me, generally, I see what is happening as imposition cloaked as consensus. Yeah. But the danger in having so-called consensus is that you end up getting people, you say you are doing consensus, whereas you are pressing your own agenda and the agenda of your party. People you are sure will be loyal, people who will not go there and disappoint. And then you have, if the party happens to have an outright majority, a commanding majority in the National Assembly, they may even railroad us into a one-party state because it will be whatever the party wants that they will do. But when you leave it, people compete freely, then you have diversity of opinion, you have robust debate. But when you have debate being designed or authored by the ruling party, these guys cannot dissent with their parties because they already been given a template. The party chose them. The party chose them. They did not get it by their own competitive strength. So that is the danger of doing that, and that further shrinks our democracy. Democracy should be regulated only by the rules set by the Electoral Act and by the Constitution, and not the whims and caprices of the players themselves, especially the major players. Then, if you go to the other parties are quite advanced in selecting candidates at this stage, like the APC. But when you look at the processes, they released the cost for the expression of interest and the nomination forms. None of them is as job-breaking as the APC. It's a lot of money in the APC, but others, you see that it's cheaper. So, but whether it's cheap or costly will not stop anyone from winning the election. Because the advantage of being the ruling party and not being the ruling party can only be determined by the people who vote. Unfortunately, people rush to the ruling party because they believe they will have the potencies of rigging. They can rig election for you and you get into the position you want to get. You feel the other parties may not have the strength to muzzle you into the position you want. So that is also dangerous for our democracy. So we really need to have a democracy where the ground is level, so people compete on their own strength and they're able to win. That's the only way our democracy can thrive. Thank you.
Now, I'd like you to speak a bit more on what you said about, imposition cloaked as consensus. One would wonder if these parties are not within their rights to decide who they would want to field as their candidate, with or without the competition. One would also wonder, what if they all do not have any other person that they would rather push out to the public apart from the one person that they selected. So I want you to, just expand more on where you're coming from in that aspect.
You see, when you look at the parties, no one man owns a party. A party is owned by a group of people who come together because of political interests. They have their philosophies and what they want to push forward. So in any office that is to be competed for, it is likely you may not have just one candidate. You are going to have more than one candidate. So, and already you have sold forms to these people. These people have been allowed to move around, meeting party leaders. A lot of money have been spent by these guys, going around. Then suddenly the governor came and he asked his lieutenants to get them round for a meeting. They will be meeting, then you find they will come out and read a communique that they have agreed to support one person, and somebody says it's consensus. But there are some behind the same actions that happen. There may be threats, there may be promises, please step down for this person. So the person who is asking you to step down for this person, what yardstick did he use to determine that this guy is better and you should step down for him? I have listened to a lot of defenses of this opinion, this action, people saying they are trying to balance equity in some of the states. But balancing equities, who met to agree that this is how we are going to go about it? So we are ended up with a system where we are growing the big man syndrome. The big man.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, and that was that for Monday. On Tuesday on the Signature Morning Show, we talked about new burial laws for Anambra State. And also we looked at the 2027 build-ups, new political platforms and struggles. Please take a watch.
Information, Dr. Lobefo made it clear that the law is a substantive Anambra burial law and is signed Governor of Anambra State. And the thing has been there, but I don't think it has never been executed or implemented. present governor want to implement the law that has been signed long time ago. That's what we are feeling, because the Commissioner of Information has been refuting it and been disclaiming that the law has not been propounded or signed to law by Professor Soludo. That the law has been there for all this while.
All right, Mr. Ejindo, I also asked you to tell us exactly what the law is about and what the restrictions are.
The restriction is basically to reduce the cost of burial in Anambra State. Sincerely, it is outrageous burying loved ones in Anambra State. You see people carrying cows and goats, families and others taxing the bereaved so much that sometimes it becomes very, very painful. So these are the things maybe probably the governor wants to curtail. I think I'm agreeing with him. I've done some burials in my area, and I know how I felt. It is not too good to spend so much millions of naira burying loved ones, and when the person was alive, probably he could not enjoy such benefits. If you see a show of wealth in this area, you definitely want to have a regulation.
All right, so how are the people taking this enforcement of the burial laws? What are the reactions from Anambra people?
The reaction is mixed. Some people who experience such things, some of them are against it, some of them are for it. And people are complaining that they use such things to support the family that is burying their loved ones. But if you want to help somebody, must you make sure of it? Why don't you give them some funds so that it will assist them to bury their loved ones? Must you be carrying cows and goats and so much merriment? Other cultures in Africa, do they do such things too? Don't you see how Muslims bury their loved ones? Don't you see how even Yoruba people bury them? We spend all we end for a disease. It's not sound, it's not good. My own feeling, so that there are mixed reactions. A lot of people are so much against it that some of them say that it's a means of the government to raise revenue. After all, anybody that is preparing for burial can as well pay 100,000 and continue what he's doing. But there must be regulation. That's government. Government is for the people, and they always try to protect the life and property of people. That's the sense of governance. I personally am against such spending of money for somebody that is due for burial. Did he enjoy such things when he was alive? He did not. So why are you throwing parties and ceremonies, so much outrageous ceremonies for a person that won't be there to benefit from it? I'm in support of government if they are serious to implement such policies anyway. I'm in support.
All right, now from what you said, it brings about a lot of questions. First of all, you mentioned how other people do their burials. You mentioned the Muslims and other African countries, but I also understand that each area has their own culture and how they handle some of these cultural events or significant events. So do you think that this restriction, I mean, there are some people that can't afford, there are some people that can comfortably afford to throw lavish burial ceremonies for their loved ones. Do you think that it is appropriate to also restrict people like that from burying their dead how they deem fit to bury their dead, particularly when they can afford it? What are your thoughts on that?
It is not a matter of affording it to. Everybody wants to show off that it's up to 18. Some borrow, some sell their properties. Nobody wants to be relegated to the background that he could not give his loved one a befitting burial. So it's form of a show up. There are people that can afford to throw away their money for anything. But in society, sometimes everybody wants to belong. When everybody wants to show, everybody wants to show that he is alive. He is can live up to his responsibility. But some of them is stressful. A lot of people sell their properties, their ancestral homes, their ancestral lands for burial of a deceased person. After the burial, you see pounds, large kind of debts waiting for them to settle. You see crises of people coming for their money. Debts here and there. And more things will be sold to settle those debts. Afterward, that person may not recover within 1 year, may not recover within 6 months. But if there is a regulation, it is good. If I understand the right of will, it means all the burial will be done within a day, and the condolence will continue the next day. Do you know that certain people, certain communities in Anambra State gives up to 1 week to bury their loved one, abandon their businesses and their various trades for just burial of one person? It is not good for the society. We must change with time. There's no way we can keep on wasting our precious time that can be deployed for something else. If you have been abroad, you will notice that their burial is an hour. Their burial ceremony doesn't take more than 1 hour. Loved ones will gather, do the necessary things. Everybody goes to their various business activities or works. Why must we always throw away our time, productive time, for frivolities? Does it matter? Does it make good sense? Does it help our economy? Must we waste our time and resources all the time, and we are still crying that our youths are not employed? Those money can't be deployed? Can't you be deployed to something else? Can't we build industries and factories to help the economy? Must we always celebrate? Must we always, what are we happy for when we are hungry here? Always blaming government in one thing or the other. Let us begin to allow policymakers and implementers to do their work, so that if the society can have their good direction. I personally do not support large expenses for a deceased. Some would buy gold and bury in the ground, buy golden coffin, golden dresses, throw in a lot of millions inside the grave. What?
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I think the Labour Party is doing some organization. The PDP is said to have
election started, the movements, the defections, the alignments within the political parties, just generally speaking. Would you say it's too early, or would you say it's the right time? What are your thoughts?
Okay, I think I didn't hear all of what you said, but I'm trying to make some sense of it. I think that for what is worth it, the election is already has a date, and the parties have started early, as you noted. At the time they started, the elections were still a full calendar year and more away. But of course, you note that in a democracy, once the election is won and lost, the next election cycle begins from the day one election is won or lost. And so, but speaking of intense party activities and processes commencing in most parties, I think that even as early as we started, most parties are still trying to meet up with deadline. Recall that INEC put out a timetable for parties to follow. I think that by 30th of this month, May, most parties would have concluded their primaries according to INEC timelines. So it just goes to tell you that there's no time that could be said to be much time in politics, because a lot of things have to be done, a lot of high-level meetings that needs to be had repeatedly and all that. So it is just a pity on one hand that the governing party, the APC, have been able to be so much distracted from governance that they have had so much attention being paid to politics. I think that's on their own part. That's the only part that one could complain on. But I think for whatever is worth it for other parties, I think that their main duty is to run against the ruling party. And if that is their duty, it means that they will have to politicking for a long time and they will have to do it well. But for the ruling party, the politics that have occupied what they were doing, the governance, taking over governance for a long while, and that is not something that is encouraging. And we've seen the results in terms of what has happened to the nation's economy and all that. But of course, other parties are not ones who are saddled with the responsibility of handling Nigeria's economic recovery and all that. So, but of course, to just put it well, all parties have been involved quite very early into this election cycle. But of course, the comment has to be made that even at that, most of the parties are still struggling to meet up with time. I'm very sure the ADC is struggling to meet up with the deadline INEC has given. I think the same story applies to the NDC. Same story applies to most of other parties. That's the point of starting early, if you would ask. But then that does not appear to be what we are seeing in the process, as parties are still stuck. But of course, the ruling party, like I commented earlier, having abandoned governance, having abandoned governance up to this point is what Nigerians should be worried about.
Now, speaking of political parties, particularly the new political platforms, we see that, of course, there have been recent opposition parties, coalition platforms, and what have you. But what I want to ask you is, why do we see new political platforms suddenly become so attractive every new election cycle in Nigeria, especially following the weakening of established parties? Election cycles come about, and there is this craze, or there is this interest in moving towards these new parties and leaving the old ones that start to crumble. Why do you think that we have such a dynamic in our system?
You're correct. I think what you've explained has become symptomatic of Nigerians' nascent democracy, where every election cycle, old parties seem to be abandoned for the new ones. But a fair commentary on that would be to say that as much as the politicians are moving, most of the movement, it's based on their interests, probably to be on the ballots. Most politicians are trying to see how they find themselves on the ballot, because if you don't find yourself on the ballot, there's no way you can be in for the win. So I think that is what is reflecting the lack of stability in our institutions, especially in this case, INEC, who is the regulatory agency for these political parties, is somewhat responsible for it. Then on the side of the behavior of the politicians, of course, some of them sometimes do not show enough dexterity, in solving the problems that are extant in their parties, before moving. For what is what it's, well, a fair comment would be that most politicians are trying to do what they must do to be on the ballot. I think that's one has to be said. Then the next thing that has to be said about what is happening with the changing of justice, as we call it, towards every election cycle, is that the INEC is not appearing to be an unbiased umpire. We've seen how they handled issues when it concerns the ruling party. We've seen how they have handled issues when it concerns opposition political parties. And you must have to cut the opposition political parties some slack, because if they are being persecuted, if they are being hounded, if they are chasing down deadlines and all that, I think that could also be part of what makes for the instability of politicians, or their lack of, or the high turnover we see in political parties with regards to how politicians change from one party to the other. That doesn't tell well of Nigerian democracy. That doesn't tell well of our politics. But I think that for what is what it is also a lack of ideology on the part of politicians. So many of the political parties on paper have described some ideologies they want to adhere to. But at the end of the day, that's not what we see in real time. We see that most politicians will just do whatever they can, whatever principles that they can apply to get themselves ahead. And so that removes the place of ideology in our politics. And of course, that's why we have that kind of fluid motion. It's from one party to the other.
Now, you mentioned something. You mentioned about ideology, and I'd like you to speak on that a bit more, because there is also this idea that, just like you mentioned, the movement is more of survival and access to power. So why do you think that is so? Why do you think that is also something that is rampant in our political system, where most of the movements to political parties are not based on their ideology in real time, but rather other reasons like survival and access to power? Why is that?
Most times it appears to be a very big word, but it's not that big. Ideology speaks to where politicians stand on issues. There's meant to be where they stand on issues of economy, on issues of welfare of citizens and all that. There are well-defined positions that political parties all over the world take when it comes to these issues, especially the economic framework with which to run the country. These are the things that make up for what we tend to say as ideology of the party. You'd see that I think that the biggest challenge that Nigeria has had politically is nation building. That's the biggest challenge. We've not been able to build national cohesion. We've not been able to build a nation out of the various nations in this country. And that is what is responsible for the mutual suspicion, for the mutual sabotage, and for most of the underhand and overhand depth things that we see politicians do in our polity. It's because of this lack of, Nigerians still have that identity of they are Yoruba first before they are Nigerian, Igbo first before they are Nigerian, or Hausa or Fulani first before they are Nigerian. And when you begin to build a nation from that block, then you find that it becomes what will be the recipe for mutual distrust among politicians. For politicians to be able to stay put in a political party and have the political party to continue to protect their interests, Nigeria must have to move from the sort of identity politics that we play to building a nation where everybody can be a Nigerian first. And when that happens, and when we see ourselves, whether from the east, from the west, from the north, or the south, as Nigerians, then politicians can be better able to protect their interests within the political party.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, okay, and then that was for Wednesday, the different conversations we had on Signature Morning Show on Wednesday. Now we'll take a look at what we had on Thursday, the 21st of May. We talked about the man behind the masquerade, the book on Chief Zebrodaya Wobo, alias 430. it was an interesting watch. You don't want to miss it.
Daniel Amanchukwu Okpala from Nobi. And Nobi is in the Demili South local government area of Anambra State. I was brought up by them and sent me to school. And I went to school. My father insisted I must go and do banking. That the one that's a businessman is a trader, for short. He must have somebody that will help him calculate his money and also make him project for investment of what he has made as a trader. And so, while I was insisting I would go to a secondary grammar school, my father insisted I should go to a secondary commercial school. I said, why not a secondary technical school? Why must he? He said, no. Your senior brother is already in Okrika Grammar School, which is grammar. Your younger brother is in technical school in Port Harcourt. You have to see about my business. And so you have to do something commercial. Commercial is business. It's not grammar. Neither is it cut and nail technical. So you have to go and do commercial to help me in my business. I didn't like it. But who am I to object to my father's wish? And before I knew it, he had going to bring entrance form for me to fill for Prince, now Prince Memorial Grammar School, Prince Memorial High School, Onisha. It used to be Prince Secondary Commercial School. But now, since the man died, the proprietor died, it became since Memorial Grammar School, Prince Memorial Commercial School, Secondary Commercial School, right. So that was until the war broke out. I couldn't finish up, and all of us retired, running for our dear heads. When you have all this shelling coming, wap, 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 uno doom, wap, 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 uno doom. That was how it was sounding. You wouldn't know. You never experienced that. So everybody to his heels. I ran away with my parents. We left Ahoda where they lived. Ahoda is in River State. That was where all of us were born, in Ahoda. So all of us made for home, Nobi, in Anambra State. We got home, settled. Luckily, he had built a house for him and the wife, my mother, and the second wife, my stepmother, and also had built a house for his mother. And so we all settled in the two, but there were 2 bedrooms each. My grandmother's own was 2 bedroom, 1 parlor, 1 room, and 1 big store, which he calls a room too, so we'll call it 2 bedroom. Then in the one we live was 2 bedrooms and a parlor and a veranda. That was all. We had to accommodate ourselves in that one. Some refugees who followed and came down, we had to give them my grandmother's house. And they lived in that one. We lived in his own. We squeezed ourselves in his own, not minding that we are about 9 children. plus mother, plus father, plus second wife. You understand what I mean? So we squeezed there. That was war kind of outcome. You cannot help it. There's no other place you can go. And as you live there, we also seen air raids moving, showering, supersonic air raids. Very unfortunately, one day, the supersonic aircraft shot his bullet and right straight on our roof at home. So that made us, the children, go to start building bunker. So Chikokbala is so. Then after the war, I migrated to ENUGU. Came to ENUGU without telling my parents. Everybody was looking for how to feed his stomach. And I knew my parents cannot go back to Ahoda. Already River State do not like Igbos. So they declared us enemy, according to how Nigeria told them. You know? So we had to start struggling on our own. Everybody had to come to ENUGU. Well, I found myself in ENUGU. Luckily, during the war, I participated in the Red Cross assignments. I was trained as a Red Cross worker. And I had their ID card. We go to distribute relief materials to refugees coming. So many towns were devastated by bombs and attacks from the Nigerian forces. So I worked with them to say, look, the Red Cross trained some of us who were from secondary school boys who were interested in saving lives. They trained some of us on how to dodge the aircrafts and all this and all that, dodge bullets from the aircrafts. Once you hear the sound of the supersonic jet, we have to hide. They call them fighters and bombers. We had to go and hide. And some of us were asked to please dig something like a trench, a bunker, and cover it somewhere so that they won't see anybody walking along the street. If they see you walking along the street, that's why they release their bullets. But if you hide under that bunker, even though it is not cemented, so it cannot prevent bullets from coming in, they will not shoot. They don't want to waste their bullets. So that was what I did with my siblings. We had to build something like bunker. Once we hear that, everybody, with my parents, that's how we were saved from the war. So when I came into ENUGU, I saw Red Cross Society along Okpara Avenue. That was their headquarters in ENUGU. I said, but I worked for Red Cross. When I left Nobi, coming into ENUGU, I had never come to ENUGU before. My parents never lived this side of the Niger. They lived in Port Harcourt side. So I didn't think of where to sleep, where to stay. Just go to ENUGU, like everybody is going to ENUGU. As the touts in the motor park, and then was saying, ENUGU, that's where it's happening.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And for Friday, we talked about Anambra State new burial law, true or false. That was a very important conversation with Namdi Abana. Please take a watch.
The government has said.
Okay, the news broke, I think, last week about the introduction of a new burial law in the state, which was lauded by many. Of course, we all know that in Anambra State, burials are very expensive. People don't really bother about their loss or their loss, but they bother about, you know, the things that it will take to bury their loved ones, which is really unfortunate and obnoxious. So when that message filtered in, many people were happy about it, and they praised the state government. But in less than about 24 hours after the announcement was made, the Speaker of Anambra State House of Assembly came out to issue a statement, because actually they said the new law emanated from the House of Assembly. So the Speaker said that nothing of such happened, that there has always been a burial law in the state. You know, so many people started tagging it as fake news. That is the rumored new introduced law. It started tagging it as fake news, you know, which I think is quite unfortunate. I think it's a controversial subject. Even if they had amended the law, I'm sure that lots of traditional forces or traditional rulers and who is who in Anambra State, you know, could have prevailed on the government to rescind its decision, you know, in implementing any new burial law.
Right. So, but in your opinion, why would you say that this particular law around control of burial ceremonies, why would you say that it has so much controversy around it, and why has it received a lot of pushback and backlash from people?
Well, why I use the term controversy is this. Like I mentioned earlier on, when people are bereaved, they don't just mourn their loss, but the family is thrown into confusion as to how to raise the funds for the burial ceremony. Of course, not all families in Anambra State are well-to-do. We just have a few percentage of, you know, people who are wealthy that can foot the bill of a burial. Take, for instance, the in-laws are supposed to bring a cow, an in-law. So then you are meant to cook for the different groups, you know, pay some dues. Every group is expected to bring something, and you are to host every group. You must cook for them, you must provide their drinks, and lots more. You know, in some places, such ceremonies extend beyond a day, some beyond 48 hours, and so on. So that is the reason why people embraced the new law immediately. The purported new law immediately entered the airwaves. They hit a sigh of relief, you know. But now that the state government has come out to say we did not make such laws, I think that the onus lies on the people to go through the House of Assembly to see to it that such a law is introduced in the state. Because lots of people, in fact, some people, what they do is once they lose someone, they'll either abandon the person in the mortuary, or they'll just bury the person, and they call it in Igbo parlance, free journey, something like that. You know, they will say, let's bury the person. When we are ready for the ceremony, we'll come back to you. In most cases, they never return to carry out the burial rites. So
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And that's just about it for what has happened so far this week on Retrospect. It's been an amazing and beautiful time with you this week, this day, okay? Of course, tomorrow's another time for you to join and be part of New Day from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. My name is Christopher Lele. Have yourself a beautiful and exciting weekend.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Hello friends, it is such a great joy to have you right there. I believe you and yours are doing so great, and with so much joy in my heart, I welcome you to today's episode of Gospel Lounge. It promises to be a great show, so information will come to you with inspiring segments which has the capacity to make you a better version of your beautiful self. Therefore, gather your friends and family and let's enjoy the show together. My name is Victor Chief Judge. You're welcome to Gospel Lounge. In Psalms 34 verse 1, the psalmist says, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praises shall continually be in my mouth. A lot of things can actually demoralize you or make someone to really feel bad, ranging from the unfortunate accidents both on the road or domestically, right? The gruesome violence we have in the land today. But in all things, we are encouraged to give God praise, knowing that He is the author of life and all our experiences in this life. Now, you may choose to do this Thanksgiving, whether by dancing or by singing in words, however you want to do this, however that suits you well to give God all the praise. Do it because He is worthy of our praise. Sometimes you can even sing a song all through dance, all to the glory of God. And joining you in this Thanksgiving, we say to God, who has been the source of our sustenance and keeping us, protecting us and providing for us and keeping us alive up to this time, all right? No matter what we are seeing around town, we are still strong and kicking. We say, may His name be glorified in Jesus' precious name. Amen and amen. All right, in our next segment, I just want you to understand that meditation is one powerful discipline one should not joke with in life. However, what you meditate on either builds you or destroys you. That's why the psalmist said in the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 2 and verse 3, it shows us something very thought-provoking. He says in verse 2, but his delight is in the law of the Lord. And in this law, he meditates day and night. Now, guys, the resultant effect of this meditation is in the next verse, which is verse 3. He says, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters. Get that? That bringeth forth his fruit in season. His leaf also shall not wither. And whatsoever he places his hands to do, whatever he engages himself to do, it prospers, because there is something that comes as a result from reflection. So in this segment of reflection, please do all in your power to grab something, because it has the ability to change your life for good. I'll be right back to continue the show with you.
We are local.
International communities observing every just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst
unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and I know you were blessed mightily by that segment of reflection. Please do everything in your power to put to work what you have received from that, and your life will never remain the same again. Thank you very much for joining us. Today, we are going to be talking about something very critical, the woman and her home. It's very, very important that we talk about this because of the things we have seen around town, and we really want to educate our people out there to know what to do. A woman, by definition, all of us know, is just an adult female. And in the context of our conversation, we shall be looking at her office as a wife, all right? That is someone who is married to a male, called a husband or a spouse, as the case may be. So discussing the woman and her home, a discussion that is geared towards knowing her role, her activities in keeping the home, the responsibilities, and the challenges as well. And to discuss this topic with me today, I have a vibrant young woman with so much to say about her. Princess Mrs. Udochi Alisigwe is an identity coach, a multifaceted professional with over a decade of experience in education, where she rose from, to become a respected school administrator known for innovative teachings, method, and a strong commitment to student success. Listen, there's a whole lot to say about my guests. Beyond education, she's a seasoned actress who has played lead roles in over 10 Nigerian movies, gaining deep insight into identity, storytelling, and personal expressions, and all that, and all that, and all that. Beyond that, she's also a committed Christian, a believer in Jesus Christ. So much fire in this great woman. Friends, help me make welcome Princess Udochi. Welcome to Gospel Lounge.
Thank you very much.
So good to see you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Wow. The woman and her home.
Very interesting topic.
A whole lot of things have happened within our environment, and talking about the woman and her home as touching to her responsibilities, what the woman should do in the house and all that. A lot of homes have been broken. A lot of problems, misunderstandings around this very matter, and then one would ask, what exactly should this be? I just want to ask simply, what's your view about this?
Well, my view, the woman is a very, very important factor to home building. I use the word factor because there are other factors, there are other elements. But the woman's role in home building, in making sure that the home is running very well, her role there is very critical.
Okay.
But there is, I don't know, will I use the word an agenda to undermine and underplay her role?
Okay.
That's why we are having a competition between the male and the female, even down to the home. The woman, if she understands her role in the home, she is the light in the home.
Okay.
It's just like when you build a house and you don't wire the house and everything, you will just be enjoying yourself inside that place at night. So the woman's role is very critical.
Okay.
But she these days, a lot of gender issues and everything are kind of pushing the woman's focus away from what really home building is.
Yeah.
She's being distracted by things that are negatively impacting the home.
Okay.
Yeah. So a woman's role is important.
Now, you said something about you while we are trying to, reel out the importance of the woman. You said something about this gender thing. In fact, you prompted the next question I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
gender equality. A lot of people call it the purple concept. Trying to make the woman very independent and all that and all that. A whole lot to say about that kind of concept. But what would be your view to it as touching home building?
In the first place, I want to ask the women who are campaigning for gender equality. Do they really understand what they are campaigning for?
Okay.
By campaigning for gender equality, you are subconsciously admitting to an inequality. I will always tell people that the male and the female are not supposed to be substitutes for themselves. They are not substitutes. Rather, they are supposed to complement themselves.
Wow.
If you understand that the man cannot be exchanged for the woman cannot be exchanged for the man, then you know that this equality in what aspect? A man can never give birth.
That's
Biologically, a man can never become pregnant.
That's right.
So where are you going to start doing your equality equation? The roles have been divinely given. Down to plants. They say asexual reproduction, but they have female and male parts.
That's right.
There will be a fusion for them to create. I don't know where this equality thing is coming from. Equality as in they're saying what a man can do, a woman can do. I don't even understand that, because we are different. We're created to complement. When they come together, they form a whole, and then we create balance.
Yeah.
So a man, what a man can do, a woman can do. Can a man ever, can a woman impregnate herself?
No.
Can a man become pregnant?
It's not possible.
That one is the basic. To tell you what a man can do, a woman can do. Oh yeah, now
A lot of people, when they say what a man can do, a woman can also do, because we are in an environment where the man is privileged to go to work, the woman is privileged to go to work, and all that. You make money, I make money, and all that, and it's really bringing serious problem within the circle, and the home is seriously battered.
Yes. When if you want to destroy a society, you destroy the family unit.
True.
Once you have destroyed the family unit, the society is scattered. Now, when we campaign, we advocate for things, do we ask ourselves, what is the end point? At the end of the day, what are we going, where we will be? By their fruits you shall know them.
True.
When you ask yourself this question, where will we be at the end of the day? Those who are saying gender equality are looking only at the materialistic aspect of things. They are not taking into cognizance the emotional, the spiritual, and other dimensions that make up a human being. You just look at the material things, the physical things. I can dig, a man can dig, I have 2 hands, I would dig, the man can. No, there is more to being a man and to being a woman than what we can physically and materially achieve. A woman, if you go to there are certain things in a home that when a woman is consciously present, those things will be in place naturally.
Yes.
There are certain things that when the man is consciously present in the home, those things will be in place. If the man is absent, you will feel that vacuum. If the woman is absent. So when they say what a man can do, a woman can do, why is there a vacuum being created when a man is physically absent or even emotionally absent and the woman is there? We shouldn't be able, if we are all the same and we can be substituted for ourselves, then we shouldn't feel that vacuum, because once the man goes out, the woman should substitute and become the man and everything should be running smoothly.
Yeah.
So why is the impact of one gender that is absent felt in the home?
You know, you have said something very critical here. In your explanation, you have, constantly used the word consciously. I really wanted to emphasize on this consciousness of a man consciously being at home and a woman consciously being at home as touching their responsibilities. Now, the woman consciously being at home.
Now, why I used the word consciously is because you can be physically present.
Okay.
But your impact will not be felt. Things that you're supposed to notice, you do not notice them. Things that you're supposed to do, you do not do them. That means that you're not there, you're not conscious in that environment. Consciousness means being awake. Some things can happen while you are asleep. But when you are awake and those things are happening, then you can also be said to be unconscious.
True.
Now, consciously means you don't just be physically awake and looking at. Your impact must be felt in the home. Your responsibilities must not be relegated to somebody else.
Yeah.
You must be actively involved in the management of your home. Be you a man and a woman, or a woman.
Yeah.
Because you have a role to play in the home.
Yeah.
If we have the male children and the female children in the home. If your son is going through a phase, let's say adolescence.
Okay.
The father has gone through that phase. He biologically understands what his son is going through.
Yeah.
The mother might have an idea generally as a human being, but because she has not biologically experienced those things, she might not be able to give the best guidance to the son.
Yeah.
Now, when the father is consciously present, he will notice that my attention is being needed by this son.
Yes.
And then he will provide that attention and guidance. That is consciously being present in the home. And same goes for the woman. There are certain things that by our natural roles, if we do not do them, it means we are unconscious in the home.
I'm going to find some trouble now. All right.
All right.
Talking about the roles of women, I overheard a conversation sometime, and in fact, it's one of the things that inspired this conversation. By the statistics on ground, I think the woman earns more than the man.
Okay.
As has to do with employment and work. And now, I overheard the woman telling the husband that I pay the rent and major things of this house, I do all these things. So why wouldn't you do this particular thing? Enclosed, all right? So the question here is, what actually should be the role, or what should be, talking about this being at home consciously, your impact being felt. I'm trying to find a balance to this, because a lot of people, a lot of women, some women anyway, let me just strike a fair balance. Some women, they say, and because I can do this, because I can do that, then the man can do that. And now when you look at it through the traditional lens, this is not okay. What do we do?
Okay, to answer your question, I will cite an example. When we were kids, we knew this couple, but we didn't know what was going on.
Okay.
So it was when I had graduated from the university when my elder sister had a conversation with the woman.
Okay.
And she got to know that all those years, we used to see the husband as a big man and everything. The man was unemployed.
Wow.
Now, the woman was the one who was working.
Okay.
But nobody knew, because she understood the concept of and two become one. Now she knows what her home entails. She said when her husband was employed, that he was the one who would bring out money for this, money for that, money for this, money for that. That all those things that her husband used to bring out the money, she will forward those monies to the man's account. So the man will come back and be telling even her own siblings who were living with them, he would say, go and buy this, we need diesel. He would dip his hand in. They didn't know that the money was coming from their sister.
Oh my God.
The housekeeper's paying of domestic help, the man was the one who was paying, as he usually does. Nobody knew, but the money was being provided by the wife.
My God. This is a hole to take in, man.
Yes. I personally, I have an experience. There was a time that I was earning more than my husband.
Okay.
My own account had problems. For so many years, I used my husband's account as my salary account.
My God.
I was the one holding the ATM card. He wouldn't ask me for it. So some people will say he will abuse it. No. When you understand the concept and two become one, would you divide against yourself?
No way, no way.
Now, it's a whole lot. A whole lot is involved in getting to that point of two becoming one. You don't just marry randomly.
Yeah.
You just don't marry because your friends are and all that. So that you will get to that point of and two become one. Roles in the home, you're now one.
Yeah.
Life will happen.
Okay.
It is left for the spouse who has the upper hand to make sure that my home is intact. A lot of this falls on the woman's attitude.
Why the woman's attitude?
People will say a woman will stay where she finds peace. A lot of blame game is going on, and it's usually the men that we blame for a lot of things. But personally, I have experienced that we women, we contribute a lot to the chaos that we find in our homes. Two people cannot be mad at the same time.
That's right.
There are certain things that you, as a woman, we are more intuitive than the men.
True.
If you tap into your core womanhood, some women want to be men. So they don't even have time to really explore the gift that is given to them as women. They want to be seen as fighters. They want to be seen as shouters. They want to be seen as, I'm not marginalized. In the process, you lose that which we are refined. You lose that which makes you special as a. When we understand that there's a lot in being a woman. It's not just about our biological constituents.
Yeah.
There's a lot in being a woman mentally.
Yeah.
A woman is the one who should douse the fire and not the one who should spark the chaos.
Ay, my God. Please, I want you to repeat this line one more time. The woman should be the one to douse the fire.
Yes, the woman should be the one to douse the fire, not sparking the chaos. You will see something is, your husband is having a hard time outside, and by being a man, he comes back and men are more aggressive, more, they show, they express themselves more violently.
Yes.
So, and then you notice that this man is having problems. He's having difficulty coping with what he's going through. Maybe he's being bullied in his workplace and all that. And then you feel that that is the right time. You have small money in the house to make soup, but you feel because you have listened to one advocacy where they say the man is the one that will bring money for soup, you come back, this man is battling with a lot, and then you are like, nah, and the man is like, can't you see that I'm going through this? And he says, and the woman will say, some will go to the extent of cooking, giving their children, and because the man said he did not have for at that moment, they will not give the man the food.
Oh my God, that's bad.
Now you're sparking chaos. You're igniting chaos in your home. When you notice, some people, it will be at that point that the man is stressed, that they will start listing so many things that will add to the stress. There is a time to keep quiet. I don't know this country musician who's, I love that song so much, but I don't know how to sing. You got to know when to hold, know when to fall. It applies in the home. Yes. When you see what is going, you know when to hold your peace.
And when to engage.
You know when to engage. The mama come and do all the... The woman was not treated like that.
But you see, you are really revealing a whole lot here. And are people out there like, who is this woman? Does she understand this thing? I want to be very sincere. We've seen reports, we've handled issues. There are men that are so difficult, very, very difficult, and to some extent you say they are ungrateful people. You know, looking at the woman, her inputs, she's just trying to make sure, just like you said, she's consciously present and trying to put things up. Now, this man is not really helping matters. When a woman has that kind of person as a husband, what would be your advice to her?
When I'm mentoring people,
okay,
and I have such a scenario, let me use the word, such a case study, I usually like to go back to the root. I will ask, did you see the signs
before getting married?
Yes.
Okay.
There are certain mistakes that we do in life, thinking that we can change somebody. Is a fallacy.
True.
You cannot change anybody.
You can't, it's true.
You cannot change anybody. You saw certain things and you felt, I've seen people say, I will deliver him. I will pray for him. Because there's an attracting point there that you don't want to overlook. Then you say you make yourself the Messiah that will deliver. And when you get into it and you do your deliverance and it's not working, you start crying.
True.
It is not every male that is qualified to be a husband.
I agree.
It is not every female, adult female, that is qualified to be a wife.
I agree.
Do not go and marry a boy and expect him to behave like a man. Do not marry a girl and expect her to behave like a woman. There are certain things, especially when it comes to human relationship, there is a bridge you will cross and there is no reverse. For a woman who is into that, if it's life-threatening, I will advise you to pull away.
Okay.
If it's not life-threatening and you felt initially that it's something you could deliver, I will ask you to endure. Because you went into it knowing with your two eyes wide open. That thing that you were looking for, I will ask you, did you find it? If it's money, I'll say, is the money available? If it's connection, is it available? And it was because of it that you went into that relationship. But you keep enduring because of you have found what you went for.
Oh my God, guys! I hope you are really getting a whole lot from this wonderful conversation. I'm not just going to let her go like that. I have one more question for her, and honestly, I can tell you a whole lot is going on in my head, and I believe people are being helped out there. Lastly, I want to ask, having all this knowledge of what is going on around us today, the evolution, the problem of gender equality, which you have rightly dealt with, and a whole lot of things. Now, there's a generation that is coming up with different kind of orientation of what a home should be. I'm talking about the females now. What would be the remedy? How do we save the upcoming problem? Because if they go with all this, who are they supposed to listen to?
The truth is that we have a very big problem on our hands.
Okay.
Because social media has destroyed a lot of young minds, giving them false impression about what life is truly all about. And some of us who are into humanitarian work, those who are into coaching teenagers and everything, we are trying the little we can to redirect their focus so that they do not get swept away by what's this chaos in the society.
Yes, yes.
The young woman is giving a wrong impression about life. And if you notice, there's kind of a gender war going on now.
Yeah.
The men are hitting back. Initially, the men were quiet. The men are hitting back. The men are working towards exposing the, which word would I use? The bad sides of women, because the women over years have demonized men.
Oh my God.
So now men want to tell them, if we are demons, there are women who are also demons. If you want to crucify us, will you crucify those women too?
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of toxicities coming out from it.
A lot.
And you're asking yourself, these children that are growing up in this age, what is the impact of this war on them? They see men as rivals. They see men as being no good. But the funny thing is, every Saturday, weddings here,
Yeah.
weddings there, weddings here, weddings there.
Seriously.
So I will be happy when I see those things. I say, this creation is more than us. There is a master who is in charge of this creation.
Okay.
And irrespective of what the evil agenda is, and man made them, and God made them man and woman.
Yeah.
So there can never be an end
True.
to man and woman. We will do the little we can to guide the young ones in our environment with the right knowledge, not to see the other gender as a competitor, but as a companion, a life companion. That's the way God made it. If we guide those ones, we leave the rest to God, who is the master, and he knows how to balance his creation.
That's right.
And he will do it.
Oh my God, he is the master and he knows how to balance what he has created.
Yes.
Such a wonderful insight. Before I, Jesus Christ, I honestly, you're going to come back.
All right.
This conversation is not ending here. I'm telling you, because there's a whole lot to bring out from this. We are going to take this to the next level. All right, guys, before I let you go, just call you to action. A whole lot of things have been discussed here, talking about the roles of the woman and the man. in the house. Especially we focused on the woman today, but her approach brought in a very serious balance for every one of us. We know truly things have changed in this our time. So where both spouses are opportune to work, you know, it has proposed the sharing of house chores and all that, but she said something very important. The two become one. So teamwork, make sure you understand yourself. The truth about it is that no one will be ruled out. Once you understand yourselves, you do a very wonderful work as a team. So be it as it may, by design, the divine design, the Bible becomes the manual for the woman who must at all costs keep her home as a virtuous woman, recorded in Proverbs 31. All right? If you read that book, you understand the roles of women as stipulated by God. And then when you read Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1, it says, a wise woman builds her home. Therefore, it's of utmost importance that the woman gets wisdom. I was asking her a question, who should they listen to? You said you heard her say something about training, mentorship, talking to younger ones, because what is coming ahead of us is very, very critical, right? You need necessary skills to build a solid home front where peace and love will be evident. Thank you so much for coming to the show today. It's been a very loving time talking with you, and great insights coming from you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
From all of us here at Signature TV, we want to say thank you for coming, and we wish you well in all you do and represent. Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. And to you, my friends out there, is a very good thing to have you stay with us, listening, and also following us in what we are doing. Thank you immensely for always being there. I'm going to see you right after this short break.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos?
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluwaha. In the headlines, ADC clears Atiku Amechi Hayatuddin for presidential primary as Dumebi faction holds convention in Abuja today. Tinubu sweeps APC presidential primary, secures massive nationwide endorsement. U.S. directs Nigerians and other nationals applying for green cards to return to their home countries for the process. And Putin vows retaliation after accusing Ukraine of hitting students' dormitory. Details in a moment.
Here is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the general public that this month's cleanup exercise will hold on Saturday, May 30th, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. During this period, there will be strict restriction of movement for both people and vehicles, except for those on essential duties who must present valid means of identification or official ESWAMA pass. Environmental court will be on duty and defaulters will be arrested and prosecuted promptly. All early morning spotting activities, loading and offloading of passengers in motor parks, and other commercial activities across the state are to be suspended during the exercise. Meanwhile, ESWAMA wants to remind the public that the payment of sanitation rates for 2026 for both commercial and private residents is ongoing. Kindly make your payment in any commercial bank of your choice or at the ESWAMA office at number 7 Ridgeway Road, GRA, Enugu. For inquiries, please call or WhatsApp us on 0813-553-4440. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has cleared former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, and former banker Mohammed Hayatuddin for its presidential primary, scheduled for Monday, May 25th. A statement by the ADC National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, said that the primary would hold in all the wards across the 774 local government areas in the country. Abdullahi further disclosed that 513 candidates have been cleared for the House of Representatives, 109 for the Senate, and 80 candidates for the gubernatorial primaries. Addressing party stalwarts at a town hall for ADC members in North Central over the weekend, one of the presidential aspirants, Hayatuddin, said the exercise would determine whether the opposition party is actually serious about rescuing the country, saying the party is facing a defining choice between serious leadership and recycled politics. Meanwhile, the Dumebi Kachiku-led faction has announced plans to hold its national convention in Abuja today as part of preparations for the 2027 general elections. Acting National Working Committee Chairman of the ADC faction, Kingsley Temitope Oga, who disclosed this in a press invitation issued on Sunday, stated that the convention would bring together party leaders, delegates, state executives, youth and women representatives, as well as political stakeholders from across the country. He said the gathering will deliberate on the future direction of the party, strengthen its internal democratic structures, and oversee the emergence of members of the National Working Committee, as well as other critical decisions concerning the party's participation in the 2027 electoral process. Presidential candidate for the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has denied avoiding former Vice President Atiku Abubakar ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Obi, who made the statement in Cape Town, South Africa, while attending the Spear Dialogue 2026, a Pan-African governance gathering said there were few individuals who are as close as he is to Atiku. He said he never runs from anybody, but just has his own way of doing things. The remarks come against the backdrop of a bruising few months in their political relationship, after both men had jointly adopted the African Democratic Congress as a coalition platform to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election. Obi stated that his departure was motivated by unsolved internal problems and ongoing legal disputes that had diverted the party's attention away from national issues, rather than personal differences with Atiku or party chairman David Mark. Human rights activist and former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has declared his intention to contest the 2027 presidential election. Sowore, who disclosed this in a media chat, said that preparations for the primary election of the party are ongoing. He stated that the AAC is yet to complete its submission process for the digital registration requirement for political parties as demanded by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Sowore said that his ambition is driven by a desire to win the presidency and offer what he described as a fresh direction for the country, insisting that the political class has failed Nigerians over the years. The activist has previously contested the presidency under the AAC platform in the 2019 and 2023 general elections, and has consistently positioned himself as an alternative to Nigeria's mainstream political establishment. The 2027 general election is tentatively scheduled with the presidential and National Assembly votes set for January 16, 2027, followed by governorship and State House of Assembly elections on February 6, 2027. The ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, on Saturday reaffirmed the political dominance of President Bola Tinubu as he secured landslide victory across states of the Federation to clinch the presidential ticket. Tinubu, who is seeking a second term in office, defeated fellow aspirant and businessman Stanley Osito in the nationwide exercise conducted under the APC's direct primary system, which allowed party members across the country's 8,809 wards to participate in the selection process. The primary, held simultaneously across state chapters of the party, recorded overwhelming support for the president from APC supporters in many states, further cementing his hold on the ruling party ahead of the 2027 contest. The presidential primary concludes the APC's internal electoral process ahead of preparations for the next phase of the party's political activities. Vice President Kashim Shettima has departed Abuja for Cotonou to represent President Bola Tinubu at the inauguration of Romuald Wadagni, President of the Republic of Benin. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications in the Office of the Vice President, Stanley Nkwocha, who made this known in a statement, said that Shettima would join other leaders across Africa and beyond at the event, scheduled to take place at the Presidential Palace in Cotonou today. He said that Benin and Nigeria share deep historical, socio-cultural, and economic ties, adding that their bilateral relations are frequently defined by border security, trade policies, and energy cooperation. Nkwocha said that the Vice President who is being accompanied by senior aides and top government functionaries, would return to Nigeria after his engagement in the Republic of Benin. The former Vice President of Nigeria and Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Yemi Osibanjo, has urged Nigerians to channel their acts of charity and philanthropy towards creating opportunities that will bring people out of poverty. Osibanjo, who delivered the 10th anniversary memorial lecture in honor of the late traditional ruler of Aduachi in Oji River local government of ENUGU State, Igwe Vincent Ilo, stated that efforts should be made to make people engage in income-generating activities instead of making them perpetually dependent. He urged governments, institutions, business leaders, and citizens to invest in structures that create lasting opportunities for people.
So the future of social impact lies not only in helping people survive hardship, but in empowering them to overcome hardship. In empowering them to overcome hardship permanently. This is the shift that we must embrace, from transactional giving to transformational investment in the lives of people and communities, from temporary relief to long-term resilience, from dependence to empowerment, from charity as sympathy to charity as strategy. So sustainable social impact begins when we stop asking merely how much did we give and start asking what systems did we change. A bag of food may feed a family for a week, but access to education, to skills, to financing, and opportunity can transform generations. Building a shelter may save lives today, but building affordable, inclusive, and sustainable communities creates stability for decades. Donating to schools is commendable, but reforming educational systems, investing in teachers, in digital access, in innovation, creates lasting national development. This is the difference between relief and renewal. Good philanthropy in the 21st century must become catalytic. It must ignite possibilities to be sustainable, and it must strengthen systems rather than seek to replace them. It must create ecosystems of people to become architects of their own future.
Osibanjo observed that corruption and acts of impunity in both private and public life have continued to deprive many citizens of resources meant to improve their well-being, thereby worsening hardship across communities. He therefore called for reforms that would strengthen institutions and educational systems to create pathways that would make such institutions more responsive to the needs of the people.
We need philanthropy that supports innovation, that supports entrepreneurship, that supports education, healthcare, that supports sustainable housing and inclusive economic growth. We need investments that create jobs, that strengthen institutions, investments that empower women and young people, and prepare future generations for a rapidly changing world. Perhaps it is time for us all, leaders, institutions, businesses, and citizens, to rethink what it means to give. I think it is time for us to move beyond charity, because that only alleviates suffering. We can actually build systems that eliminate the causes of suffering. We can move from the occasional acts of kindness to enduring structures of opportunity.
The memorial lecture attracted traditional rulers, political leaders, academics, business figures, members of the Achi community, and friends and colleagues of the Ilo family members. The federal government has allayed fears that the adoption of AI technology would lead to job losses in the public service. The Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Kashifu Inua, made the revelation at the 2026 International Civil Service Conference held in Abuja. Inua, who was represented by the Director, Stakeholder Management and Partnership Department, Dr. Aristotle Onumo, stated that the AI technology should be viewed as a tool for the advancement of productivity rather than a threat to human relevance. He, however, noted that the jobs of people who refuse to upskill themselves may eventually be affected by those willing to retrain and adapt, while those willing to retrain and adapt will benefit immensely from AI. He said that NITDA had commenced agency-wide AI capacity building programs for all staff members, while employees whose traditional roles were being transformed by automation were being reassigned and redesignated into emerging AI-related functions. He explained the importance of maintaining human oversight in AI deployment, warning against the complete removal of human intelligence and accountability from governance systems. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says the ongoing foundational reforms in Nigeria's education sector are aimed at empowering Nigerian youths and preparing them for global employment opportunities. The minister made the remarks during a bilateral meeting with the UK Minister of State for Skills, Baroness Smith, on the sidelines of the 2026 Education World Forum in London, which focused on expanding practical cooperation in skills development, technical and vocational education, digital learning, and workforce readiness. Alausa said that the Federal Ministry of Education is aligning education reforms directly with labor market needs to ensure young Nigerians are better prepared for emerging economic opportunities, with sectors such as clean energy, healthcare, engineering, digital technology, and artificial intelligence receiving priority attention. In her response, Baroness Smith commended Nigeria's education reforms and welcomed deeper bilateral cooperation in skills development. She also pledged to advocate sustained United Kingdom support for the Global Partnership for Education ahead of the September 2026 replenishment campaign. The Nigeria Police Force says it has commenced disciplinary action against Newton Isobei, an officer who threatened to kill anyone who filmed him while on duty. In a viral video, Isobei also threatened to shoot dead every passenger in a bus should someone in the vehicle film him while he is on duty. The police officer, who claimed that he has spent 26 years in service, lamented the poor working conditions in the force, warning that the boss who gave the order that police officers should be filmed will bury those who attempt to film him.
Any day when I did work, duty, as an officer, I did with my rifle, I did work, make somebody video me. Make that oga, when give an order, someone at the video us, he go do your burial for you, he go bury you, now he go bury you. The numbers of how many una be una go keep away, now he go bury you now. Allah. They burn anybody where video me when I'm on duty, performing my lawful duty in Nigerian government, Nigerian police for 26 years. They will suffer. They suffer every time, every day suffer. Uniform, and not buy nothing, not do for, not give us, not do anything, not no accountability for us for any life. Who died to if not be this one, the IG when just come new now. Begin they try to amend things. They help people. Look at people when their papa don't die since how many years. Who this IG enter now? He begin give them their insurance, give them their benefit. Just the walk, monkey the walk, babu the chop. All my body na bullet shot, gunshot, na full on. Still they suffer. They look body.
Statement. The force public relations officer, Anthony Placid, said Isobei, an assistant superintendent of police, has been summoned to the Anambra Police Headquarters, where disciplinary procedures have commenced. The force spokesperson said that recording the activities of police officers discharging their duties is a legitimate tool for public accountability and transparency, which should not attract harassment. The Anambra State Police Command also confirmed that the officer is currently at the Anambra State Police Command headquarters in Oka for immediate disciplinary procedures, and that the outcome of the disciplinary process would be made public in due course. The Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of Finance and Administration, Ngozi Ezabata, who briefed the press, on behalf of the command, charged officers of the command to remain professional, emotional balanced, and respectful in the discharge of their duties.
Gentlemen of the press, the Anambra State Police Command wishes to formally address the public concerning a viral video currently circulating on social media in which a police officer was seen threatening violence and engaging in conduct unbecoming of a member of the Nigerian police. Following a prompt review of the video, the command immediately identified and arrested the officer involved. The officer is an assistant superintendent of police, ASP Newton Isohai, serving in the command. In line with the disciplinary standards and ethical code of the Nigerian police, internal disciplinary proceedings have since been activated against the officer. As part of the ongoing investigation, the officer has also been subjected to a drug test to aid the command in establishing all surrounding circumstances and ensuring a thorough and transparent process.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, has opposed the lawsuit filed by Dangote Petroleum Refinery, challenging fuel import licenses issued to marketers, warning that restricting imports could expose Nigeria to supply disruptions and monopoly control. NNPC is arguing before the Federal High Court in Lagos that granting Dangote Refinery's request to void or restrict import permits would threaten the country's energy security and destabilize fuel supply. The legal dispute centers on import licenses issued or renewed by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to fuel marketers and NNPC. The company also argued that the regulator retains discretionary powers to manage imports under Nigeria's backward integration policy, and that there is no mandatory prohibition on fuel imports except in situations where domestic supply is sufficient. The NMDPRA has applied to join the suit, widening the legal battle over fuel import policy and Dangote Refinery's growing market position. Dangote Refinery, reacting to the move, filed a suit in April against the Attorney General of the Federation, arguing that the licenses undermine local refining and violate provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. Marketers had also kicked against Dangote Refinery's suit, saying it would destabilize the country's downstream petroleum sector, warning that restricting imports could weaken competition and threaten supply stability. Ebola risk now at highest level in DR Congo, WHO. Senegal's president sacks prime minister after months-long feud. Details from the international scene.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The United States has directed that Nigerians and other nationals applying for green cards return to their home countries to apply for the process. Spokesman of the service, Zach Kalla, said the policy would help reduce the number of migrants remaining illegally in the country after unsuccessful residency applications. The statement noted that except in extraordinary circumstances, foreigners seeking adjustment of status would now be required to process their residency applications through U.S. consular offices abroad under the supervision of the United States Department of State. The agency explained that the policy would particularly affect temporary visitors such as students, tourists, and workers who enter the U.S. on non-immigrant visas. The statement added that the agency would be able to dedicate more attention to applications involving victims of violent crimes, human trafficking cases, naturalization requests, and other immigration services under its jurisdiction. In December 2025, Trump temporarily halted the processing of green card and citizenship applications filed by Nigerians and nationals of other countries newly added to the U.S. travel ban. The suspension affects legal immigration applications handled by the USCIS and mainly targets immigrants from selected African and Asian countries. The risk from the deadly Ebola outbreak has been raised to the highest level for the Democratic Republic of Congo as the toll continues to rise. The World Health Organization said at the weekend that it upgraded its risk assessment level from high to very high for the DR Congo, while keeping the regional risk level at high and the global risk level at low. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus said the situation was deeply worrisome in nearly 750 suspected cases in the DR Congo and 177 suspected deaths. He said the situation in Uganda is stable, with 2 confirmed cases and intense contact tracing and other preventive measures. The WHO chief disclosed that while a U.S. national who was working in the DRC has tested positive and been transferred to Germany for care, another U.S. national deemed to be a high-risk contact has been transferred to the Czech Republic. Tedros said that violence and insecurity were impeding the response to the outbreak in the DRC. WHO Chief Scientist Sylvie Bryant said the UN agency was making an inventory of all existing tools which might be useful in combating the outbreak and then prioritizing them with safety and efficacy the main criteria. Let's now turn our attention to what is happening in the world of sports with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria's under-17 women's national team, the Flamingos, are expected to return to the country on Sunday following their impressive 5-0 victory over Guinea in the first leg of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifiers in Côte d'Ivoire. The team is scheduled to depart Côte d'Ivoire on Sunday with a stopover in Lomé, Togo, before arriving in Lagos. Following their arrival, head coach Hakim Busari and his players are expected to return to their training base in Ekene to begin preparations for the decisive second leg encounter against Guinea. The Flamingos produced a dominant display on Saturday's first leg tie, thrashing Guinea 5-0 to take a significant advantage into the return fixture. The second leg of the qualifier will take place in Nigeria on May 31, with the aggregate winner securing a place in the next stage of the qualification campaign for the
That's a wrap on our midday news this Sunday. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished declaring why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Me and you are the same person. Now just this system, we focus on this system. Last year,
My guest announced to his social media followers that he had been involved in a ghastly accident. When you see the images of that accident, you will wonder how he came out alive.
So don't push the blame on me. Why did you protect yourself?
And he says that happened just as his career was entering another level. His name is Kelechi Udegbe. He's one of the finest actors in Nollywood. When directors want an actor that will deliver complex characters, Kelechi is one of a very small tribe that they reach out to. You've seen him in blockbusters like The Trade and The King of Boys, Return of the King. You've seen him in critically acclaimed classics like Nimbe, like Mami Water, and like Eyimofe, This Is My Desire. But that has been a blessing and a curse. Because he doesn't do the celebrity thing and have the millions of followers, even though they know he can deliver. Many producers say to him, do this one. How does he survive that? How has that even made him better as an actor? What was it like to lose his father again, just at the point at which they were going to build a stronger relationship and was going to take off as an actor? What has all of this taught him about life?
And you, what do you do? I make exquisite final resting places. Coffins, okay? What about the afterlife?
And what is it like being respected by all the big awards, from the EMVCAs, the AMA Awards to a free? Kelechi Udegbe shares his lessons about life, about work, about growth with Chide today.
Come for me.
One of my favorite metaphors, I think, for you've been in some of the most critically acclaimed movies over the past at least 10 years.
Yes. Yes, at least.
At least 10 years, Yeah. You've been in some of the most interesting projects, Nimbe, I think.
Yes.
You were certainly in Nimbe.
Yes.
You've been in Ojuju.
Yes.
And of course followed, the director couldn't let you go.
Yes, yes.
So I've been in casting, not casting rooms. I've been in rooms where they are thinking of cast for characters.
Yeah.
And when they are trying to think of complex roles, you know that.
Yeah. Yes.
Your name always comes up. Why do you think so?
Well, so I had this conversation with the people I'm working with, and they said, Kelechi, see, it's not like you're not good, but you're not like a commercial actor. I said, what do you mean by that? I said, like, you're not like, when it comes to the being out there, you're not out there. Truth is, if I wasn't acting, I don't think I'll be on social media.
Right.
Really, because I'm not that kind of person. I just concentrate on my work. So you're more of a director's actor, an actor's actor, So when you're thinking about, okay, we need someone to play this character is, that's when you think about Kelechi. But when you want to think about, we need like maybe numbers or something, that kind of thing. So,
how do you feel about that?
Well, it's a bittersweet feeling.
Yeah.
It's sweet because I realize that people understand directors, producers, fellow actors. They understand that this guy is absolutely insane. That when it comes to performing, he's top notch. He's out there. He's at least one of the three. If you call one of the best thing in the country or something. But now when it comes to like because I can't really blame indie producers or everybody wants to make money. So it's more like Kelechi try and be out there more a bit. But what am I out there? What am I going to be doing out there? I don't know how to fake. That kind of thing. I don't know these controversies. I kind of run away from them. I just want to be on my own, go to set, work, come back home, eat, sleep, and So, but I'm learning. I'm learning. So it's bittersweet.
Yeah.
It's sweet in a way that people realize, my people I'm in the industry realize that this guy is an awesome talent. But it's also bitter in a way that sometimes you're like, we need to we need people with a lot of followers and everything. And they were like, oh, okay, Kelechi, maybe I have to release my needs or something. And then
But it's funny, you know, one of the things about I love it. You should release your news. Let your fans reflect. Another thing is the thing that filmmakers say that is really rubbish, because they often say this thing about if you get a lot of people with a lot of followers. But if you look at movies, many blockbuster movies, many movies that have a lot of people with followers, still end up suffering at the box office.
My brother, you see, say, it's a good say when you talk this kind of thing. I just shoot to pidgin. Like, I don't even know. It's a good say when you talk some kind of things. You talk to people who really understand. Because the truth is, sometimes you might have 1 million followers, right? Yeah. And then you put a trailer out there, and the trailer has lots of views and stuff. It does not guarantee that those guys are going to see the film. Yeah. You know, that's another thing. And most times, films sometimes make you get numbers, you know. Personally, you know, that kind of thing. But that's what sometimes you don't understand. Yeah. Also, it's not guaranteed that if you have like 10 million followers or 5 million followers or 1 million followers, or you have a lot, that people are going to see that film because she posted that you are in the film. So like Funke Akindele, for example, she has hacked this thing, and it's been. I was having a conversation with one of my fellow actors, and we talked about how she has been in this game for so long. She has hacked that market. She knows how to. She has made. You know, not be saying she just come out today say 1 billion. No. Yeah. Yeah. From I Need to Know, Going, or Jennifer, and all. You know, she's been in. I think it was recently I found out she's been in the Yoruba industry for about 17 years. You know, before she now kind of switched again to English. So
the first Jennifer was a Yoruba movie.
Yes, it was. You know, so she's been there. She's, you know, so it's not just her having followers. It's the fact that she knows how to market, and it's still money. Yeah. You know, because no matter how good the film is or the product is, you need to, you know, you need some money to follow up. Like there's a film I'm on Netflix, Adire.
Yes.
People see, they like it a lot, and they're like,
it's still on the top 10.
It's still, yes, and they're not marketing this film, they're not pushing it. But you know, when a product is good, sometimes the word of mouth does a whole lot of wonders for you. Yeah. But also, we can't remove the fact that no matter how many guys you have in the film, you still have to spend money to market that film. Yeah. And that's the truth. Yeah. And even when you have guys with followers, when you bring money to market it for you, it's better. So it's not just, oh, he has followers, the film was, no, it doesn't translate like that. Sometimes some films are just good, and people just like it, and then, you know, like I can remember Timaya's first album. I never knew who Timaya was. My cousin just came from Port Harcourt. I think, I get one jam, you go listen to Timaya. Okay, I said, who is this guy? Immediately I played the album. I personally was. You know, you need to listen to this. You need to listen. If you listen to Maya's first album, it wasn't even mastered well.
Yes. Of course, now.
Recently, it wasn't mastered well at all.
Everything is raw. Like,
it's raw. It's like
out of studio, first cut. It was sticky. It was magnetic.
Yes, it was. You know, so sometimes, and for us, for music, I think they've hacked it. So for acting, for production, we need to understand also that sometimes stories itself, good stories will fly. Yeah. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to put everybody in it, but the story is good. Yeah. It will fly. Like Adire, we had a lot of people in it, but the good thing about Adire was, it was characters, and everybody could stand on their own. Yes. So it wasn't like, this person was trying to sell the film, or this person was trying to sell the film.
Even the wordless character.
It was just...
who I had never seen in a movie before this. It turned out to be this. As I went to research him, I found that he's the writer.
Exactly.
That's what a good performance does.
That is what it does.
Yeah.
That's what it does. Yeah. So most times, even any character is no small role. Yeah. Yeah. Like, when I started at some point, sometimes I say, Kelechi, if you do 2 things for us, I'm like, let me read what you have. I remember Abba's film. When he was making his film,
Lost Okoroche.
Yes, Lost Okoroche. I had always wanted to work with Abba because there's some directors and some, you know, you like, man, even if I want, make one for the road, you know, make just as they go, you know. So Abba called me, like, we met somewhere, and then he called me and said, oh, I want you on my film. I'm like, yeah, Abba. So he sent me the script, and he told me the character I was going to read for. After reading the whole script, I'm like, bro, you should say not the character of this, because it was just one scene out of the whole film. And like, it's just one scene, and, you know, if I was going to do it or not, I was like, oh, man. I took that one scene, I looked at it again, I'm like, no, there must be something here. There's something I'm not seeing. Because the first time, I was just reading because I just wanted to go through the story, understand the characters, and see what I was playing, and I'm like, no, I need to read this thing again. So I read it for the second time, I read it, and I kept reading it, I stayed looking for, because I just had one scene, like Eminem's song, you just have one chance to blow. So, you know, so I read the scene, and then when we were going to shoot, my God, after the scene, there's some people that saw it. I'm like, why is it just one scene this character had in this film? So actors need to understand that. Sometimes it's not about screen time. It's not about playing. Sometimes being a lead character of some things will mess you up because you might not be strong enough
for that. And then,
for that.
Yes.
You know, so sometimes like Samuel L. Jackson in Coming to America, it was just that scene, and then from there they're like, okay, who's this guy? That's it. So for me, it's how you
perform.
It's how you perform. So sometimes they say Kelechi, it feels also. It's somehow like when it's bittersweet. Sometimes they don't want you to be like the lead guy. They want you to be like the support, or At the end of the day, I'm okay if I like the story and I like the character. But one thing I know you would know is you will think I am the lead or I own the film. That's one thing I will make sure I do. So I advise when people want to come into the acting or something, like don't look at any role like small. Like what you're saying, the guy who wrote Ajire, I still look at him and I'm like, wow. Like, maybe because he wrote it, had enough time to but it's not that. If it's not there, it's not there. So.
Collision Course was a departure from that norm, because in Collision Course, we were one of the leads of Collision Course, essentially. And that caused a stir across the internet. I think it was nominated for several awards.
Yes.
The AMVCAs, Best You have also won Best. So AMVCA, AMA, Best of Nollywood.
So my AMVCA story is very funny. I've been nominated 4 times for AMVCAs. And I've won nothing. Because I was thinking of myself, I was like, see, for my profile, I would just put most nominated MVCs. I think one of the things about MVC is, for me, like with Collision Course, I won Best Actor, Afri, won Best Supporting Actor for AMA, the Collision Course, because they are jury awards. So me, I always prefer jury awards because the time for please vote for me, I don't know, and I feel like tell this guy, say today, I beg you, let me vote. You just okay, I will, and then. Man, Nigeria issues too much. If you just turn around and something has happened, so you understand. And then how you spending all the kind 5K to vote for me? And so sometimes for me, voting awards are okay. They are awesome. But for me, I don't, it doesn't really work for me because, well, it doesn't work for me. I just prefer jury awards.
Yeah, of course.
So AMVC, I nominated 4 times. So the first time I was nominated for AMVC, I was so excited. It was for Humphrey Day with Stanley Ohikwai. Humphrey Day, I was so excited. I got there and then, I didn't win. I really felt bad because it was my first major nomination and, that kind of thing. So second time again, I was nominated alongside False the Bad Guy. So, I was, False the Bad Guy. I realized I didn't go in because, then he won because he had more, they had crowd, they had people and all. So the third time I was nominated, I said, just give me a quote, Rookie. Give me a Rookie! I was like, give me a Rookie, I was next. I don't come again. Go. Because I knew I tried to go. I told my people who vote, I didn't know the same thing. The fourth one, I beg you, how would they flex a cool hotel? For me, that's just it. Because being nominated for me, AMVC, I feel like a winner also. So for, Collision Course got me an Afif award. It was one of Afif got me, Ama, she got some other, Bolani also Peters. And how I got that role was very crazy. I was filming with Michael Pankes in Ikorodu. We were doing a film together. And me and Michael were just bonded. Because, you meet some people and you just feel like, you've known for like forever. So just for and I said, okay, after this, he was going for, it was supposed to start a job with BAP. I'm like, BAP, wow, she's doing a film. I was like, cause BAP now, I'm like, oh shit, And he said they've been doing an audition reading since, it's been long. So I said, man, this one don't think. So, but I was on that set the next day. I got a message from James Amuta. Like, come to read for BAP, come to so for read. I'm like, Pankes, this is not the same job you're telling me about they're supposed to start. He said, yes. I said, okay, I'll go read. Okay, fine. So, that job in Ikorodu, we didn't finish on the exact day we were supposed to finish. And that's one thing about industry work. That's why I don't promise people, I'll come to your birthday, I'll come to your this. You never can tell what happened on set. So we didn't finish. I had to call James. Look, we didn't finish this. I can't say I want to cause when Ikorodu. I can't do this shuffle. So he said, okay, he will talk to BAP and stuff, So later, James calls me and says, she says not to worry that, people, cause a lot of people had read, not to worry. She said she would just pick some of that of people had read and stuff like that. I'm like, was feeling bad. Next thing, he calls me again and says, she says I can still come in. I'm like, okay. So I came back from Ikorodu that Monday, on Sunday, Monday. So I went to it on Tuesday. Got in there, I read, it was like two pages or something. Like, oh, okay, we're fine. 2 or 3 pages, they're fine, go. So I left. I'm like, okay. Got a call, I think it was the same evening or the next day from, because I'm sure they were already planning to film.
Yeah.
From, what's his name? Culture. Oh, please.
Joseph.
Joseph. Oh, Joseph, forgive me. Big Joe. So I got a call from him, like, so it was, it was surreal because I was supposed to be part of the process, the first place, because a lot of people had read for, but like BAP, that's one of the reasons why I respect her. She has an eye for talent. Yep. She doesn't do, okay, this person is, face, this one is, she just goes for, this person fits what I want to do. Yeah. So it fits what I want to do, So it was awesome. And working with her also was, because sometimes, in the industry, it's harder for females. Not as actors, but as maybe directors, crew members, producers and all. So, while we were on set, at some point she looked at me and like, where have you been? How come I don't know you? I'm like, it's my mission.
I now know. You're supposed to be a man of God, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I guess I was a man of God.
Yes.
Yeah, so she just wanted. Yes, so she was like, and that scene where the last scene where the accidental discharge. Yeah. It was fun because, the script, they didn't say accidental discharge. Right. It was like, guy was shot. But she was, the director follows the story. She followed her. I'm like, she doesn't really, because this is not really what she's trying to, So she was like, her and Daniel should go to our friend's house. Somewhere I like phase one. And we just got there. I'm like, oh, my brother, I like F4, man. And there's this rice on the farm. Like, oh my goodness, what's going on? So we talked about the scene. Yeah. And that's to tell you the kind of director she is. Yeah. If you, no matter who you are in the industry, it's teamwork. You see, that production assistant could have that idea. So if you allow people around you to express themselves, you do so much. You do so much. So we're there, and then we talked about this, and that was where we crafted that scene and all. And then it was beautiful over a plate of food. We just sat down, but that's how she is. She allows you to express yourself. And when you go to Terra Culture, people that work with her, they're also lively and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Production Course was saying, shout out to BAP, Joseph. And
how did this all start? For many people, I think the first time it appeared you hit public consciousness, for some people, was Officer Titus.
Titus na fish. Titus na fish.
Yeah. But that wasn't the first thing you've done, of course.
No, in fact, should I not lie you, I never knew I was funny. You see, these are some of the things, like, discovering yourself is till you die. Like this morning, during the sermon, one of the things Pastor Sam's wife said was, in this time and this place, you'd see people next to you say,
you go to Daystar too?
Yes, I was converted to Daystar. I was born, bred Catholic. I'm still, my family very Catholic, but that's going to Daystar. I don't get a choice. Not by hook or by hook. No, by hook or by hook. Yeah. So like she was saying this morning, she said something like, in this time, this period, people will really discover. Some people will discover like, are they so close well? Some people like, I don't know say if you do this, beat something, because the situation and the system, this not really to push you into negativity. It should spur you on to be more creative. So like I say, discovering yourself now until you die. In fact, so that's why people say, I will never do this, I will never do that. Wait. Give yourself some time. You might find yourself in that position, and everything you thought you knew about yourself,
go out.
You know nothing about yourself. You realize that, oh my God, so this is who I am. Nobody is born today and say they want to kill. Nobody wants to become like an armed robber or something like that, When we're all growing up, so what do you want to be? I want to be a doctor. What do you want to be? Like, nobody says, I want to be you understand? I want to rob. I want to kill people. But at the end of the day, sometimes people find themselves in such situation. And then they just realize after they've done the deeds, my God, I just killed somebody. So don't lead us into temptation. I did not know I was funny. So when I started acting and all, because, you know, this is highly recommended. You feel me? I'm squinting because I'm short-sighted. So most people just see me like, they either feel like I'm very high or something.
You're doing bad guy.
Yeah, a bad guy. Or like, I like your eye. You're sexy. I'm sexy. And they try to see. In fact, I want to put out a disclaimer. Like, I don't get problem with people because when I'm not wearing this, I can practically pass you. Like this, like you shouldn't say, I feel not pass you. Like you're Kelechi, I'm like, shouldn't know you.
I get that.
You get, so it's caused issues between me and a lot of people.
Yeah.
But they don't know. It's people that understand. Someone, in fact, on my street one time I was passing, then someone was telling the woman that was selling something. My family was like, this boy is saying, wow, something, you know, the greets, you know, they just do like saying so. You know, I say, he not see you. You guys say, how impossible? Person just pass. He say, wait, when did he pass back? So I was going back now, you know, so I looked at that direction, but I didn't see the woman. You know, I saw the woman, but I didn't see the woman. Yes. So I don't walk past. You know, Kelechi, I said, hey, what is she? How far? Yes. I like him, like, greeted her. Then, she not told the man, in front of me, like, what's I tell you? And the guy was like, I know someone, bros, now you?
Yeah.
You see, you been here when I pass. I say, I know.
Right. So that's the glasses is recommended.
So it's very recommended, you know. So then my glasses were like, this guy. Now you go be the guy we key that person. And now you go be the bad guy you know, these people that then go rape this guy, now you go do that, they look. You know, it's always, you know, or the lover break person heart or something. So it's never, you know, because there's a lot of stereotype in the industry.
Yes. So nobody had ever seen you as a comic actor.
Yes, you can't even blame them because people want to put their money where their mouth is. I don't want to bring out money and lose.
Yeah.
You look like, just do it. And I know you can do it well. You know, so people have never seen me. So it was Imam Moran. I did all sorts of trouble with him.
Right.
It's a short film, all sorts of trouble.
Yeah.
So
that's what did happen, Macaulay. Was it?
Yes, Macaulay affair. Yeah. Imam is somebody that most of his films, his character. So I'm always having like a mustache or something. He does something to me. More understand. I don't know why me and him are like, you know, when it comes to the character acting, I still do coffee salesman with him. I play 2 characters in the film.
Right.
You know, so.
Right, okay, so this one.
Yeah, so in all sorts of trouble, he gave me this character, and after doing the short film, like, guy, you're funny because there's some things the character did, and like, you're funny, oh. And then I landed Officer Titus. It was Daniel F. Young. He was working with Danny there.
Right.
So he was trying to develop, so he was trying to develop concepts on Danny, like, you know, he was working with them and all. Yeah. So he had this idea, like, traffic guy, stuff, and then he called me, so let's see what we could do and all that kind of stuff. So it was, you know, when you tell jokes, they're kind of different when you want to act them out. It's harder to act out a joke, easier to tell a joke. Absolutely. So it's a joke about a last man guy entering the car or a policeman, and then he sees there's a dog in the car and all that kind of stuff, you know. Talking about it the way it happens to be funny, but acting it out, it's not another thing. So I'm like, okay. So the characters was the titles. So we talked about the story, but the characterization was just all me.
Right.
Bringing that character and all.
Right.
So after the first episode, it was like a trial and stuff. After the first episode, it was almost like, that was the beginning of like skit and stuff, but then it was like short videos, short films.
Yeah.
It wasn't, you know.
Yeah, there was no skit culture then.
No skit culture then. It was, so even this guy, Kuleido, Frank Donga, was like Danny, he was DOP too. Yes. He was cutting and editing, you know, so we were like, you know, Jade there was in charge of Danny.
Danny Mafia.
Exactly. From Danny, a lot of people have left. Even Mo, the DOP, tall Mo.
It's Martha. No, Mo. Everyone knows Mo. Yes.
Yes, the tall DOP. Yeah. So, on Danny, a whole lot of people have left.
Come out of Danny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we did the first episode and then released it online, and it was like, wow, what's going on? And then we just started doing it. And from that, people just saw me in that light. Like, he's just a comic. Yeah. He can't do nothing much. He's just a comic.
So from one stereotype, stereotype.
You just walk out of this stereotype and walk into another stereotype. Yeah. So, like, it's your fault. You do it and you do it too well. Okay, what can I do?
Yeah.
You know, so.
But the good thing about it is that the flip side of it is that you're going to continue to get work for a long time.
See, the thing is, when they ask me, what kind of actor are you or you want to be? I say, I want to be a present, continuous actor.
I like that.
Present, continuous.
Yes.
Examples.
Yeah.
Like an RMD.
Yes.
He still there. Till tomorrow, you want to hire RMD.
You can't go anywhere. You find it.
You're still talking about how much. His value is still, in fact, it's like the more he breeds, the more value.
There's so many of them. There's
Ramsey Noah.
She's not in your face.
You go and look for if you want. You go and look for
my auntie Yeti Doyle. And
Tinamba.
When she Letitia started her career, this was what people used to say. They said, she can only act complex roles. But then when you give her the role, she would deliver. And then she used to be like, no, I can do more. Who knew that all of that? People were paying attention. This woman is a high quality.
Yes.
And so now the roles are coming for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
For her, for Tinamba,
for
Carol.
So most of them. So I think present continuous. And it's not just, you have to work, you have to learn, you have to. So I've been in stereotype is my thing. So, it's my thing because from the bad guy who's always killing and doing anything, worked into the comic part.
Yes.
Then the comic part, it's there to, lover boy. Yeah. From there, the policeman. Is your neighborhood policeman now? I'm like, okay, guys, I can do other things.
Yeah. I love that. But two of your roles, I mean, they've done a lot of interesting roles. I think you've done a lot. You're in a Emo Fair as well,
Emo Fair?
Yes, but the two of my favorite roles of yours. One is The Trade. As the main character, since we cannot call the main character Evans, the main character henchman. And I remember when they came to arrest you, tried to run. When you did the Okelechi thing, the way you reacted, you have. I can understand why the stereotyping does. I can understand why, because the way the character switched from panic to what are you going to do? This is a classic Kelechi move. And even in the cell,
yes, when he was being
interrogated,
I did something there. Yeah. So Uchenai Najuju Debwe, and that's my surname.
I didn't even get that. That was such a Kelechi movie. That character. Yes. And then King of Boys.
Yeah.
Your character skulking in the shadows.
You see, for me, film, it's a route to escape. It's so I grew up loving cartoons, and why I love cartoons is it's so many impossibilities, but yet it's possible in there.
Yeah.
So many things impossible, but yet in that world it's possible. So that's why I love them, and I have a lot of thinking of myself, being so many things. So film is just a way, So it helps. It helps me because, you have to just bring out those characters and, so you do this and people actually think that at some point, when I was doing subtitles, like, yeah, you don't work for last one before. Because this is exactly like, they'll tell you, because they just came in and that's how they jump into your vehicle. That's what they, I'm like, no, I study. So if you tell me, you're playing this character, you might not have seen me in the character before, but what I do is, I try to study. I look for, like, Imo also helped me because he was like, go and watch this film. Go and watch this film. Look at this character alone. Because there's nothing new in this world. There's no new story.
Yeah.
There's no new type of acting.
Yes,
there's nothing new.
Yeah.
So the only thing you do is, how do you tell it? So how do you make it happen?
Yeah.
So you tell a story of the Prince and the Pauper, rich guy, poor girl, rich guy, It's still the same thing, but it's told in different ways. So how do you tell your story to make it interesting? Yeah. So how do you bring this character to life to make it interesting?
Yes.
You can take a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of this. And I don't lie. I'm not afraid to say it. My colleagues, I watch them a lot too. Someone like Gabriel, someone I'm like, how do you do it? Oh, okay, correct. Blossom, yeah. Okay, good deal. So I do that a lot though. It's not, but do I have my own, but I try to take from people. It's easier. It helps you so that when you're adding it to what you have, it's easier. Yeah. But if you say, I want to be the first person to, brother. Okay, there was this thing we did, Year of the Gun, but filmed in flight. So I was supposed to be a stammer. The character was playing Mondo Sumo. I was supposed to be a stammer. Okay. So I was just like stammering and all. The director came and said, no, wait. He held me down this way on my chest. He held me, say talk. But I just tried talk. He tried. It was, and I said, that's it. So you understand that those things come from inside. That's why they're really angry. Because they don't.
They can't even speak.
Can't speak. And then you breathe. And then you're, so it's, you count for something. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me, Kelechi.
Yes.
This has been a fantastic conversation.
Yes, bro.
To meet you.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to more badass roles.
Yeah.
Both in the supporting, which is fine.
Yeah.
Also in the
lead,
where you belong.
Yes, so yes, like Two-Face you could see. Again, how you go sharpen because it be like say it doesn't happen. Two-Face, my favorite guy.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm sure you guys had a whole lot of fun-filled Easter holiday. Today is still Monday, Easter Monday. I'm sure some people are still in the village. Some people are still in their vacation. Some people are still enjoying their holiday. But here we tend to bring you interesting stories that is making rounds in the entertainment industry. A whole lot happened during the weekend. So let's start by controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert Blessing CEO and her partner IVD have deactivated their social media accounts amid the ongoing controversy surrounding her cancer claims. A few days earlier, Blessing CEO had appealed to the public for financial assistance after announcing that she was battling stage 4 cancer. So, however, shortly after, she faced intense backlash online over allegations that the claim was false. Critics accused her of manipulating a cancer patient's medical reports to make it appear as though it belonged to her. Amid a growing criticism, she later clarified that she does not have stage 4 cancer, describing the earlier statement as a miscommunication. The situation has sparked widespread outrage, with many social media users condemning her actions and calling for the return of donations made. In a new twist, both Blessing CEO and IVD, a Lagos-based celebrity auto dealer, have now taken down their social media accounts. You know, when this whole thing came up, everyone was worried, scared, praying for her, wondering what could have happened. You know, in fact, one very striking comment that got me laughing when she uploaded that video, when someone was cutting her hair, was the person said, "Are you not the one that cut this hair and you're trying to tell us that you have cancer?" You know, so I laughed. That was the only person that made the comment that looked like this could be a trick, right? So days continue to go by, and Very Dark Man, the controversial content creator, had to tell her that, okay, you came up to tell us you had stage 4 cancer. Okay, why not show us your medical reports? Show us, because she came up to say she's selling her houses. She started selling some certain things to get funds, because she came up for people also, her fans, to raise funds for her treatment and chemotherapy. Right now, Very Dark Man was worried. Okay, yes, let's say you have stage 4 cancer. Can we see your medical reports? That's the normal thing they'll always ask people, right? Can we see your medical reports? Can we see receipts of things that, because that's what they do, you know. Most people that come up for fundraising and all, they always do that. And she had to go ahead to bring up a medical report, but you know, people had to do their findings, and the owner of the report came up to say, oh, that he's not going to take it light with her, because that report she showed them is a report of their mother, who actually has stage 4 cancer. So it's more like you invading their privacy and bringing it out there on social media. So she has had conversations with Daddy Freeze. She also had an interview with Arise, which we saw. That, you know, the fun thing, if this case was a case that is happening in another country, she'll be sued, because you came up to deceive people, you manipulated people, and people use, in this economy that people are looking for what to eat, you manipulated people to raise funds and they sent it to you. All you could do is take down your social media accounts. Now people are do you know, I don't even pity them. I keep mentioning, I keep emphasizing, I keep saying it, that we all deal with emotions than logic. We are too emotional in Nigeria, we are too religious in Nigeria, and that's why we are always being played. Yes, there are people that are like there's nothing that comes out of Blessing CEO's mouth that seems to be true, and but you can't really say, because trust me, if maybe she had fans that listens to her and everything she says, this has changed every narrative. There are people that don't listen to her. There are people that feel like everything that comes out of her mouth is false, right? Okay, me, that I was even worried, because after she made that video, people had to start tagging Saida Bodge, and they were like, say something about her, you guys have been rivals for long and all, she has cancer, maybe you apologize, maybe you guys should settle, because cancer we've never heard that cancer has found its cure or anything. So I think you guys, you know, she came up and she made her peace, she made her statement that, is she sorry for whatever she said before? No, she's not. But she's still wondering how she got stage 4 cancer. That does she even know what it means for somebody if you have stage 4 cancer, her skin is still beautiful. You'll be colored white. We know you're close to the grave. That's what stage 4 cancer is. People were like, do you even know what stage 4 cancer is? Do you know how they look? Do you think, because stage 4 cancer is not stage 3 cancer. If you had said she has stage 3 cancer, I would have said, okay, it's possible. Stage 4 cancer, you wouldn't even have the energy to talk. Do you guys know that she responded to Saida Bodge? That was when I concluded that I don't think this is true. Now, what are we saying? She has manipulated a whole lot of people in Nigeria. She has manipulated her fans. She has manipulated people that looked up to her, that listened to her. What were you doing this thing to gain? Is it to raise funds? I don't know. So you're wishing stage 4 cancer upon yourself. That's even what came to my mind. Because tell me what exactly you plan to gain with all this. I will still say it. If it was in another country, she would be sued. In fact, she should be running from one court to another, because it doesn't make sense in any way. Anyways, moving forward, popular Nollywood actress Patience Ozokwo, widely known as Mama G, has spoken candidly about the financial challenges confronting many actors in Nigerian film industry, attributing the issues to the absence of royalties. So she made this known during an appearance on the show Curiosity Made Me Ask, hosted by Isbe. According to her, most actors are paid only once for their roles, regardless of how much revenue the films continue to generate over time. So Ozokwo explained that the payment structure leaves many performers financially vulnerable, which is why some are forced to publicly seek assistance, despite having spent years working in Nollywood. Drawing comparisons with more developed film industries, she noted that actors in those systems continue to earn residual income long after production ends. In many cases, such royalties even extend beyond the actor's lifetime, providing financial support for their families. The veteran actress added that the lack of such structures in Nollywood has pushed many actors to explore alternative platforms, particularly YouTube, where they can directly monetize their content and generate more sustainable income. That's why it looks like YouTube is oversaturated. It's not oversaturated anyways, but YouTube now has so many TVs that we tend to watch movies, both interesting and non-interesting ones, all because they are not giving royalties to whom is due. And the truth, I actually agree with her, because I tend to wonder why some of these great actors, veteran actors, those elderly ones tend to come up to start seeking for fund on social media, when we know that they had the possibility to earn so much money and even keep for their safety when they are done and retired with Nollywood. But unfortunately, the system didn't provide that kind of luxury for them, because as soon as they want to start a movie and they pay you for being part of the movie, that is, they are done with you, right? So any other money that comes up from that movie, it doesn't go to their pocket anymore. It goes to the production team, either the director or the producer, whomever that owns the movie, right? Which is so bad. That's why I just wonder what the country is doing to the entertainers, especially Nollywood. It looks like entertainment is a different country on its own. There is no attendance. I know some people would say, is there even any part of the country that the government is paying attention to? Of course not. But the truth is, let's talk about the entertainment industry. It's as if they're working for themselves, be it the music, be it fashion, be it movies, be it arts, name them. Even our tourist centers, it's as if they are working for themselves. It's personal. People just go there to develop it and make their own personal money. There's no what is it? There's no honor to whom honor is due. If you check some awards that are given to people in other parts of the country, you see them giving them 5-star honorarium. Even if they are dead, they keep giving them honor. They keep giving. There are funds for them. It's as if they take responsibility for them, because without them, wherever Hollywood, Bollywood would be by now, it wouldn't be there. So, but when it comes to Nigeria, it's as if they are being neglected. It's as if no wonder African parents, when you tell them you want to be an actor or an actress, they see that it seems you don't want to do anything in your life. Same thing with music, all because the funds are always raised by you. Except maybe you have a concert or something, then you tend to see sponsors and people that would maybe pushing money into that particular thing you're doing. But as far as entertainment is concerned in Nigeria, it's as if they are all on their own, which is sad. So now drink giants like Pepsi and Diageo have withdrawn their sponsorship of the Wireless Festival in London, which is set to be headlined by US rapper Kanye West, who is also known as Ye. The rapper is scheduled to perform 3 nights at the festival in July as part of his European comeback tour. However, his involvement has sparked backlash due to the past anti-Semitic remarks. So the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has expressed concern over the planned performances, while advocacy groups, including the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, have called for a ban on his entry into the country. Live Nation, the festival's organizers, has yet to respond to the situation, but criticisms has also come from London Mayor Sadiq Khan and other groups. The controversy extends beyond the UK, with oppositions to West's tour also emerging as Marseille, where local officials have voiced disapproval of his scheduled performance. Now, West, who has previously apologized for his remarks, recently faced further backlash after releasing a controversial song that was subsequently banned by major streaming platforms. That's the problem. You already have a problem and you're entering another one. Moving forward, Nollywood actress Lillian Afegbai, popularly known as Lily Afe, has apologized to the organizers of the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards following her earlier outburst over not being nominated for the 12th edition of the award. In a post shared on her X page on Saturday, the actress admitted that her apology should have come sooner and acknowledged that her previous remarks were unnecessary. So she explained that her reaction stemmed from feelings of hurt and entitlement, noting that it was out of character. She also reflected on her journey in the industry, stating that she had struggled with feelings overlooked for a long time and had seen her recent project as a defining moment. So Afebai admitted that she was wrong, expressed regret over her actions, and appealed for understanding, assuring that she would strive to do better going forward. As expected, because when she made that statement that, oh, they should eat their nomination and award, I was like, this girl is pained. Because yes, was To Kill a Monkey part of the nominated movies? Of course it was. But she was not even the actress to them that was nominated. Her name was not written anywhere. And yes, we know that there are faces in Nollywood that needs to be in the spotlight, but unfortunately it's not their time. So she felt like, oh, she's entitled. She knows she's been working so hard behind, and there are some movies that had put her in the spotlight. So she felt, okay, this is the moment, and she needs to get her flowers. But unfortunately, they didn't give it to her. So that's why she had to feel that way and post that on social media. So she's apologizing. Hopefully her apology has been accepted, because she made this post on Saturday. So Nigerian rapper Phyno thrilled fans with his free The Phyno Experience concert in ENUGU here, drawing massive crowds and delivering high energy performances that celebrated his Igbo heritage. The event features several memorable moments, including the artist bringing his festively dressed daughter on stage, adding a personal and emotional touch to the night. So the concert was further elevated by surprise appearances from top acts such as Olamide, Jerry, Gwande Cole, and Ivado. Phyno also gave a shout out to Very Dark Man, reinforcing a message of unity within the Southeast music scene. Fans praised the electrifying atmosphere and the rapper's strong connection to his roots, with the concert aligning with the festive spirit of the Easter celebration. Take a look.
You guys, I'm so ready. I want to sing. Okay, I'm going to sing a song for the princess.
That was a fun-filled event. I mean, if you missed it, I'm so sorry for you. Well, that's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. Going a short break, and Social Trend is up next, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Social Trend segment. Here we tend to talk about what exactly is trending on social media, particularly X. So the latest stunt echo, this is a drama between D1 and Very Dark Man. D1, okay. Let me not dig deep. So the latest stunt echoes a recent legal dispute involving Very Dark Man, who had accused businessman B Lord for using his image without permission on billboards, a case that led to B Lord's remand at Kuje prison. Now, in response, Very Dark Man reacted swiftly to a video shared by D1, captioning it, "Sokoto prison is calling this one." As fans speculated about potential lawsuits, the incident intensifies a feud that began in early 2025, which has mixed personal digs with satirical commentary on the upcoming 2027 election. So far, no official legal action or campaign posters have emerged for the ongoing disputes. Now, this is a skeletal story. A video is coming up, right? D1 made a banner and actually put Very Dark Man's picture. This one is not, I think it's a reaction to the fact that B Lord is in Kuji prison. So D1 got a picture of Very Dark Man, made a banner, put it on it, wrote some caption, and of course under it you'll see City Boy movement, and people were like, at what point, right? Because I mean, it's gonna bring up mixed reactions, because people are more like, at what point did Very Dark Man join the City Boy movement, APC and all that, right? Because they know him, that he has never been in support of this government. He has never been in support of whatever they're campaigning for. So people were wondering, right? But of course, I didn't have it with D1, because I mean, why are you buying matters when it is not? It's not time for comment section now. Why are you buying matters, right? Okay, let's take a look at the video. So he was just telling them how he wants the banner to be placed, how he wants them to arrange it and all that. I was shocked. I was surprised. In fact, my first question is, even if Very Dark Man wants to make a banner of himself as one of the city boys campaigning for APC and all, D1, how would he go with you? How would he be with you, D1, right? And remember, he made a statement concerning the B Lord saga between both of them, and this whole fight started from 2025, which we know, right? So let's see what netizens and how they are reacting to this particular video. Ayodeji Benga Daniel said, D1 rest now, person no reply you for years. Kilode, aside Very Dark Man, you don't have any content again. Well, I think D1 is beginning to turn to a very controversial content creator at this point, because we know him as a comedian. So how at this point did you turn into this person? Yes, they've been having this feud since last year, so maybe this is a comeback. We don't know. So let's have the next comment. Maria said, all these are still minor. Make he use very dark man face for business without his approval first, and see, maybe he no go chop beans with stone. Okay, this is actually a sarcasm that looks like what B Lord did. Let's have the next comment. People actually. The matriarch said, very dark man is a coward. Wow. Okay, very dark man is a coward. What's stopping him from responding to D1 if he's not hiding anything? That's the truth, because very dark man has not said anything, and I actually felt this because very dark man will actually respond to things very quick, but maybe he's tired, or I mean, he was in ENUGU yesterday, right? He was part of the concert, so he has not had the time to give him a response, or maybe he doesn't want to. But we don't know very dark man as that kind of person that let things slide. He must answer you, right? So maybe this is to actually add kerosene to fire by saying he's a coward, to ignite the the tension, to make him say something. Because me myself, I actually want him to say something. This banner is giving up, is trying to tell us something. We know you that you are not part of this, you're not in support of it, you're not in support of the whole campaign and everything. So how come we are seeing a picture of you and actually with D1 that both of you are not in good terms? So let's have the next comment. This one is quite long. Kelvin said, them no one am now. Oh. All of them they laugh, but when very dark man respond, una go say he they oppress people. Secondly, una no talk say this they distract una now, but when very dark man respond, una go say he they distract info revolution. Okay, I think this person is siding very dark man. What is it trying to say? Whenever content comes up and people are reacting to it, people tend to come at whomever comes up to react. It's just like you being a controversial content creator, an activist, and you react to statements or videos that people have made, so it gains traction, and the main focus that is happening in the country, you're not discussing it, so people will be like, we are misplaced priority, we are giving attention to what is not necessary. And also, what is it trying to say? That people will not come at D1 now that he's doing this, but when very dark man responds, they will come at him that he's discussing something that is not relevant in the country right now. Okay, let's have the next comment. Splendid said, nothing come out, very dark man will not answer you, it seems you are looking for followers. D1 rest Kwanu. Let's have the next comment. Mr. Tommy, they said, I swear very dark man and this guy are working together, and they are working for the same boss. If you know, you know. How? I'm shocked as you too. How are they working together? How are they working for the same boss? Okay, at this point we need very dark man to come up and say something. Now let's have the next comment. We did D1 back. Very dark man no go do anything. I personally will support him till he enter Kuje. Oh, wait, I personally will support him till he enter Kuje. Okay, the first part of this comment looks like, okay, he's in support with D1 until the last part. Which one is you personally support him till he enter Kuje? D1 is, let's not conclude till we hear from very dark man, because he would file a lawsuit against you. Why are you using his picture to create a banner? And again, it could be true that they are working together. Fingers crossed. Let's wait till very dark man says something. So let's have the next comment. You see this quote on the billboard is a quote from very dark man himself, which is that part where he said governors out of 35 governors are with APC 2027 is that particular statement. So this guy now is saying that it's a quote from very dark man himself, so legally very dark man cannot win him. And secondly, this is not what B Lord did. If he knows he have balls, let he do comedy. Okay, let him do comedy show and put very dark man face on it. as guest or performer, then he would have break the law. Okay, I think this is quite justifiable. What we're not sure of is that particular statement, if it is something Very Dark Man can actually see. Like I said, let's not conclude until we hear from Very Dark Man. We know he's not that kind of person that would keep quiet. He wants to say something. All right, that's all I have for you on Social Trend this hour. Up next is an interview we had with a guest who is a travel lover. He loves going to tourists, and he tends to have conversations with presenters. He's also a presenter himself, so you're going to enjoy this particular one. Listen and enjoy the rest of your day.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Come Chidi Eden.
Good to be here.
You're already clapping for yourself before I even did.
It actually feels so good to be at the other side. All the time I have to be the one doing all the questions, so it feels so good. It feels so good to be a guest. So good to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Right. Good to be here. I love your hair. Actually, it looks great.
Thank you. So I really want to know, right? A whole lot of people are interested in making normal storytelling movies and all. So why are you interested in making travel shows for TV?
Actually, I think I'm more interested to know, because when you know better, you do better. So I think it's not just about travel. I think if you think the world is so small, but if you get to travel, you understand what it means to actually see the world, to understand the world and why people behave in a certain way. So I think that's what I really wanted to know. As a very young child, I wanted to understand what it means to travel, what it means to tell our stories. I think we're from a very, very rich, continent, and we don't tell our stories. We let those stories go down. So I want to be part of the people that actually champion narratives that showcase Africa in the best possible blend. So I think I'm very happy of the project that I'm working on, and I hope to showcase more, to show the world more of what we do.
So you're that kind of person that likes to explore?
I love to explore. Okay. And not just exploring, I love to eat the food of the people there. Really? So I think that is what makes me travel a lot. What do they like to eat? What can I have? What, those kind of things. I mean, explore every possible thing that you can. The food, the culture, the clothing, whatever you can do, anything possible.
Well, the sad thing is you're not even in Nigeria, you're based in South Africa. So why did you leave our beloved Nigeria country to move over to South Africa to do this whole thing?
Well, I kind of feel like South Africa will always be home to me, just as Nigeria. South Africa gave me the certificates that I have, the intellectual capabilities that I think I have to put together a story, what it means to tell a story, what it means to talk about a destination, so I think, but Nigeria will also always be home. That is where you get to tell people, listen, you've traveled, but you can make this happen. And that is why I'm here in Nigeria. So you gain all the experience you need outside of Nigeria, gain all the knowledge you need to make the country better, and then you come back to Nigeria to share what you can share, what you can do, and of course tell Nigerian stories on a global platform, in a global way, and a global standard.
Impressive. I think that's one thing I like about this whole travel thing. because I'm very particular about exploration. I like to see things. But when you walk into a new location, what first comes to your mind? Is it the design, the people, or the story?
Well, I'm very much from a travel. When I mean a travel, I'm very much from a place where I need to see, okay, what makes this place pretty good for me to stay. So I think because of what I work on, I really love design. I kind of feel like, okay, how soft is the bed? How is the environment? Do I come out and see a very cool spot where I could, take pictures? I love to take pictures, so I mean, so do I have a good spot where I could take pictures? What can I show Instagram? If you didn't post it on Instagram, it didn't happen. So if you did not post it on Instagram, it did not happen.
Okay, I'll take it that one now.
So I think those are the key things I look out for, and that draws me more to the architecture, to the design, and of course to the comfort I get to enjoy in the space. Then afterwards we can go to, okay, what can I have to eat as well? How are the people treating you, which is very important. So I think you can look at travel from different sports, and it's very subjective to what you think it is for you. What it is for me is not what it is for you. So I think when I get into a place, I'm very particular about the design and of course the architecture, because that shows that there's going to be longevity. That shows in the next 20 years I could come back to this place and there was no flood. The flood hasn't taken away the place. It's still there for us to enjoy.
Yeah. Was there any particular place you produced a movie and you're more like, oh, I'm not gonna do this no more?
Do you want my honest view on
Yes,
that?
please. Yes, please.
Okay. It's not that I don't want to go back there anymore, but I feel like it's the circumstances surrounding actually working there. So I'll start off with first of all Lagos, Nigeria. So yeah, I'll start off with Lagos, Nigeria. So things like the heat. Things like, when do you have to get to work? Oh, traffic held me on the way. You're trying to get onto work, because I broadcast the show as well. I'm trying to get work. Okay, we need to be at work at this time, and then, sorry, I'm still in traffic. Some things like that. So I feel like it's very important that I have a bit of comfort whilst I deliver my work. So I deliver my work in a very standardized way. So I think I've had that experience in Lagos, and surprisingly Dubai, the weather was practically 50 degrees on that day. I was soaked, I was sweaty, and of course when you have to deliver lines, you need to know what you're doing. So I think it's those key things that I'm very, very big on comfort. So if I don't get comfort out of something, it's just like, no thanks. But so these are the key things. But to be honest, I am always excited to go back to Lagos, always excited to go back to Dubai. But I feel like those two experiences I've had were like a more of, okay, check the times of the year that you have to shoot. So it's not more of a regret. It's all about, okay, cheating. You need to check the best time of the year to be there. You need to check the best time of the year, of course, to get the best experience out of it.
And I don't know, have you ever maybe made a story about it, the whole the grid, the whole noise, the whole traffic, maybe create a story about Lagos, Nigeria?
Something is coming soon. I will be very quiet.
So that means I'm too fast right now.
Something is coming before the year ends.
Yeah.
Something is coming before possibly a new TV show. Who knows? Something is coming soon.
Great. Now tell me what it's like behind the scenes, right? Because I know that producers tend to do a whole lot. We don't even see much, right? So I want to know what it's like behind the scenes. Do you dream that, okay, I'm about to go to ENUGU State and I want to shoot a movie in ENUGU State that tells ENUGU story, and the whole chaos that comes with it? You've just talked about Lagos, the traffic and all that. I want to know the other behind the scenes stories that happens in other locations.
Okay, so I think when it comes to things about pre-production, there's a whole lot that goes into it. And the most important is the money. When you're shooting travel, it means you're spending quite a lot. So I think it's that process of going to look for the money, trying to convince sponsors, listen, we can do this, we can deliver this, we can get this done. And we shoot a very luxurious show that requires a shitload of money. So I think that those are the key things that are very, very concerning for us as producers and of course directors. And of course you have to pay a team. And when I mean a team, an extremely professional team to deliver on the standard of global, relevance. So I think those are the key things. I mean, when you get into a state, when you get into a city, when you get into a place, you don't control what is there. You flow with the story of what is there. So I think you can't change anything about the people, but rather you can tell their story. And by telling their story, they discover that, oh, we could change this, we could do this better, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that. Oh, this is how rich our culture is. This is how people take in our culture. So things like that are very, very important. Then you get into the production itself. So the production itself is what everybody sees, and that's the exciting part, where you get to see a finished product, you get to see the presenters maybe in New York, you get to see the presenters in South Africa, in Montague, you're seeing them taking pictures with a big brand. So you'll be like, I want to be like this person tomorrow, but you gotta be careful what you want to wish. What you need to be a bit careful, because it takes quite a lot to get there, but it's hard work and it's something that is definitely achievable. So you want it, you go for it.
Impressive. Now, most movies tend to teach you different things, maybe morals, discipline, confidence, and all that, a whole lot. But travel stories, I want to know what in particular. Would you say that it influences people to explore the world and, try new spaces?
I'll tell you something that I know that travel has done to people I know around me, and of course to me. Travel teaches you that you can do it. I can tell you that is what it teaches you. You can do it. You can be in that space, because travel is one place you can be in an aircraft and see the president. Normally, you wouldn't see you can do it. Travel is that thing that teaches you that when you walk through a first class in a plane, you're like, I need to be here tomorrow. And you find yourself after traveling, getting back home, you're like, that already, the aircraft experience already has changed your mindset. So it's not just about the travel itself, it's about the things you experience. So now imagine a whole lot that you can experience whilst traveling, but that aircraft experience, you come and you see other people in business class, you're walking all the way to the economy class. That already is an experience that you might never forget. And then you forge ahead to get into somewhere and you see people. Let's take for instance Cape Town. You get to Cape Town in Camps Bay, you see a property that is over 20 billion naira and you see that it's bought and the people are wearing shorts and very chilled. Oh really, you're speaking with them casually. That already starts to change your mindset that, listen, you can do it. And when I mean you can do it, everything in life is achievable. Do you want it so bad? So that's what I believe that travel does.
I think you shouldn't just be a producer. You should be not a motivational speaker, actually. What do they call them now? Those people that say, go ahead and get it. You can do it. The pastors, the preachers, and all that. That's what you should be right now. So have you ever faced any production challenge that make you maybe want to change the line of a story?
It is what it is. You get there. Let's take for instance. Why I say it is what it is that it's a job. So you're going to face challenges as you go. First of all, you could be filming and just lose content. You could be filming and the hard drive crashes. You could be filming and then I'm not sure if you know the South African rapper who passed on in 2021. I interviewed him on Monday and he committed suicide on Wednesday. So actually, when I mean interviewers, we were at the, let's take for instance, I was at this spot, I was interviewing him and he passed on Wednesday. So that already has changed the storyline, because you can't even figure out that he was going through something whilst you were interviewing him. So I feel like it is what it is. Once it's time, it will be what it will be. So one of the key partners that I also started the show with has passed on. So we've changed what the TV show used to be like, and we've now made it into more of what I want it to be like, because I mean, he's not going to come back from the dead to, change this. So it is what it is. So you swing it as it comes. Whatever comes your way, you swing it and you go.
I love your spirit. Maybe I should tap from it. Okay, so before we let you go, right? What's one thing? Okay, we've asked that. How do you balance authenticity with entertainment? I mean, traveling is exploring the world, trying to learn people's culture, their language, their food, and all that, which is the entertainment part. Yeah. But like, how do you now balance the authenticity, which is the shooting part, and the entertainment part?
I don't hide my feelings. Luckily as well, I'm the presenter of the show, so I do not hide my feelings. One thing that I'll always say is, I say it as it is, and you can't beat me, because when I'm talking, I'm the president. You don't speak.
So you're that guy with God.
Oh yes, because it takes a lot to run a television program that broadcasts across TV in Africa and of course on Amazon Prime in the UK. So it's not something. It's a TV show that we pitched when I was 20 years of age. So it takes a lot to take that risk. So I think I say it as it is. If it's not the right place, but I kind of feel like I'm a bit lucky I don't get to go to somewhere that will actually make me say it as it is.
Because they're gonna beat you.
Well, we have a very, very strong behind the scenes team that scouts a very amazing casting director that, once she says, okay, Chidi is not going to like this, you don't waste your time. So she knows what I want and she goes for the very best. So it's always, oh shit, this place is super cool. This place is the most amazing place I've been on earth. So she knows what I want. She knows the key pillars of the show and we go for it. Not that we're not looking to explore things that are a bit, relatable to the grassroots, but it's very important that we stand where we're out to show Africa in the best possible way, to elevate African media. So we find out that the whites come to Nigeria to tell a story. They're in Makoko. They're going to places the children are hungry. How about showcasing Ikoyi? How about showcasing Banana Island? How about taking a trip to Obudu Cattle Ranch? What happened to places like Guzape in Abuja? Well, those key things. So how about showcasing those places? Why can't you show Africa in a limelight that actually brings tourism, that actually brings investment to us? So I kind of feel like our job is to do, to fill up that loophole where people are not showcasing the right things about Africa. And that is why we will always go for the best. So me having to say it as it is actually in the best way that I'm saying it. So no negative vibes. We say only the right things.
High five. I like that actually. I like the whole hour, the authenticity, the guts and all. What did I say I'm going to take home now? A whole lot. If it's not on Instagram, it didn't happen.
Yes. Hey. So tell your stories on social media. Very important. We're in a social media age. Your phone needs to be constantly active. And when I mean constantly active, not being active that there's an accident, you're trying to take a picture. But what I mean
that trends.
Join TV.
Well, that trends too, but the question is, on what grounds?
Okay.
So it's very important that you make memories for yourself, because you gotta make time for enjoyment. On the days of nonsense, it just comes naturally. So whether you like it or not, challenges are going to find you. Whether you hide yourself in the room, it's going to knock and come in. Even if you say come in, even if you don't say come in, it's going to come in. But the most important thing is that you make out time to share memories. So you make out time to look back at what life has been for you, and that keeps you in your grateful bag.
Wow, Chidi Eden. I enjoyed this conversation. I wish we had so much time, but we are out of time, and the next show is meant to come up. So thank you so much for joining me for this conversation, the whole exploration, the whole motivational quotes and everything. I do love it. High five again.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope to see you guys pretty soon.
All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more conversations like this, interesting segments and trending stories in the entertainment industry. Follow all our social media platforms. Join us same time tomorrow at channel 265 on SLTV. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen. Welcome to
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The festival not only showcased the rich heritage of Igbo people, but also drew people from diverse backgrounds, fostering unity and cultural exchange. This annual celebration honors the harvest season with its splendor and accompanying musical display. As the community comes together, the festival strengthens bonds, preserves cultural identity, and inspires a sense of pride and belonging. In his remarks, Igwe Emmanuel Ugu, the Reverend Monarch of Iba Agwanike Kingdom, noted that the celebration is not just about the yam, but a testament to God's faithfulness
We are celebrating, like what I said, what God has done to mankind at a time when the earth, the water, the air, and the fire, in combination unison, unite together in love to be able to give mankind food.
The chairman of the Hausa youth in ENUGU, Aliyu Adamu Kwankwaso, praised Igwe Emmanuel Ugu for his exemplary leadership, describing him as a unifying force that has brought people together through his accommodating and visionary approach.
Okay, my message to Igbo people is let them continue to support Igwe. Igwe is non-tribalistic Igwe. You can see we in the Hausa community.
A lecturer at Godfrey Okoye University, Ferdinand Danikwe, offered insightful perspectives on why yam is revered and celebrated in Igbo culture. According to him, yam is not just a staple crop, but symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and resilience.
One of the reasons our people celebrate yam is the fact that yam has been given a primary position, very powerful recognition all over Igbo land and beyond. We celebrate yam and we call it the king of the farm. You see, in Igbo cultural anthropology, you find out that the yam plays a lot of roles.
A highlight of the New Yam Festival was the induction ceremony, during which some worthy individuals were sworn into the Igwe's cabinet.
The palace is a place where you invoke the power of God, and where you invoke and convoke the blessings of the Almighty God. So thank you. You're welcome as a member of this family.
What brought me here is to thank my father and to support him for the New Year Festival. But in the turnout of the event, I was officially adopted and indoctrinated into the royal familyhood.
I'm here because I'm one of the inductees, one of those that the Igwe has found worthy to become ambassadors of this great kingdom.
The New Yam Festival transformed the venue into a vibrant spectacle, with dazzling masquerade displays, captivating music, and dynamic dance performances that electrified the atmosphere. The Iba Agwanike women were not left out as they took the center stage, proudly showcasing their farm produce and celebrating the season's harvest. Beyond the cultural showcase, the festival also served as a platform for fostering peace, unity, and intercommunal relationships, drawing people from far and near. And for the Ibagwa people, it was a celebration of triumph of the community, as well as its culture and tradition. Gonowalo reporting for Signature Television.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
minutes. Questions.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Ubani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries, you know, to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book, or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. And we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election. And one important one has to do with the time lag, you know, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May. But the court has now said, no, this is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, you know, so we are going to look at the implication of, you know, this court ruling. And with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin, and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you, Dr. Okeje. You're welcome to the program. It's nice having you, and to our listeners, viewers, we say, you know, stay with us, and we're going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Go on's book launch.
Well,
you know,
okay.
So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I have not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, it's his own thinking, it's his own understanding, and he's entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, you know, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So But the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time, as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him. And then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt. And then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians with his Nigerian prayer, that's one thing we have known him for. So, after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who he is. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that, Doctor. Looking at the book, I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours, after the end of the war. And here we are. Do you think that those 3 hours, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and were carried through, after the war? Any reconstruction, one can talk about in the war-affected areas, especially the southeast, where we are today. Any rehabilitation? Is the unity there? A lot of people said God will unify the country. Is the unity there? Is it possible that he succeeded? Because after the war, he was head of state. He was head of state. The war ended in 1970. He was overthrown in 1985, July 29, 1985. So he has 85 rather. Is it? 75. Yeah, 75. Right. That's 75. Yeah. So he had 7 years after the end of the war. Did he implement those policies that he initiated after the Civil War?
I think you have moved from the book launch to some other thing, because the
that's still part of the book.
The 3 R's is a government program, not his personal program. Yeah. But I can tell you that the war damaged Nigeria, or at least damaged the eastern region. The damages of the war included personal houses, personal homes, personal companies. I'm not aware of anybody who had a company or who had a home damaged during the war that received compensation, that was helped to reconstruct. A majority of the schools in the war-affected areas were owned by missions. Catholic Church had the most, followed by what is now called the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Methodists, Baptists, few government schools. Bishop Okoye was the assistant bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese. He made efforts to reconstruct the schools that were damaged. I attended a Catholic school. The government didn't do anything. What they did was to seize the school and say we had taken it over. People should go to school, there will be no fees. But before we arrived, they said they had formed Parent-Teacher Association without the parents, without the teachers, and asked students to pay levies imposed on parents and teachers. People who were poor. Government facilities like Ojiriba Power Station. My father worked there. It was a functional power station before the war. But it's not here now. So where is the reconstruction? The Nkalagu cement factory. The federal government invested in the company to reactivate it. But it was part of the people that killed it because the production process was a dry process. You needed to feed it with coal, put in the kiln to burn the limestone and produce cement. The coal corporation was not rehabilitated. So Nkalago is gone. I don't know what is rehabilitation, except that the war also helped some people, helped us in a way. Many of our leading academics and administrators were working at the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and the federal government. Many of them who came back because they were no longer safe remained. Nsukka was a university, all right, but it was just a university. The major people who were driving the university were foreigners attracted by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe because he studied in the US. Those people ran away for their lives during the war. They didn't come back. So it was these people who came back from University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, who reinforced Nsukka and got it to where it was able to recover somehow. There was the second National Development Plan to succeed the first National Development Plan, 1962 to 1968, which was from 1970 to 1974, yes, which the government started. If it was part of the reconstruction, it affected people outside the war-affected areas benefited more because the Federal Commissioner for Works, Alhaji Okunu, although he was yes, although he was classmate with a lot of Igbos in King's College, but he took it upon himself to be bitter with the Igbos. You know, he was openly, even in the Executive Council, enunciating that things should not be done here, and nobody sanctioned him for it.
Okay.
You know, this book has come. It's good that it has come out, so it can be examined. I've not read it, but I know that I have read a lot of accounts. It's from Umahia. He used to sympathize with the Northern People's Congress before the war. After the war, he was appointed a Federal Commissioner for Agriculture.
Okay, that's Doctor.
Yeah, he's a PhD holder.
Yeah.
Well, at the Federal Executive Council, he was almost being opposed. He was the person that handed over the School of Agriculture, Omudike, to the federal government for rehabilitation. You can see where it was. At the time I was in secondary school, if you went to Omudike for 2 days, you were almost like an agricultural assistant because there was something you could get. Now it's the Federal University of Agriculture. But it's just a university. People are starving around the place. I don't know whether you have passed from there to Ikotek. So there was damage. The School of Hygiene at Aba was producing people who could inspect streets and make sure that drains are cleaned. Where are they today? You know, so it's good that he has given an account, but I can tell you that I have read books by Jem Bengo. I've read books by several people. Even Lindsay Barrett wrote something, a kind of promotional for T.Y. Danjuma. Late Useni also wrote or gave interviews. The objective of the counter coup was abandoned, and Igbos were being killed just like. So if he said he was reconciling, those people who were killed unjustly, they were not coup makers. They were not related to the coup makers, but they were killed. I can tell you one person, Francis Ella, is from River State.
Yeah.
He was a teacher in a school around Abeokuta. But some soldiers from the north traced him to the secondary school to kill him. He was lucky he escaped with his life. I know somebody who lives in ENUGU here. He was the engineer in charge of the water works at in Lagos. He was nearly killed. He was just rescued by the act of God, because of he was a kind person.
Yeah.
Somebody from the north who lived around there. People called him. He spoke to these two soldiers who wanted to kill him and said, "Please leave me, he's my friend." Is that what have you reconciled? Immediately after the war, there was a lady who was killed in Kaduna, one Caroline, an Igbo girl. Nothing was done.
Has the killing stopped?
Huh?
You're talking about
He has not.
Has the killing stopped?
In 2011, when
Please,
Jonathan won the election, people were killed, and mostly Igbos. In Bauchi, 5 people, foreign graduates who came back and they were doing youth service, they were burnt alive because Jonathan won in the place. But Jonathan's sympathizer, the current governor of Bauchi State, is still in office. So, a state is a unit of the international system, but Nigeria is a state, and it's a country, but it consists of many, many nations. The concept that will unite Nigeria has not come.
Yeah.
And I believe that that book, the writing, is consistent with some conspiracy to alert people. Maybe that Obi is an able person. They have come again. Because some of the things even he wrote in that book, that some officers wanted to kill Ojukwu who was not available to them. So how can you say you didn't want to kill him? That some, what they call young officers. Ironsi tried to reconcile by appointing him below rank to give people a notion that what the people who executed the coup did were bad. Now, if you did overthrow Ironsi, why don't you return power to those people who were unjustly killed? I mean, their team. You didn't do it. You remained in office till 1975. But these are personal things now, because we are talking about things that are older than us.
Yeah.
What people do depends on the circumstances they find themselves in. On this note, I just want to say that, what we will be talking about intergroup relations, interpersonal relationships are different. I've met Gowon when he came to see somebody, a lady whose husband died in ENUGU. Yeah. He came very simply, and he was an impressive person, but I don't think I can read the book because if Dangote donated 3 billion, the printer may not print again.
No, T.Y. Danjuma.
T.Y. Danjuma, okay. 3 billion.
3 billion.
Dangote, 500
million.
Yeah.
And I'm even surprised that the Vice President Shetima, imposed 25 million naira on each of the state governors, 36 state governors of the federation, asked them to pay 25 million. 25 million for the. But we're not going to leave this issue until we talk about the inability or the refusal of General Gowon to apologize to the Igbos for there was a coup, 1966 coup, January 15, 1966 coup, which was allegedly masterminded by Igbo officers, and there was a counter coup followed by massive, killings of Igbos. We do know, or still remember about the massacre of the 3,000 young men in Asaba. And nobody, even Gowon himself, Gowon was head of state when all these things took place. And looking at his book, no apology, no remorse, for the unjust killings, of Igbos during the Civil War. And I don't know how you respond to this.
Well, a general is a general, so what do you expect from me? to start crying and then falling on the ground. So I think he has never done that. He will never do that. The man is at the departure launch, so he's racing against time, and he's able to come up with this book. So since he hasn't apologized from that date, of course, he has told us that it was in the service of the nation. All that he did was professionally, as a professional military man. So you didn't expect that it was a personal thing that he did. But the Civil War, the engagement, military and all that, were all in the service of Nigeria. So it was not a personal thing. So you don't expect the man to apologize. He's a general and he remains one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because apologizing is almost like saying we regret the war. And then you can imagine the issues that will follow. So because if you say you regret the war, people say you should not compensate. People should say you should be able to
Dr. KJ,
that's my take.
There's something called karma, retributive justice. A lot of people have said that the killings in the Plateau region, I mean the current killings in the Plateau region, in his domain, which he has not been able to stop as a general, is as a result of the killings of Igbo, the massacres of Igbo, the program that took place during his watch as president, as head of state.
I think we are Christians. We don't, karma is a kind of imagination. Actually, during the, pogrom, the traditional ruler of Jos did not want the Igbos attacked.
Jos.
He didn't approve of it. But because the people there, the Birom, are a minority, it is the people who are immigrated into that area that effected their wish. The same thing in Yola, the emir was protecting the Igbos, but I mean, the rioters could not do that. So even now, the problem in Plateau is on the Birom. People from other parts of Plateau are not sympathetic to the Birom people. If they were and they joined them, I mean, the matter would have been settled. And you can see Jonah Jank came from that place. And when he was governor, he tried to tackle the problem. I think the other governor that was also removed was from Jos area. So it's not karma. It's only that Nigeria was set up by force. And that force continued to propel. Just look at what happened in Oyo State. That place is Ogbomoso.
Yeah.
Area. Where Akintola comes from. Okay. Adekunle was a staff officer in ENUGU here when the first and second coup happened. When Ejo, their commander, became a military governor, he came up. When Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra or felt that people were safe, he approved that weapons should be given to the soldiers who are not from the Eastern region to let them go out of the region, and that they should return the weapons after. And Adekunle and these people moved, and they didn't return the weapons. One of the things that made Akintola bitter was that Akintola was from his area. He is also from Ogbomoso. Today, the people he protected are kidnapping his people, cutting off their head. Where is the anger? I don't think we should be bothering ourselves about this thing, because when you hear some people, you discover that the factors of that war had damaged psychology. El Rufai's son, the one that is in House of Reps, there was a time he made a snide remark about Igbo people. He said the Igbo cry, because a lot of women were raped here. The people who raped them, when they went home, they made it a story. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the current emir or one of the emirs of Kano, he wrote in a book that Igbos were taught a lesson. He was a child at the time. if you are talking about rehabilitation, the secondary school that Nzogu attended, St. Patrick's in Kaduna, it has been converted to a Muslim school. The Catholic Church handed it over to them. He did it. So I think he said he didn't want to open old wounds. There's an English saying that silence is golden. Given what many people have spoken about, and he was silent for a long time, personally, I would believe that, if he was talking about his memoir, his life, he could have just concerned himself about himself.
Yeah.
If I see the book, if I see the book, because he was not the organizer of the coup, from what other people said, he should have just left it. Good thing too, he also admitted that Igbos were killed in the north. Many other people didn't say it; they just glossed over it. They called it retaliation. So he could have concerned himself with his personal life.
Okay.
One of the things I would like to see from that book is, why did he try to run for president under option A4 in Wusasa, and he was,
defeated.
Very much defeated? And before this book came out, I think he called on Tinubu. I don't know what he went there to do. This book has now come out, to create an atmosphere that could have a political dynamic. But like I said, I don't believe in karma because God is in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody doing anything must be very ethical and moral.
Gentlemen, the politics is heating up, and we've seen the primaries, conducted by the ruling national APC, and I believe tomorrow the presidential primaries will take place. But those, or is it today?
Today.
Okay. We've had a lot of APC members complaining that they were rigged out, that the election was manipulated, and there is a possibility that some of those aggrieved APC members may defect to other political parties, especially now that there is a window for you to do so, given against the backdrop of the recent ruling of the court, extending the timeline for the submission of membership list to INEC. But is this a mirror of what we are going to? That's what is going to play out during the 2027 general election. If the ruling political party cannot organize a free, fair, and credible primaries, the expectation is that they will do worse things during the general election. I don't know how you react to that.
Okay, just to
because in Nasarawa, in Kwara, in Cross River, in Delta, in all so many states in the federation, there are complaints.
Some former governors losing as well. So the point here is this: I keep saying that it's Nigerians. We are a people that find it difficult to play by the rules. We are hardly rule players, and that's the problem. Every time we are talking about making laws, making regulations, making constitution, the same people that make the constitutions, make the rules, make the laws are the same lawbreakers. To the point that people mock some of our lawmakers as lawbreakers. So the point I'm trying to make is that these parties have rules, they have regulations, of course subsumed under the constitution, but the point is that they are never ready to play by the rules. Okay, take for instance, consensus candidate and all that. Is that democratic? A situation whereby one or two persons, some they call themselves party leader, party leader, that kind of name. Once he summons the people and say, this person will go, and then you expect that the rest will keep quiet. Even when the person that has been nominated to go or considered better ahead of others doesn't have the capacity and what it takes to lead, doesn't even have a plan for the people. So that is why we're having these issues. And all of them flocked into APC because they believe that with the president as the leader, who is running a command and control system, look at what has happened in the Rivers, just at the snap of the finger, a sitting governor has pulled out of a governorship primary. What does that tell you? So the same thing is playing out. You have seen what has played out in Lagos. Hamza, the deputy governor, has emerged. I think he's the only deputy governor emerging among those that their governors are leaving, current governors are leaving, because the leader has said this is the one that will go, irrespective of the opinion of the people, irrespective of what democracy expects, that people should government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But they're not playing by these rules. And that's why you see quite a lot of implosion in APC. Everyone who has studied what has been going on, the carpeting, cross-carpeting, and the campaign, have seen that this is almost a mini Nigeria. APC has become a mini Nigeria where everyone is flocking. And they are living in that delusion that once they elect anyone, that person will win. Mm-hmm. So the point now is that there is going to be serious implosion, because what has played out in these primaries are never democracy. They are just in position of candidate in what they call consensus candidate. And you see that at the end of the day, so many people will be shortchanged. If the man doesn't like your face, he will remove you. Whether you're serving or not, it doesn't matter. And people are not allowed to vote. So the point I want to make briefly is that the primaries are full of surprises, as we have seen, including, I think, Goje, one former governor of Gombe, Senator Goje, so many of them who are very influential, not because the power brokers, the current power brokers doesn't want them. Not that they are not able to win an election. So what we are expecting that with this window of opportunity stretching to September, you will see quite a lot of them join other parties and also maybe possibly try to get elected. And then the race will be very interesting ahead of 2027. But what I'm trying to say is that, if, like you say, whether it's a foreshadow of 2027, I want to say that it's still a foreshadow, because if people cannot play by the rule in their small party politics, then what will happen I think this is what America foresaw under George Washington. If you go through records, you see that George Washington ran as an independent candidate, because it was expected then that the parties were becoming something else, uncontrollable, and the parties were stood down. And then that was how George Washington ran.
Was made for,
and he became one of the best American presidents in history.
Yeah,
so
before we run out of time, Dr. KJ, I would like your views. I would like you to comment on the withdrawal of the governor of Rivers State from the race. You recall what transpired in the past. We had an emergency rule in Rivers State for 6 months because arising from the struggle for power between Fubara and his godfather, Nyesom Wike, who is the minister of the FCT. Do you see the withdrawal of Fubara as a triumph of godfatherism in Nigeria? How do you look at it? For me personally, I look at it from the prism, from the point of view of the triumph of godfatherism. Otherwise, why would a sitting governor, having bought form maybe for 50 million, 100 million, at the end of the day, he said he was after he was withdrawing. So that peace will reign. What do you make out of it? Is that still democracy in action?
Well, I said that Nigeria was created by force. There was no way Fubara could have survived his ordeal with Wike working with Tinubu. It's just not possible. Bear in mind that Fubara was not a politician. He was an accountant general, he was a civil servant. But because he was a person trafficking money to Wike, when Wike was in the PDP, the EFCC was deployed against him. But they couldn't arrest him because he was a sitting governor. They wanted to arrest Fubara. So he kept Fubara in the government house where they could not come in. And then from there, he made him governor to make him unarrestable. Now, common sense should have dictated that if you ride a tiger, if you step down, it will eat you. At the time that Fubara and Wike started having problems, a thorough civil servant would have resigned from the governorship. And nobody would have been hearing about him today. Many people in the PDP were bitter that Fubara was made governor because he wasn't among them.
He wasn't a politician?
He was not, yes. So there was nothing he was struggling to achieve. And the person who could hold the balance, the president, was the employer of your persecutor. So I don't think, even saying that he withdrew is just like a joke. A serious person would have even resigned both from the governorship and the party and go his way. But the reward of public office in Nigeria is so high that even an angel will be corrupted by it. So I don't think there's any news about it. It's all the same force system. Because look at it, Chinda, who is the nominee, remained in PDP until he won the election. He was the minority leader in the House.
But you know he has not resigned.
That I'm telling you.
He has not resigned from the PDP.
And that's why when he was talking about the INEC timetable and things like that, you know, these are jokes. They are all planning it. Maybe where OP is now is where they want to see if they can vandalize.
Yeah.
Because what the INEC and their collaborators are doing, it looks like politics is a drill where you order people up and down. Politicians are not people you order. And something you cannot administer, don't establish it as policy. It doesn't make sense. He talked about George Washington. Many of these people who are running for nomination, have they visited their party members in different locations to address them on their policy choices? In the United States, in the UK, people go on tour talking to the constituencies, their party members in different constituencies. But have you ever seen it here?
These people don't
So
matter.
it's a drill list.
Yeah.
Once you have a list, you take, you share money, and people go. So I don't think we should bother ourselves about it.
No, we should really bother ourselves about what has happened. I am saying it's a triumph of godfatherism.
Yes.
Because what happened
It's
in
a
Rivers,
triumph.
yes.
And it's something that sends wrong signal to our democracy. That if one man says you're going to be there, then you'll be there. If that same man says you're not going to be there, even if the people love you, even if the people are ready to vote you 100%, you are not going to get any ticket. So that's the challenge. Remember also Wike mentioned that Ireti Kingebe was not going to return back as a senator. And suddenly there was a suit against candidature. Suddenly. So you can see
the court has struck out that.
Yes, just yesterday. You can see the influence of strong men in politics with deep pockets. Oh, we are no more talking about how they call up a judge at night and give him Ghana must go. And then the judge goes to the court and tells blah, 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 and rules in their favor. You see the kind of influence they run. If they, so one young man was in Lagos, a House of Assembly member who was contesting a Surulere, and suddenly he said his police was withdrawn, just to make sure, tell him, look, we don't want you again, and there's nothing you're going to do about this. So they try to.
No, there is nothing surprising about this.
So
you know, Fubara comes from a
influence.
family of highly learned people. I think about 3 of them, his brothers, are professors. He shouldn't be in, he's not in Wike's rank in terms of family background. Are you following what I'm saying? His hometown, Opobo, is one of the the cities that got education earliest. That's number one. But it's a machinery system, it's machine politics.
Okay.
We are hearing about Fubara because of where he is. As I was coming here, Okowa, Ifeanyi Okowa, the daughter, has one nomination for House of Assembly in Delta. Ibori's daughter, Uduaga's daughter, 3 of them.
Elitist politics.
Then Okowa himself is
seeking for senatorial.
so is the one you are hearing about is machine politics. That's why people should not pay attention to it. There are many capable people in Nigeria who do not participate in politics because they have ideas, but they don't want to use their ideas against other people.
I just want to say again that the parties have been hijacked by these persons. So as soon as you are floating a new party, they will send in their people there and hijack the party. And the party will
Just watch what will happen, because this rule by the court was not challenged by INEC. They say they are reading the judgment to know. They will discuss and say, okay, let us take it to December so that we can go and roughen the waters everywhere.
So this actually informed why Obi foresaw this coming and ran away entirely and disappeared from ADC and launched himself in NDC. You know, so because the parties have been manipulated by the power brokers, by money bags, and those with wide influence in society, and they have actually collapsed the institution. That's my worry. Yeah. The judiciary has been collapsed. The legislature has been collapsed. You see what's going on with the Senate president. Whatever they want him to do is what he does. He's seeking re-election, and Senator Hope also want to upstage him. You know, his tenure hasn't ended, but he's getting to return back to
our
the
time is...
so you can see the my back, I rub your back.
We don't have time
no,
on our
I've supported Tinubu, so it's time for Tinubu to repay me with Senate president.
I wish we have more time. We would have discussed the rationale behind the operation the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, to come back to politics and contest the presidential election, and one would ask, what did he forget at the presidential villa? I do hope that when we come back next time, we'll discuss about that. But that has to do with what the court says about, you know, he was, his position is, somebody sued him for the court to determine whether he's qualified or not to run for another time. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of our discussion. I thank you for calling. I thank you for participating, and we'll do that some other time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
God bless Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
And deliver her from political bandits.
Thank you for our viewers.
God bless Nigeria and deliver her from political
watching
bandits.
Signature
That's
Television.
our prayer.
Once again,
Let God bless us and leave Nigeria alone.
Mike Ubani. Thank you.
Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are live at Contact Gallery. We are here to see Uche Agonsi in his gallery. We are here to discuss more about arts, sculptures, painting, and the stories behind each and every one of them. So join us while we get some reviews with him. Good afternoon, sir.
Signature TV.
Yes, please.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome to Contact Art Gallery.
Yes. We're here to review some of your artwork and the whole mystery behind it.
Wow.
So are you ready for us?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, I like this particular one.
Wow. The title of the work is August Meeting.
August Meeting.
The saga and the menace that happens in August Meeting.
Okay.
You know, in the time past, I did this work 2006.
Okay.
August Meeting issues were at the peak.
Yeah.
You know, women put a lot of pressures on the husband. Some people use that opportunity.
It still does, though.
But I think it's watered down now.
Okay.
But that time is something else. Women can even sell anything to go for August Meeting. So
Yes.
they use that opportunity to do that kind of competition. So
All right.
I was able to capture the political class here.
Okay.
This is the wife of the former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former power.
Okay.
So she now has less women behind her.
Okay.
I can see she's almost wearing nothing. She's wearing few diamonds, bling.
Yeah.
But this one is the present and the current wife of either governor, senator.
Yeah.
You can see she has enough PA. They're wearing bone.
Yeah, looking all
shirt,
flashy.
with their bling and everything. So it's just a display of power. But you cannot see the normal women that are
the viewers, the one watching them.
Yes, they're the ones that have been tormented, been harassed. So I just those onlookers.
Okay.
Watching the drama being created during August Meeting.
All right.
So I saw that I have to capture it in order to preserve the.
That's quite impressive. So, okay. I love this particular one.
This painting, I did it after I joined anyway.
That was 2009. So I was able to study women and powers. I started in the face of a woman on the womanhood.
Yeah.
Here you can see her faces. Good, white, welcoming. Here she didn't know anything. She's just a white material. Like now, everything people are talking about Acharut. That was Acharut up there. Okay. But the moment you introduce same power to this woman, that is calm, good, submissive, the moment you hand over power to her, the next thing her mouth became stronger. That's where the weapon is. Because you know sometimes you can't. Money, power is just an amplifier. You may say, the girl was nice before. What happened? The sudden married a governor, or she's now commissioner for this and this, and all of a sudden she manifests to this.
Okay, so we are sitting down because there's this particular artwork that caught my interest, and I really want to know the whole mystery behind it. So over to you, Uche. I can see a strong man with 6 packs beating a drum, but he has no head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me the whole drama behind it and why he's actually standing, he's not sitting.
Yeah, he's not standing.
Yes. So what's the whole mystery behind this particular artwork?
Okay, well, I did the artwork in 2000. This work has been to Egypt, this work has been to Germany, this work has been to Colombia, has been to England. I visited it in Abuja, but all the vision I tagged it not for sale. My concept behind this was Nigerian leadership. You can see this man is a drummer. He's making music. He's healthy, and the drum is making you want to hear the music. And at the base is the map of Nigeria. So meanwhile, the title of this work is my Nigeria, my country.
Okay.
So I felt bad when I discovered that all the resources we had, the only problem we had is leadership problem. And I have discovered that one can lose his hand, he still survives. You can lose your leg, you still survive. But you don't have head, you can't. And I've discovered that all the 5 senses are controlled by the head. The eyes, the tongue, the nose, the mouth. And these things are the things that forms leadership. Like today, even in Nigeria, a leader can wake up tomorrow and say, nobody will go out for 1 week.
Yeah.
And everybody will obey him. So if we have the useless or the uneducated one at the helm of affairs, it affects the whole body. So this is Nigeria. We have resources. Everything is working in Nigeria. You know, sometimes as a person, I always ask them, if you export all Nigerians to Canada and bring all Canadian citizens to Nigeria, without changing the leadership system, Nigeria will still become the mess it is. And the people in Nigeria will survive very well in Canada.
So like you said, you need someone that will be able to appreciate this art even when you're gone. And maybe by then Nigeria would have, you know, gotten a good leader. So do you think whomever that will handle this art, maybe an artist like you might complete it or something, maybe add a head to it by then?
No, he cannot. Because one good thing is this is an illustrative art. Or it's more like imaginary.
Yeah.
It's like an imaginary art. When Nigeria become better, because I believe in Nigeria, I know Nigeria will become better. There's a lot of prophecy, a lot of that this was our dream. Now it's a reality. So that people will now know that culture and history need to be preserved.
This particular artwork got my interest. I'm seeing 3 houses in one. I'm seeing in, and I think there's an out.
Yes.
So tell us a little story about this.
Okay, I'm so passionate about this nation, Nigeria. So this is a political system in this country. You can see there is green, there is white colors. So this is a political structure in this nation. The entrance gate is so small because they love power. So you can see there's a lot of treasure. These are Aso Rock, different level of power, the president, the governor, the senate. You can see the federal house, whatever. So they have a lot of treasure. But they will always fight, kill themselves to enter. But if they do, the exit door is so wide where they will loot. When you look at this thing, it looks so deformed because some of the roofs are gone. You may think there's no money in this nation. But if you hear the level of money they loot when they leave government, And so you'll be feeling this money real. One man that will be alive will be stealing 17 trillion, 15 trillion. And you know how many millions to get to a billion, to get to trillion. But you now look at Nigeria as a nation. You're not feeling the impact of the looting. If nothing changes, if they do road for us, we appreciate them. If they don't do, we'll still celebrate them. But there is wealth in this nation. So they won't even allow you to get in.
Yeah.
And if you succeed in getting in, you see what is here. And outside, you see, I use black.
Yeah.
So they paint this government as if nothing works in the government. We don't have money. We don't have this. Nothing. But you keep seeing the level of money. This EFCC people announcing that so and so man steals trillion. Some people steal as big as the whole nation budget. And you keep wondering, is this nation? And one thing about Nigeria, no matter how much they steal, the stuff is still standing. Our map has not deformed.
Yes.
The citizens are still alive.
So I can see some year difference between 2003, 2009. I don't know what.
2013.
2013. So
yes,
why?
I was talking about these are the years we had a lot of political saga.
Oh.
So these are their peak. The peak of looting. You know, this is, I won't call them, but we know. These are their levels. So it was in 2013 till now that was, we now had the highest level of looting. You know, all those. But this nation still survives. And they are creating around Nigeria again that will equally rise with. But one thing I know is that we believe in this nation. No matter how much they do, we will still survive.
All right, so Mr. Agosi Uche,
yes,
you said a whole lot about art and your passion for Nigeria. You even described some artwork differentiating women then and now. So I want to ask you, what drives you? What influences you? What pushes you to do artworks like this?
Okay, you know, as a young man, I don't like the normal status quo. So I love experimenting. So I now discover that art is like a medium for me to express myself.
Okay.
You can hear that lady that talked about the presidents that are giving capital punishment. But with my art, I can talk and be free because it's real. So, and I believe in future. So sometimes if I see future, I can capture it now.
Yeah.
And sometimes I help people establish their vision. You tell me your vision, I can now turn it into an artwork that can help sustain you, like your vision box and this. So as a young man, I want to do things that are beyond, like in my family, nobody has studied arts. There's no artist in my lineage.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be a medical student.
But
I'm supposed to be, yes, I picked art because it's not the normal norm, everybody knows. So when I became an artist, they say, this is a strange cause to us, this is a strange subject. I said, don't worry, I'll make you proud. And today, by the grace of God, I was the best artist in the whole Nigeria, 2008, with art. I've traveled abroad with art. I've eaten federal government money, in quotes.
You know, I'm about to ask you that question because I know art is there, but it has not really gotten there. Just the way we have Grammys Award, AMVCA Award, like globally. Do you understand? So I want to know, do artists, like you in particular, do you make money from this?
We don't make money in Nigeria. That's why most of these young artists do everything to leave this country. But you know, I told you I believe in this nation. The last time I did exhibition with the Japanese artists, they almost adopted me. They said, for you to be a Nigerian, you're doing this level of ceramics. Like, you need to come to a nation.
Does it mean Nigeria do not appreciate artwork?
They don't, even federal government. There is no time you will hear the federal government organize an art auction or celebrate an artist, the like of Ben and Wong. They don't even give them an award, the like of Bruce or Blackbear. And sometimes you see most artists either enter into commercial, that now become artisans or crafts. When you produce an artwork, the normal people will ask you, we've not eaten, doctors to buy an artwork. And you see this chaotic disorder, even people that are building houses, they don't consult an artist. But like as a ceramics, automobile has us to do because we design the cars, like the car plug, those things in that car plug is ceramics. We make it. The windshield is ceramics, it's silicone. It's artists that does those things. But in this nation, trying to engage us, like when Innocent was doing, we tried even to get a logo. You know, the appreciation here is so low.
Yeah.
And sometimes you see the white men come here, patronize us, carry our treasures and go. But this nation, they don't even organize an art competition. Talk less of. Even the other time I went to my alma mater, I felt like crying. There's no culture we are preserving, no nothing. So artists are on their own. Sometimes you see some artists, they dress rugged. Some of them, you find that becomes like mad people. In quotes, is because the patronage is so low.
So have you ever envisioned having events like this, like globally, just the way we have Grammy, AMPCA, Headies and the likes? Have you ever envisioned it, and what expectations do you want from the government to make art more pronounced and exposed out there in our country?
Yeah, I have, my dear, countless times. You know, sometimes when you travel abroad, you see artists being commissioned by the government to do monumental work. People now come, pay tickets, go around the world. People can move around it. You know, doing an artwork that is 20 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. These are some of the things that inspire me. And I believe that one day, somebody that is sane, that will get to government, some of our roundabout need to be beautified with some of our forgone culture. Like the coal miners need to be captured. You know, people cannot go around, have the history embedded on the body of the artwork. People cannot go like a tour on that artwork. I made a drawing for that. I made a sketch, 40 feet artwork that can have all these coal miners in it. You didn't see the light of the day. I've gone from one government to another. And I believe one day the right man will be there who will not understand what it takes and the place of art in our society and not patronize, because even when we are gone, our children will look at our art and remember the history and things are preserved.
I'm really glad to be at your gallery, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen, especially the works that tell so much about the challenges we have as a country, works that say so much about the dream we have as a country, works that so much about what can be done for the country to move on. I mean, you didn't deliver a speech, but you captured all of it in those works. You know, you talked about the politicians, you talked about the country without a head, we've talked about women, we've talked about Ohaneze. I mean, your work just speaks for itself, and I'm really, really, really impressed. And I want to say that the promise I made to you so many years ago, that I will support and my organization will support art, is coming to fruition. Today we are with you, looking at what you do and how you do it. And I want to reassure you and other artists in ENUGU and all over Nigeria that at Signature TV, we will partner with you. We will support you, we will support your work, and we are interested in taking up some of the responsibilities you talked about, responsibilities that government should take. And as I say, yes, government should take up responsibilities to use art as a money spinner, a money earner, foreign exchange earner for our country, by organizing exhibitions, organizing competitions, organizing a coming together of artists, that the individuals and companies should also support government and support the art. Because I've been around the world, and in a lot of places, endowment in the art is done by individuals and, you know, rich companies. So for us at Signature TV, we look forward to growing and being in a comfort zone where we can do the big things that we really want to do. But we'll take the low-hanging fruits like we are doing now. We have designed a program that is specifically for arts. We have designed a program that, you know, talks about the works of artists. And those are small things we are doing, which we hope that as the years go by, will grow even to make it even bigger. So once again, thank you for the opportunity of letting me into your gallery. And I here and now offer you, you know, a hand of friendship, a hand of partnership, that together we can do so much for the art world.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm so grateful, sir. I will always put a Sir V. Martin Ilo for being in Kuntasha Gallery today. Sir, you've been an inspiration to me, I must tell you, because some of these artworks I produce, you inspire them one way or the other. Because when you're at the corridor of power, I see a man with another spirit. You are not contaminated. You are like a catalyst. You are in their midst, but you're not consumed. So, and I've always seen a man with a bigger dream. Like today, I'm so glad that Signature TV has come to pass. This is a dream you had almost 25 years ago. It's not something you cook up yesterday night. And even the name Signature means this is final set of television. You are now putting your signature on it. Even the name is so unique, it's so artistic. It's something that is outstanding. So I am so overwhelmed that you made it to my gallery today. And with these promises you made, sir, I'm giving you my 100% support. Because I didn't know you last year. I've seen you work with individuals. I've seen you work with corporate bodies. I've had your testimonies. I've experienced it. And I know you can never change. Because you're a man of integrity. See how you visited my gallery. You didn't send... just go to the gallery and cover. You came in a person. That means that you value what I'm doing and you value my person. So I am so grateful. And I love what you have been an art collector. If you get to your house, it look like a gallery. You've been patronizing all other artists, helping us to eat, helping us to have shelter, helping us not to get the drugs. Some of us have been tempted to even go into Yahoo or whatever. But when we remember men like you who always come and look at this talent and say, I like what you're doing, I want to patronize you, it keeps us going. The rate of suicidal thoughts in the society, people like you are reducing it. And people are not giving up. So thank you so much. I am ready to partner with Signature TV because something about me is excellent. I have it as a gift. So with you on board, sir, count me in. I'm so grateful working with you.
Thank you.
Thank
it
you
was
so
a pleasure
much,
coming here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for watching. I'm sure you had so much fun, and I'm sure you've gained a whole lot. I'm sure, yes, we had so much talking about Nigeria, our country, the whole art, the Aso Rock, and of course the one that got me more interested, the woman that transferred from the wife material to a woman with power. And I'm sure that you will see that Mr. Uche Agunze has said a whole lot about our country, Nigeria, and about them not giving artists the opportunity to come out and showcase themselves, making it an art event to go global. So I pray like he prayed that our country and the head will do something about it. Thanks for watching and join us same time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discussed. My name is Patrick Okibo, founder Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm focused on solving complex development problems. Development Discussed is our public policy discussion platform, which we use to ideate solutions for Africa. Nigeria is in a bind, underperforming on almost all socioeconomic indicators. And this is a combination of decades of poor policy design, poor choices, largely incompetence, overdependence on crude oil, and just across the board bad behavior. There's a raging tempest now. It's looming ahead. But in Africa, we have rainmakers, right? We have cloud movers. They have the science for preventing storms. The question is whether my guest today is a good cloud mover. Can he divine the solutions to Nigeria's challenges? Can he help us reimagine Nigeria's future? Dr. Sam Amadi is one of Nigeria's really insightful thinkers. He's the founder of Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. It's a think tank in Abuja. Prior to this position, he was chief executive chairman of the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission. Prior to all of these, and he was a chairman of several technical committees in the Nigeria Senate. Before all of these, he was a senior counsel with Gani Fawehi's chambers, Olisa Bakoba chambers. He was the senior counsel for Ken Saro-Wiwa during his trial. Unfortunately, he was executed by the Nigeria government. Sam has a master's degree and PhD from Harvard Law. He's also a fellow at the Carr Center. Sam, welcome back to Development Discourse.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Patrick, and I'm happy to be here as always.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Interestingly, you were my first guest on Development Discourse many years ago. So I'm happy to have you back.
Oh, that's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great honor.
So maybe we start with, how do we make sense of where we are as a country, right? Going from a country that was way better than China in the 1980s to being a country that's today the third largest borrower nation from the World Bank. How did we get here? How did we get from having our debt forgiven about 20 years ago to a point today where our revenues are not enough to cover the interest payment on our debt? Can you help us unpack these issues?
Well, I think first, the getting our debts forgiven by the World Bank, which is another Paris debtors, creditors, was an act of policy. In a way, people would say genius. Maybe people thought we did something good. We did something good, and it didn't. We didn't quite build on it. But the question then is, that's like Band-Aid. That's like Band-Aid. You're trying to solve a problem. You've not solved that problem. But you did a Band-Aid. But the question then is, we got back into debt. So the question is it a wise policy? Yes, it was. But then we didn't grow ourselves out of debt, meaning we've got debt forgiven. We did some smart bookkeeping, but we didn't invest, expand our capacity. This is over 15, 20, up to 20 years ago. So we didn't even create a capacity for economic growth because the government kept talking about the debt GDP is not that much, but the debt revenue servicing is prohibitive. The revenue service versus the debt versus revenue in the servicing of debt, not even the debt, the servicing is where the problem lies. And that speaks to the inefficiency, the contraction in our economy. So the first answer is yes, we solved that problem, which is more like political leadership by Okonjo-Iweala and Obasanjo to probably give us a good head start. And it was part of an international campaign for some kind of jubilee. The nation is highly indebted countries need a fresh start. But a fresh start can be a false start, meaning that you start fresh, but you started badly. And so down the road, you are still faltering, you are still falling behind. And so we got a fresh start, but we didn't get the right start. We didn't build on that to expand our capacity so that even if our debt grows, our economy could carry it. We don't need to use 98% of revenue in some cases to service debt, not even to pay them off. So that's what I did. Yeah,
and that's what I really want to understand, right? So there are so many theories that kind of explain why we are where we are. Pick your scholar that you prefer. And I know you were working on some theory of conceptual incoherence. You know, if you can just look at all of these theories from Sachs to North to Acemoglu to conceptual incoherence, what really makes sense? What explains that you had a clean balance sheet 20 years ago, and today, you know, 9800% of your revenues can't even service the debt? What explains it? You know, what is it about us as a people, as a nation, as just what is it that makes it impossible for us to move forward?
Interesting, because right now I'm actually doing a small book on economic development, looking at what happened in Eastern Nigeria, and basically bringing together the argument around what's responsible for growth and development, two related but distinct things. So first is, I think the structuralists, and they are multidimensional, they're of many variety, speak to it. One is structure in terms of in this case, not necessarily dual economy, traditional modern in the Lewis sense, but again, you have an economy that is still kind of held down by several factors. So first explanation is that this is not, people talk about productivity and consumption, that this is not a productive economy. And by that, they don't mean that we don't have factories. They mean that, in my view, that our focus is not to grow the economy as a obsession. If you look at the developmental states of Asia, even the European during the industrial era and towards even after the Second World War, there's some like obsession, you know, with development, with growth. The economy has to grow, and people have also argued that it's a social paranoia. You know, if you look at Japan, trapped in a situation where it has a threat to survival. And then the developmental state in Japan arose more like a military complex, the end of a carryover of an era of military buildup to fight a war. And so that energy, that national energy, and you can't talk about economic growth in this century without talking about some kind of nationalism. So that national energy was transmuted into civilian production, into economic growth. And so you had a central agency that had responsibility to, it's not about control. So the new political economists will argue against what they call the African Code, whether it's Robert Bates, look at the fact that we control commodity pricing, you know, control here, licensing scheme that creates poverty, creates corruption, enhance the power of bureaucrats, distort market, and ended up being unproductive. But what they did was not that sort of thing. They were more focused in looking at where do we get the biggest bang. So they interfered in markets. Some scholars said they got prices wrong, deliberate. They didn't get it wrong in a bid to, you know, expropriate or extort. They got prices wrong in that they basically knew that the price system in a particular time may not produce the efficiency they wanted. So getting price wrong in the Asian, you know, classical sense is not recklessly interfering with markets. It's not hijacking transactions for personal gain. It's basically understanding that there are externalities and market failures, and that the price system need to be used to achieve development. So missing thing here is Nigeria didn't have and has not had a national development agenda, being an agenda that is lived not on paper. So smart people like you probably have been constructing some agenda for different levels of government. That's not the national development agenda. It's on paper. So Okibo and Nestia write something for us. You do a great job. They use it there. They say it's their own project, but it doesn't define the behavior. It's not a vital instrument in governance. That's part of the explanation. So yes, Obasanjo had some big ideas, you know, went to seminars across the world, and just now I just finished teaching some people. I talked about 4 C's, clarity. And that clarity is about a diagnosis of where we are now. So if you look at Asia, Japan, China, if you look at all these institutions, these places, they were clear-minded as to the diagnosis of their problem, where they are, where they want to be, and they had coherence, back to coherence. Meaning coherence is very simple. It's the idea that, look, if your diagnosis, like in Korea, is how do we become an economic power, be able to survive China, survive North Korea, survive, you know, a very competitive environment. And to do that, we need to move from agrarian economy to an industrial economy. We need to begin to produce these, maybe the chemical industries they started with, or maybe go to the auto industries and become a leader in our region. That is a vision that now calls for certain realignment of your structure. People talk about sacrifices. Yes, but look at the problem. Our own sacrifice today is purposeless, because it's not a sacrifice that is geared coherently to a strategic vision that we're going to emerge in the next 10 years. But there's where they had brutality, maybe brutal government, they had some human rights violations and all that. So I think that coherence explains it. The lack of a development agenda and the inability to have a leading elite who are obsessed about it and put everything together. Coordination failure is at the heart of it.
So I struggle with that thinking, Sam. So if we go back to the 60s, right, we had 5-year rolling plans, like was the vogue at the time. You know, the Russians and the Chinese, you know, kind of premiered that idea. But it did not lead to the kind of development we were looking for, correct?
Absolutely.
Now,
Absolutely.
if you look at, even in that same era, and I think this will probably reflect in the book you said you're working on in, you know, Southeast Development. You had a Michael Okpara in Eastern Nigeria, you know, who implemented certain philosophies, democratic socialism, etc., that drove the region to become one of the fastest growing regions in the world. But if you then look at, say, China and the work of Yuan Ang in, you know, how China escaped the poverty trap, where she talked about co-evolution and so on. Those are great ideas that are steeped in almost the philosophy of the peasants, you know, driving it. So my question, therefore, is our problem a lack of development agenda, a lack of a guiding philosophy, or is it a problem with the character of the people driving it? And in answering that question, is it a problem with the leaders or the followers? Because leadership cannot exist outside of a host. You know, it is reflective of the host and the followers being the host. So is it really that we as a people do not have what it takes to develop?
Okay. You know, it's good you mentioned China and also mentioned Korea. Now, put this way, there's no one single account of why development didn't happen or happened. What happens is that sometimes people talk about maybe fortune, you are lucky, some happenstance. But putting everything together, I would say, look, followers, yes. But followers, if you look at the history of development, there's always the planning aspect. Planning is, you know, the old era classical economics of planning fell into disuse because of the failure in Africa largely. So people feel, oh, planned economies collapse. But then again, back to Korea and Japan. The guy called Johnson Chalmers wrote about MITI. And the point he made is that not the planned socialist planning. He talked more now about what you call techno-industrialization and the idea of a developmental state. Being a state, it's not planned, but planning is continuous. So you have to be adaptive. You have to look at what works. So China, for example, the earlier period of 1978 when Deng started and the later period are different. But what is consistent is that they are scanning their environment, seeing the advantages they have and disadvantages, and adapting tools and processes to reflect on a particular, interventions that builds on market, builds on principle, builds on what exists to optimize outcome. So the plan I think around is the notion that somebody has to do diagnosis. Where are we in the world? Now, for example, there are disruptive technologies that have changed how we can grow. We're not talking about AI, we're talking about transition energy transition plan. So a country, the industrial policy today will not be exactly the industrial policy of 1960. But what is constant for those who will still develop is that they must be like the 1960 people to look at the environment, to construct their people like Yusuf Ali, the former World Bank, argue about the new structuralists, talking about competitive advantage again. So they're going to look at we are in this world economy. Can we plug and play? Where are we? Who will we displace? So take, for example, Nigeria. We might be thinking about Taiwan. Look at all those places. I say, as they migrate, can we occupy that space? So it's about leadership. But then you made a point about followership. Followership is, for me, a proxy for social state-society relationship. Meaning that the nature of the state and its relationship to its various components, Peter Evans talked about embeddedness in that technical language, will affect the development trajectory. So in the case of Nigeria, leaders emerge, they also are tied down by their followers, the kind of followers we have. But it's ultimately a question of leadership, not in the individual alone, the president, the prime minister. It's the leadership in the sense of influence, or the sense of leadership cadre, who shape a narrative around citizenship and their commitment and their relationship to leadership, and also the relationship to productive process. So it may take, again, some people talk about evolutionary trend. It may not, this might build from their past. And that's where friends, Asumugo, them coming now. The past may play a role in type of providing the cultural, the normative, and the structural legacy that you build into that fellowship. So we fought a civil war. We've always had tribalism. We've had several military rule. We're not going to evolve that leadership elite and the development agenda in the same way, say, Tanzania will evolve, that has not had those experiences. So our experiences might require a lot more intermediation, how to create a lot more coordination in terms of creating a governing elite. It may require different pathways. So that's why I say citizenship is probably a problem, meaning leaders emerge, but they don't have the convening power, they don't have the sustainable power to drive it. So it's back to leadership, but in a more expansive sense of how do you construct a partnership and a compact that drives development.
We will come to that because I really want to get into both the politics of it and elections and so on. But let's stay with two case studies, right? The first one is M.I. Opara. Yeah. We saw how in 6 years, very commonsensical policies drove the economy of a region, and it became the second fastest growing in the world, right? We saw an OBJ, Obasanjo, arrive in 99, and by the time he left 8 years later, Nigeria was a different world. Yeah, you can have whatever issues you have with the man, I have mine, but you can never begrudge him the fact that he did a few things that just got us on that growth trajectory, which we have finally crashed in the last 8 years. Okay. If you focus on just these two examples, because they are local to us, we understand them, we know what happened. What is it that made these two episodes so progressive, so successful, with the same human beings, the same environment, the same history, but almost every other administration in between has struggled or indeed failed to deliver at that same level? I think if we can understand these two as bookends, then we can.
Absolutely. Okay, let's start with M.I. Opara. Okay, three factors I can account. One, the era. M.I. Opara came in at the era where planning was the vogue. So you saw the East Asian. We're talking about from 1956. Okay, let's say from 1950 before independence, 1963 Republican, and then everything ended in 1966 or thereabout. So this is an era marked at the same period that South Korea was taking off under General Park. So this was an era of development economics where structuralists were in the vogue. Those who are thinking big, dependency theorists were looking at it, world system theorists. So something was in the air. M.I. and the people that he brought together came from Northwestern, from Oxford, Cambridge economists who were thinking also about state building was in the air. So that's number one. Number two, so the macro environment was enabling in the sense that people were focused on big development, catching up. We saw Japan catch up, we saw Korea catch up. So the Southeast and the regions were competing. That's number one. Number two, so I talk about the macro. Number two, the structure of the politics was different. So you had the politics defined by developmental parties. I mean, some of them got it wrong in Africa, socialists, Marxists, ended war, and many people have written about why that went wrong. But the point was that you now had that elite consensus around development. And so the political party, NCC, could be said to be a developmental party. They had cadres, they came together, they were able to drive it. The third thing I think that's important is you had a more confident environment where civil society state leadership was better. So the southeastern Nigeria, predominantly Igbo people. And then he had these democratic community-based structures to leverage. And then they had, if you like, a cadre, a cross of scholars, technocrats who came together, had a more accountable state assembly, Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly. So everything there was authenticity about it. There was representation and a sense, and this is important also for the literature on the mental state, that you saw that the people themselves were psychologically connected to the projects. After the Japanese War, and there was a sense of national, I use the word nationalism in economics. In fact, right from the great economists, nationalism is part of economic development. It doesn't have to be virulent in terms of supremacist nationalism, but the idea of a nation surviving, growing in Eastern Nigeria was clear that we needed to something big, we needed to grow, we needed to become great, compete with Southwest or Western Nigeria, compete with Northern Nigeria. Each of these development centers, we are very, very obsessed about development. So you've solved that social crisis, which is how do we create an elite that is disciplined, focused, and that has legitimate tie with the people, so that when they're talking about Onwaka, Onwoyibo, Onwobodo in the South and Eastern Nigeria, it resonated with the people themselves who psychologically were part of that bigger, agenda. Now, Obasanjo, stepping back, again, we must put the point that Obasanjo, in relative terms, was a great success. But in a bigger term, we didn't see a shift in both the culture and the structure of production. So in relative term, that we cleared the debts, GDP grew.
Compared to other Nigerian.
Exactly. So, but it also fall into that era of big structural transformation. But again, succeeding because don't forget the history. We just from a ruinous military rule. There was so much hope. This guy came from prison with a persona, and he understood. This is also the issue about leadership. So the question then is, great leaders can cause a shift in perception, what to call redefining leadership. They redefine the moment. I said, look, this is a moment for mobilizing towards development. He brought a team of experts, smart people. So they set up an agenda, and then PDP, back to Obama model. So the NCC, that was the PDP to today, may not be PDP, but PDP then was a pan-Nigerian platform that you saw, cuts across, even the team he put together, they had that nationalistic outlook. In fact, they bragged themselves as the Nigerian equivalent of Atatürk, or, great reformers, even though they had internal contradiction. But so that was a different PDP, a different leader, Obasanjo, who had some sense of spiritual connection to be this great founder of Nigeria, and felt that second time around, surviving almost death and coming to become president in that manner, he needed to move the country to a different level. They have a party that was broad-based enough, that had intellectuals who were thinking about development, even though incoherently, so they pushed something.
Okay.
If you look at the theory around how this can work, the evidence supports it largely. That one, you just have to have a development agenda. It might not be elitist in the sense that one person thinks of. It might evolve from the struggle of the people, from the experience, from the tragedies they have suffered, and they build a psychological commitment to surviving in a very amidst essential risk, like Japan did in the after the
Second World War.
Second World War, or Korea did in the context of North Korea and everything. Or even Taiwan is trying to do in a very, you have to be paranoid in a paranoid situation. That's part of it. So that developmental agenda is there. The elite that has capacity and credibility and legitimacy, and the political construct that sustains that. And then somewhat a citizenry that has been either, mobilized through messaging to understand that this is a special moment and somewhat willing, even if they don't have the power to ask the government or uphold it, but they are willing themselves to learn new ways of doing things. That's critical.
So let me see if I can unpack what I'm hearing and what I'm thinking. Yeah. So there are two factors here. On the one hand, if you're lucky to find a leader who internally can understand the moment and rise to it. So Obara understood the moment, so did Awolowo, so did the Sadwana and so on. And they rose to the moment, they got in that competition, they tried to outdo each other, and that led to development. Obasanjo understood the moment as well. But there's also the second angle of the external factors that can push these leaders to rise to the occasion. So when we talk about elite consensus and all of that, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. Something needs to push the people, to do well, to push the leaders to do well for the people. Okay. So my argument, or something I've started pushing, more recently, is that there needs to be that this is really a failure of civil society. It's really a failure of civil society that hasn't been able to shape where we are as a nation for Nigerians. For instance, if we were able to explain to Nigerians that we are actually in our second fight for independence. This is we should be fighting for our second independence. First independence was independence from the colonial masters. This independence is independence from colonial masters, but local, right? Because the way the elites carry themselves today is no different from the way the extractive British government did back in the 60s. So if my premise is correct, isn't this really a failure of your constituency, civil society?
Well, in a sense, I mean, if you define civil society as is defined classically from Hegel to everybody, which is difference between the gap between family and government, then you are right. But look, the problem is that if you now ask how did these other examples of yours, what role does civil society play? Now, civil society itself reflects the lack of coherence and concentration. Look, the civil society agenda would be okay, fine. Human rights, those are important, or democracy, governance, as the idea of rule-based structure. That works. But the responsibility to say, three things here, the responsibility to define the direction a country goes can flow from civil society, but the signing off is somebody else. By the way, when Obasanjo they were doing Otafam before he became president, or towards the run-up, and so he had a lot of civil society people working with him. Talk with some of the people in his team were also civil society of a class, of obvious question. Well, this society, Soludo, they were civil society in a sense. So in a sense, yes, civil society can play that role, but it has to be a transformed civil society. It has to be a reformatted. You see, everything that will be used for this revolution, quote unquote, is available. But they need to change their complexity, just like chemical operation in a laboratory. You have to change the composition of the elements. You have to change them, and they enter into new forms, in which forms they cannot produce new outcomes. So a civil society, and I totally believe that government itself should be funding civil society in the sense that they want a particular kind of civil society. Civil society that understands the development trajectory, and itself argues for it. Now, you would also need some coherence. Means that, in a way, the message has to be clear. The thing about development is that development is like a jealous God. It's going to be like mania. You have to think about it. It requires upward and downward revisions. It changes behavior, changes processes. You have to also change even culture, inherited, received wisdom. You change them. And that's why if you look at my favorite, scholars on this, if you start from Arthur Lewis or Stiglitz, it's about transformation. Because even in the past, if you look at the history of the other countries, some people talk about evolutionary. Many things changed. So civil society can play that role, but they must play that role in the sense that they will be able to distinguish between the good governance, the things that are important for us, human rights, and development. That you can have all these things and not have development. Now, this is how I consider development. First is that anchored on growth, rapid, sustained economic growth. And economic growth simply means that you are producing more at less, more and more. That's one. Number two, development will involve human development. People talk about development as freedom. So it will also involve distribution things about, how we live our life, quality of life. But driving this will be the construction that the society is moved from a higher level, one level to a higher level. So the civil society can play that key role, but there must be a civil society that has a mission and a legitimacy and a connection to apparatus of allocation and use of resources, which is the state. So you can't get away from constructing a developmental state. Part of that resource or part of the fundamental to that developmental state will be a civil society. By the way, whether it's Japan or Sweden, the nature of business, civil society, labor, and state has always been critical to development. But that creates coherence. It ensures that you are mobilizing all resources towards an agenda. So civil society, private businesses, labor, government, political parties must have a partnership that's built on this shared notion of development. We won't agree on all the issues, but they will all agree that this country needs to move from being a beggarly indebted country to one that can feed, take care of itself, produce high quality goods and services, and impact the life of. So civil society must be, but it must be civil society reworked to now work with the state.
And that's the question I want to get in before I go to elections and politics and all of that. You worked for Gani Fawemi, you worked in Olusegun chambers, that was like the melting pot of the activism of the 80s, 90s that led to a return to democracy, etc. The kind of dynamism we saw in those years, we don't see them today with civil society. What has happened? And how do we recalibrate back to that? First of all, maybe even going back a little historically, what got us to that point? What got us to the point where civilians had the guts to face off against the military? Yeah. And today, when these same civilians are facing off against civilian politicians, the civilian activists seem to have been defined. What is it that happened? Because if we don't understand what has happened, we can't solve for it. And afterwards, we can go to politics.
Yeah, well, first, the military rule was a blessing in disguise, but we did use it well, like everyone else. So we had this terrible time that conscientized, using the language of society, conscientized everybody. If you look at that period, we had a partnership between labor, student activists, NGOs, and politicians. So we faced, and that's one thing about development. So oftentimes, you may need a calamity to push you to that level of cognition, or you need leaders who walk you up, narratives to that level. So military rule walked us to a level where it was clear to everybody that we need to dismantle the military and regain democracy. So the civil society, judicially the same. Supreme Court, with all the decrees, all the recklessness, all the terror, if you look at the quality of decisions by the Supreme Court, challenging, maneuvering through the privative decrees to still assert their independence. So people say, the Supreme Court of 1980s, great Supreme Court, courageous, a mix of risk, but that's the nature of this. It's just like in another country. In time of war, in time of calamity, people become heroic, ready to fight. So we got that. But at the end of that, there was a conversation. Should we join politics or not? So people say, no. So they moved away. Now, look at the seduction and the problem. We're in a democracy, and democracy presents itself as normality, as legitimacy. So the messaging, the narrative is not there. The consciousness, it's difficult for me to mobilize you, Patrick, and say, look, we are dead. The answer to this challenge is for us to go hit to Aso Rock and find the president right there. If we die, we die. That message will be very, very not credible. Why? Because we can phantom several intervention points. The parties are there, National Assembly is there, PDP Governors Forum, APC, several things. So we call it democratic intercession. In a democracy, you don't have to be an intercessor. You go and plead, you write petition, you write articles. So that's part of the problem. But then it can be, so that's a crisis we're in, that we are now in a democracy where we have been so flagellized and, flattened out, that we now find apertures, small apertures of engagement. So you vote, if you don't vote, you talk to a LP, talk to. So that's what changed. But again, also what changed, it reflected the weakness of our civil society as well, because we're not, we didn't prepare for democracy. We didn't understand the project nation building beyond military rule. Military rule helped to foster unity, helped to foster some kind of, unanimity in terms of vision, democracy now or never. And of course, the West, again, we can never talk about development outside the external factor. The external factor, the way the globe is shaping it. At the earlier age of promotion of democracy, the USA, all this platform, it was very easy and coherent for them. So those guys who are fighting military rule, that's the guys we're going to support. So we have support, they arrest you, they declare you prisoner of conscience, even if Abacha, somehow you get some mention. But now, we have elected leaders. So the guys in Washington are struggling with, is Tinubu legitimate or not legitimate? And so there is no external support base so the whole thing now fragments into different things, some for Tinubu, some against Tinubu, some for development, for some all kinds of things. The military rule was clear cut, and that's also a moment how the event happens. If we had mobilized at that moment, perhaps we'd be in a different trajectory.
Is there a moment now to mobilize around poverty, hardship, etc., to then compel the leadership of Nigeria to think more deep, much deeper about the challenges and the solutions? By the way, to be very clear, there are no easy answers. It's not like the problem started with the Tinubu administration. It's something that's been building up for decades. So this is not really about who's in power today, but it's about a thinking. Because when you talk about development planning, it's not the document. It's a developmental mindset that says we must develop, right? But you can't get Rams to vote for Salah. You can't get, politicians and the political elites and even the business elites, who are profiting from the system to on their own think of new ways of doing it differently. So does the moment present itself for somebody to galvanize a people to force the elite class to start thinking critically about development?
Yes, the moment and the man can meet, but again, moments are constructed. As I agree with you, the incidents are here, but construction is the problem. So take, for example, electoral crisis we're in now. The crisis of development, that's clear. Crisis of nationhood, and even crisis of nationality. All these are raw materials that maybe a select group can put together. The key thing will be, are they able to create a national constitution? It doesn't have to be everybody stamping. So I'm even thinking around the intervention I did on election, which went viral. I said, can't I build on it and develop an action plan? 12 basic things that must be done. Go to the Council of State members to sign up to go to the former president. So you can actually, there are many ways which you can create a groundswell. The three critical things will be clarity as to what you're presenting. What's the problem that we have? There are many problems, but how do you define it? And how do you create a knock-on effects? That 2-3 major things that have the effect of knocking things off and knocking them together. And then can you now identify people and build strong narrative and support for it? Can you also counter the scattering waves, partisan politics, 2007 here, the high pitch Igbo Yoruba, the Twitter war, different things that are negative that are trying to. So if you can kind of maneuver over those things and create that, then you can create a moment in which even the Tinubu himself comes to a point where everybody says, look, this is actually the only direction for us. And there's enough holding environment to sustain that move. The trick for me is, I think that development is ultimately managerial, which means the theories are there. But if you look at the history, you discover that what changed everything is an ability of leaders to first understand what should be done. The theory tells you why we are poor, okay? The theory tells you how you can grow your economy. But then they need to take those theories and then diagnose the problem, diagnose the moment, the institutions they face, the helps, the enablement and the structure, and then be able to think creatively as to how they can move from A to B. So this moment is still, every moment is potentially a moment to construct a developmental agenda. But the question is, some moments are very persuasive because of cataclysmic effects, war, tragedies, things happen. They say a crisis is a victim to waste. So crisis helps you tell the story powerfully. It helps people to listen and push people to agree. But you can also simulate a crisis. Leadership that's why leadership is narrative, it's communication. It doesn't mean they have to be an orator. It's ability to make people see what they have not seen, cognitive clarity. They see it and they see the challenge, they see the direction. We can do that.
Let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. I suspect you're a member of the Labour Party, and because I know you've tried to run for governor of Imo State, and I think, if I remember correctly, it was under the Labour Party. Last election, a lot of almost pan-Nigerian support for the party. And then after the elections, the party is almost imploding, right? What? And this is for a discussion we're having here as to building a movement, etc. Why is it that something like the Labour Party that built some traction hasn't been able to hold it together for a year? And you want us to believe that we can construct this narrative and manage it and do X, Y, Z, but the one we have, we can do nothing with.
Very good question and very good basis for pessimism, but I would say, no, two different things. First, Labour Party was never built. Labour Party was another opportunism. Maybe if we worked, assuming Mr. P2P finally won the election with the Labour Party, then the building starts. You see, people talk about history can be accidental. Something happens. So assuming Peter jump in and the people, the reception, the so-called obedient movement showed the appetite for transformation, even though not well thought out. Again, this is what's happening. Many revolutions are accidental, but some people sit together and put things together and harness them to achieve more sustained gain. So Labour Party was a claptrap. In fact, my only sense that the smaller parties are worse than the big parties for a very clear reason, economic. The big parties have people who have trade-offs. So if you're chairman, they ask you, don't take the position, come down. You know that you can become minister, you can become contract, but you're a Labour or NAPP or whatever party it is, your only economic gain is doing primaries, take money. So if they want to push you out to where, there are nothing they can give you in place. So that's why the crisis becomes endemic. So what they have in Labour Party is a party where Mr. P2B kind of mobilize it to use to do that, intervention was a risky, it was a yeoman adventure to go and capture power. If I had captured power, maybe we would have left the Labour Party or rebuilt the Labour Party, and that's where the building starts. So the question we would have asked ourselves now is, can we have and as a point, Okonkwo made a few days ago, he says, you want election finished, people start talking about merger. No, he said what he should have done is to build the movement. Two different things. So if the Labour leaders came together with some of the PDP and other people, and they start building disobedient, whatever you call it, movement as a real opposition, grounded. Yes, selfish, humans are selfish, everybody want power, maybe money, but grounded in some clear concept of development and politics. Then they are building. That's where it's happening. So we didn't build Labour Party. Maybe they can now build a movement. But again, this pessimism, this failure should not, the script is the same everywhere in the world. The question is, do we have the moment converging? The moment, the human beings, the psychology, the sentiments. So there's the unknown, the X factor about development, that unknown could be psychological. It could be people's way of life. It could be people's loss of activism, heroism, loss of faith in the public value, loss of even volunteerism. There may be that X factor that makes a difference between how the same events will be weaponized, used by people in Ghana and Nigeria. So yes, what happened in the last election with the Labour Party was an opportunity to, even the leaders of the Labour Party, when I say, look, we can actually capture power in 2022. So why don't we basically, like me, I almost, but they wanted me to chair the idea of the Electoral Commission, which I sold to them. But at this point, I said, look, this party has no credibility. For me to be the chairman of the Electoral Committee, which I sold them, with a party that has no credibility. So it has no traction with the people. I saw to you when he had credibility. So let's put a pan-Nigerian Electoral Reform Commission. You're asking me not to be a chairman of what will not have a capability. So I think the real problem is that, look, we are being dragged down by a particular, and that's why people say politics is king, the incentive structure of the political system. If it's not possible for idealists who come together to build a country, to win election, to win power, and they're always tempted to jump out and win power, hoping that entrism, when they're there, that's maybe the perennial problem. Sure. There must be a structure that incentivizes this long walk to freedom, this hard work, this building. People have faith that, look, when we build, we can win. That will sustain the building.
And for our listeners, we're going to open it up for questions. Please use the Q&A tab to type your question. I'll read it out and attribute the question to you, and our guests will have an opportunity to respond. But Sam, I'm happy that you've come to elections, and I'd like to talk a little bit about elections, because we can't really hold the political class accountable unless we have credible elections. I don't know if you saw the report by the Athena Center, Ostachidoka's think tank, that showed that after reviewing data from 3 off-cycle elections, that about 80% of the votes cast were really credible. The rigging happened in about 20% of the cases, and it was mostly in the local government areas controlled by the incumbent. Which, as bad as that may sound, gives me hope, because prior to that report, one thought that it was just massive rigging all the way. So in your thinking about electoral reforms, what are some of the practical things you're considering that could give us elections that have more integrity, especially in light of what we've seen, that the lift is heavy, but not as heavy as we thought initially?
Good point. I would like to look at 4 things. First is political parties. The Supreme Court further damaged the idea of democratic evolution by thinking around, the party is sovereign, therefore party decides. And the Supreme Court mistakes the party to be the people who run the party. So in the Supreme Court's idea of party sovereignty, if Mr. Patrick Ogibo is the chairman, Patrick Ogibo writes that someone is a candidate, that's the party. But that's not what it is. Party supremacy is that the party has a structure, and the party, the state will not dictate to the party, but the party has to follow its rules. So I want to see more of judicial review. That means the party is regulated. And that's actually what INEC is supposed to do. Again, I think that in a country like Nigeria, you need to regulate democracy. You need to nurture it to grow, because you don't have the environment is not, democracy depends on some cultural, social values, civic responsibility, and civic power. We have societies where people can be punished, people can exert accountability, without the state, without police. We don't have that. So you don't have to regulate those behavior. So if you say people should form political parties, form parties, then they have rules and regulations. So you cannot say the mighty can shrug them off, then therefore. So I think that's number one thing that's important. We need to be clear that there must be structure in the party so that the party has life, democratized. We don't need to impose on the party, but the party must be responsible and disciplined. Sure. INEC has a responsibility. That's my word to INEC. INEC leaves its job. The party regulation work, INEC doesn't do it. Second, I want to see technology that we used before. Like you said, you're right. Elections would have been almost 80%, 90% perfect if INEC didn't make the mistake of shutting down the server. And because look, you need a drama to happen. So imagine if the ruling party lost election in this time, some governors lost election because they couldn't manipulate the system. So that would have sent a signal. It's about signaling to people that, look, accountability is real. When you're there, you can be voted out. It has very strong implication. And so that's where I think we're failing. So we need to have that clarity as to transmission. We repaired why the election was easily not rigged was because of beavers. Yeah. So beavers created a control. So if you match it with electronic transmission, we get home. That should be clear. The third area, judiciary, is the problem in my view too. Because look at Kogi, look at Imo. Those are jurisdictions that are almost stupid. Kogi own tribunal says, oh yes, give an order, come. They invited the INEC to present the beavers, and they demonstrated before court, and it shows the result. The same tribunal went and says it's illegal evidence. Why? That the person should have been fraud. The court ordered, and so they have used the Evidence Act, Electoral Evidence Procedure, to commit crime against the people. So I think the judiciary must now, there should be more accountability. I mean, you have to be careful with the judiciary, because even in the US, you can't just intervene. You can't say, let's regulate them. But there must be a way that the new legal MBA, and I'm working on that, should put more pressure for judges to understand the basics of electoral jurisprudence. I mean, there's old corruption, which is the big thing here. I mean, it's not for nothing that the biggest bribe taker is now the judiciary officially, based on the report from MBS and the UN Drug Organization. So, but the key point I'm making is that the judiciary must then sit up to say it's our responsibility to protect democratic right of the people. So we care about the outcome of the election. The accuracy matters to us. And if you can do that, and you see that many people lost election and the court confirmed that, you will see that the incentive structure, and that gets back to what Paul Collier wrote about criminalizing the electoral system. If you allow the criminalization of the electoral system to go ahead, like I said, bribe INEC, bribe judiciary, there's no hope for democracy, because the worst of us, a criminal system does a natural selection. So only those who are skilled in the craft of criminality would triumph. So you see the genius in crime becoming everything, because you can't work that system. And so my concern is that the electoral system must decriminalize the electoral system. Electoral reform must decriminalize the electoral system. And the judiciary has a role to play, so that we see the court punish impunity. Then it makes the cost of impunity higher. And it makes it less likely that people are going to go out to invest, because this is about economics. They're going to spend a lot of money to rig elections, but if those money will come to naught because the court will throw them away, then you see a reduction. Like I said, electoral reform, what we now need is, can PDP, APC, Labour, all these parties, opposition parties, come together and present a unified, including legislators, and say, this is what we demand. But again, the free rider problem, some of the people in power think that this new INEC will help us. The last point for me is that you can't have this INEC guarantee free and fair election. So you have to go back to Wade's report and say, between an election, can we construct an INEC that has two characteristics? One, that is not directly appointed by presidents, which will be a tough one for them. Two, that has stakeholder participation. So the parties who are actors have their representatives in that process. And again, and I've written this severally, rulemaking procedure by INEC has to be like a regulator. So it's made on reason, on paper, on evidence, so that if you have stakeholders in that room where they make decisions, it'll be more rigorous, more accurate decision, and nobody would, build its electoral strategy on buying off the INEC chairman or buying off an INEC commissioner or INEC resident commissioner to win an election, because the procedure for decision making is one that is quasi-judicial, and stakeholders are part of that decision-making process.
Exactly. And in your response, you touched on a question we just got from a Joshua Ode, where he wanted to know, how do you make INEC independent? Because if INEC is not independent, they're not able to deliver elections with integrity. But I think you already talked about that by talking about the Wade's report and other recommendations. But maybe you have another point on that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so independence will depend on two things: appointment, but that's not enough. So even if the plaintiff appoints, if the election process doesn't allow you to control their decision, meaning it's open, transparent, it involves interest holders, so you find it difficult to manipulate. So what I want to see is two levels. Appointment is important, but beyond that, or if it's not possible because of politics, we should have an INEC that have clear procedure for rulemaking, and any rules made contra that is voided. So it opens it up for us to see what they're saying. Stakeholders, the APC will be there, the Labour Party will be there for those decisions, and they know that you can't make decisions secretly. So if you create the same level of accountability that we place on top-level regulators all over the world, when the Fed will meet, when they vote, you see the record of voting, who voted. Even the central bank here would meet and announce how they voted. that they voted 3-2 for this policy. This is a rational. You may not agree with the policy, but you know that they voted, who voted, how they voted. So we should do the same way. The INEC should be a place where, not that INEC has announced, INEC should have hearings, and the people who sit there should include party reps who are there to canvass and argue. I know that the INEC chairman or the commissioners voted. So with that, it increases the cost of bribing INEC, but there's no point bribing a chairman who has to go through a procedure that is clear and everybody can see and question. That's the point I'm making.
Or who is even compelled to go through that procedure and knows that, you know, they would suffer some kind of
exactly. And if they fail, they can be pitched, they can be doing exactly. That's the point. There must be a cost. There must be a commitment, process, and consequence for failure.
Okay. Let me shift gears a little bit and first of all say that it's ideas that rule the world, it's ideas that shape societies, and on account of that, to thank you for starting the Abuja School of Political and Social Thought. But to really understand what you're hoping to achieve with this think tank in light of developing Nigeria. So if you can kind of, in a very short response, tell us what you're hoping that the school achieves as we go along this development path.
Yeah, the Abuja School started as a joke. We started conversing with Tudenta, we're looking at books and said, but look, two things are important for development, and you mentioned it. It's the ideas. People assume that we say, okay, institutions matter, but institutions differ according to the quality of the ideas behind them. You have bad institutions and good institutions. So there's this notion that, oh, we need institutions to develop. Is what kind of institutions? So the Abuja School's premise is that there are bad social science analysis and good ones. There are bad ideas and therefore bad policies. And our job is therefore to say, we say beyond orthodoxy, to first rigor, look at the issue. What is the problem? And try to look at the ideas that are define those problems. And we feel that, generally speaking, globally, that the world has come to a point of new ideas, a threshing floor for getting a new idea. You see, if you look at the debate, whether it's a left liberal, right liberal, we are run out of ideas. The ideas are no longer kind of fit for the world entering. So there's now a competition for the new ideas. What are the new ideas that will change the way we live our life and that will also solve the problems we have? It's not about innovation. It's also about wisdom, ability to solve this problem. You can innovate and create more problems. AI is innovation, but people might see a lot of problems. So the Abuja School's niche is to say that we are going beyond orthodoxy. We are looking at this as again and rethinking and saying, wait a minute, what's going on here? Can we offer a transformative idea? That's one. Two, we also feel there's a sense for an Africanist perspective, not necessarily harken back to African exceptionalism or Africanism in terms of culture, but to say that we in this part of the world also have a voice, not just a voice advocacy in NGO, but a voice in ideas. So we want to also create new wave of ideas that maybe in the next 20 years, 30 years, the people in the global north will be seeing those ideas as actually redemptive. Today we talk about some Western thinkers that have whose ideas have helped. I did a lecture which you saw on social science matters. Yeah, we've seen transformative moments. So Abuja School thinks that we can bring together thinkers, scholars, professionals, and recreate the incentive and nobility again of thinking. It's not thinking is now no longer noble because there's where's the money? Show me the money. So we think that maybe we can remodel the nobility of thinking.
That is quite.
Yes, that's the point.
That is quite Socratic. You know, this idea that you sit, you think, and you come up with something, and then society can run with it. Is that really the case? Is the case that for us, not in the West, you know, where because again in the West you have the thinkers, but you also have a bureaucracy that can actually action it. But if in our case we do not have that second level, is it enough to just stay at the top level, come up with the ideas and leave it hanging? Would that work?
No, it won't work. I mean, let me tell you this story. When I was going to law school, going to university, UNN, before I left, I wanted to study philosophy. My uncle, Nanukebu, told me, said, no, philosophy is the days of Plato. So in those days, there is a ambition. They have peasants who are farming for them. And so today's philosophy is functional. He told me that in law, you will meet philosophy. I think probably was wise. So when I went to do graduate work at Harvard, I focused a lot on philosophy. And I discovered that even as a lawyer, so that's the point you're making. The Nigerian intellectual, the African intellectual, has also to be by nature, by the force of circumstance, a technocrat, a businessman, a bureaucrat. And again, we have examples in history. Machiavelli, some of these guys, we are all and out public servants who worked in the public service, served the prince, and then discovered and then wrote about how prince can triumph. So I think we ought to be in the mode of the Machiavelli, in the mode of some of the scholars, even people like Adam Smith. Some of them held positions in the economy and then reflected. So yes, we can't just say, okay, let's think. Somebody would think wrong with it. We would think and probably pray that we'll be the one who will run with it. And again, we also think for the world. So people in the world can recycle it back to us as a development initiative, and our people will run with it.
And I think there are people who are doing interesting work in looking at what's happening in Nigeria and Africa. One of my guests on this show is Portia Roloffs. She did some good work on good governance in Nigeria and looked at the Lagos model. You know, is there something that's happening in Lagos and Western and Southwest Nigeria where, in spite of all the corruption and so on, they were able to eke out some development? And I think that's the kind of work that you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, it's surprising. 1956, I think, there's a guy called P.T. Bao, one of the leading neoclassical economists, challenging this planning. His work was in Nigeria. He showed Nigerian Hausa communities, Igbo, Bini, how economy thrived. His argument was, look, without government, things work. So he was challenging these planning theories. I said, look, guys, look at Nigeria. So I agree with you. Again, the more serious work should be work that is empirical as well as theoretical. So you look at things, you see how they work, you try to test your analysis with situations. And I think, again, very important, many of us smart people, especially social sciences and economics, have migrated to the West. It has left our situation understudied. And if you are understudied, you will likely not have good enough solutions. So I think there should be a wave back where the African intellectuals, thinkers, scholars are now thinking about our situation and using those tools, those analyses from the West and our own to integrate and be able to fashion out, a way out for us. So we need to have more of African-oriented scholars, not Africanists, but African-oriented scholars.
And so in your engagements at the Africa School, have you arrived at something? Are you guys still tinkering with it? I mean, I know that like Cloud Ake and Walter Rodney and so on, you have very publicly blamed Africa's de-development to just wholesome adoption of Western liberal thought. Have you arrived at something? You started working on conceptual incoherence. Is there something there that we can begin to think of? I think around.
Yes, what we have arrived is that three things. First is that Africa has good intellectual materials to be the future. But again, it's not a case of Africa would have done well, but for the colonial intervention. But that's not the point. The point is that we are worse off now than we were before colonial intervention. Before colonial intervention, we were on an evolutionary trend. We had robust but maybe weak structures that are adapted. But this disruption now has cast us in nowhere, in a zone of nowhere. We're neither Westernized nor Africanized. So what we have fashioned out is that the Africa can provide a third way, a narrative around beyond the neo-Marxist and neo-capitalist, if you like, neoliberal, okay? Something that is communitarian, but essentially borrows or adapts, affirms, not even borrow, because most of the things that the neo-Marxists talk about can be affirmed from an African perspective. And some of the things that neoliberals talk about can be affirmed. So our sense is that that third way could actually is the way we're moving, to affirm the theories and the propositions from these two divides and saying that we can merge them with authentic African communitarian value and present an economic, especially economic. I was saying that economy, we're going back to political economy. Economy should be political economy, and it should be the central concern of Africa, political economy. Everything should be, part of that political economy. So it's not economics, econometrics, it's political economy, including social science, sociology, law, everything. But the essential thing is, how do we enhance the capacity of the African state to produce? I like the way Lewis put it, says, economizing to produce highest value at the least cost, whether it's social cost of the environment, whether it's financial cost or cost of sustainability, but highest value for lowest cost.
Fantastic. And I hear Peter Lewis is working on another book. We can't wait for it to come out. He did a great job with Growing Apart. I have a question from Chukwemeka Ekesiobi. He said, our jurisprudence has to move beyond the law as it is to how it ought to be. How can our electoral law make this movement?
Well, jurisprudence is not just law. Jurisprudence is a theory about what the law should be like, plug into legal theory, philosophy, and all that. So our law, again, laws, they say, is what the judges say they are. So if you improve the understanding of judges and enhance legal scholarship, again, that's part of, I'm now the chairman of a new committee set up by the new NBA president called Adjudicature Review Committee, which I crafted the name, of course. And I said, look, the problem of the judiciary is not just corruption, that's a big one, but it's also a problem of learning, problem of cognition and theorizing. What should be the role of judiciary in a democracy? How should we interpret electoral rules? How should we manage electoral conflicts? So these things are not cast in stone. You see, again, the social scientists tell us that the whole legal instrument, political instrument, these things are constituted by ideas. We constitute them. So it's not like law is cut and dry, put there. The law is, there's no law. Law is that dialectics between the text, the judge, the litigants, the thinkers, the commentators, everybody. And what you get is now law. So jurisprudence is ahead of law. It creates law. It helps law. It's an interpretation of law, and it's an expression of what law should be. So judges in Nigeria need not just moral, situation, corruption. It's also about learning. And again, look, let's be very sincere. Our education has fallen. Legal education is in crisis. Our judges are picked from among us. Many of them poorly educated. Unfortunately, that's what it is. But most of us, almost all of us, are now poorly educated by virtue of our environment. So you need to upgrade their thinking as well and their understanding about this crisis, because the crisis of justice in Nigeria today is not the same as 1960. I mean, the mere change in our environment, technology, has changed issues of what is right and just. Think about regulation, simple economic regulation. The way it used to be in 1960 or 1920s with this local technology. It's not the way you can do with today's technology. The ability to construct and remake a human being means that jurisprudence has to upgrade. So if in the past we say, oh, it doesn't matter, technology should run, but now we can't say that. Are we making that migration in terms of knowledge? So that's also something to work on, so that judges understand what these changes mean for the old question of justice, fairness, and equity.
And because you touched on corruption, I found your paper, The Failure of Anti-Corruption Campaigns as a Failure of Law Reforms in Nigeria. I found it very interesting, an interesting read. And there you try to situate overt focus on law enforcement versus change management as the reason why we haven't been able to make much progress with our anti-corruption campaigns. If you can help us unpack that thinking here and maybe a way forward.
Well, I started that paper with looking at 1955, I think, in Northern Nigeria House of Assembly, where Gwandu, talked about corruption. The same thing we'll talk about today. Yeah. And then look at the Zig and Wolowo. And so the question then is that, of course, corruption is not solved anywhere in the world permanently. But if you look at it from the perspective of law enforcement, somebody commit a crime and prosecute him, of course, that's true. But the real thing is, like, as a change management, the structure, and people have argued that you can't talk about corruption in a feudal states, because it looks like corruption as a discourse emerged now that we are looking at a country with egalitarianism, where individuals have rights, different between state and society. So the king in the village who owns the wife and the coconut and the cocoyam cannot be corrupt because it's matter of fact, he has to take it. So this then means that you have to change the society, the structure, the ideas, the collective action, the what they call expectations. For example, what they call social compact. People expect that, look, this new job you are holding, this is expectation. You're going to do this. So why do we don't even question our? I mean, look at the public service. Look at the discretionary approvals. Nobody questions them. Nobody asks you to retire security money because how can you retire security money? So those are constructs that mean that you have to move beyond legal prosecution to change management, to changing attitude, changing structure, creating new expectation, managing processes, and enhancing oversight. So, for example, if you require that Minister of Finance publishes, like I give example, publishes a budget for local government on newspaper, and there's no normative expectation that people would question local government chairman over the years, what's the point? So you have followed what some asomorphic, mimicry. You have followed the fact that you publish it, but the underwriting norms and cultural behavior that should support that is not existence. Or but you can go ahead and educate the people, help build up constituencies in the local government that whistleblowers help change the rules, allow them to go to court, for example, and demand the local government chairman to submit the report. I give an example. Campaign finance, I went to INEC, wrote to them, make clear rules about how parties report on finance donation. They didn't do that. I went to court, got an order. Now, if INEC was reporting that, you can now look at the documents and say, but if you don't allow them to make those commitments, then there's no way you can do oversight. That's the problem with I try to present. So if the parties don't have obligation to keep record of every donation, then you already compromised 50% the process of campaign financing. But there's no way I know who donated. But if you have to keep record, it puts you under pressure to tell less lies because the records can nail you and somebody can go to jail. Why are politicians being prosecuted abroad? Because there's a record. And that record flows from obligation to keep record first. So I'm telling INEC, create those reporting mandates. So the parties report those. Then you can go and say, so they may lie, but each lie requires more lies, and then the cost of lying may be too high, and somehow somebody can dictate. But so that's the point I'm saying. Leave law enforcement, follow change management procedure, you get more results.
Okay, and I like the example you use with the local government, which can also be the same example with like the Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, where the fundamental thinking was shine a light on the corruption, publish it, the people will take it and run. It has never happened in Nigeria. So is it that we really do not want to see corruption end? Because we're all waiting for our own turn to eat? Or is it that we have become so jaded that we don't believe any of this would work? Or is it that what we're trying to push as anti-corruption is so alien a practice to where we are, our social norms, our social values, our cultural experiences? If we don't understand what's at the root of this, how do we then create a solution to the problem?
Okay, so let's take Singapore. I'm sure if you look at Singapore's own law, and the law is not just the paper, they would have marshaled out strategy to find out who is not reporting. Not just saying, they also find a strategy to ensure that within the timeline, those reports will be taken to either administrative tribunal or some enforcement procedure. So the difference here is incompleteness is a problem of development. Okay. So in contract, the economists argue that the reason why we do regulations, contracts are incomplete. So contracts cannot foresee risk, whether they will fall tomorrow, whether it's quick, whether a plane will fall. So you build in that contract that is not complete. Therefore, there's a regulator. So what we're doing with development is an incomplete development. So you have done 80. They go and do the work and report. but you don't care about that report. That report is down there, reference, bring to the media. So the question then is, ask yourself, what next? What is there any agency, anybody, any person, any process, any procedure that ensures that that report, what do you want to make out of it? And that's why we argue that all developed economies, and later the development economies, are in essence planned economies. You see, plan is not distortive pricing. This question you ask now. So when I publish the report that shows that this is the outcome, so what? Who should we motivate to take it up? Whether it's private agents, whether it's non-profit. Are they organized? What do we do to organize them? What key information do they have? So if a country publishes the local government, who in the local government, how can we help NGOs there to begin to use those reports, go to marketplaces and say, this is actually what is happening. If you don't do that, and that's what I call development, so you must drill down and drill up. You must have the policy, the bureaucracy. Those gaps are too many. And because those gaps exist, the efforts are wasted. So yes, it might be that some people don't even want to fight corruption, but even those who think they want to. And that's why, Patrick, we have a large knowledge gap globally, but more so here. I mean, so development for learning what doesn't work. So it's not enough to say, okay, we'll copy this policy there. But do you have the institutions that drive the same things? Other people say, okay, the policy, the bureaucracy. So Singapore is not like us. Everything is detailed. Maybe there's somebody who is watching that thing and ensuring that that report, once it drops down, in the next 2 weeks, somebody will be issued a summon to explain. And in 2-3 weeks, there will be a conclusion of that case. Somebody goes to prison or is free. Closure. In our own, that report will sit in the villa. So you don't have rules, small letter rules, procedures that explains how something moves from the villa to the president and to the action authority and how long. So in other words, I think that the work of development is so tasking and tiring that only few nations, I've always argued, if you look at history, only few nations enter that narrow corridor, like references. That narrow corridor requires diligence. It requires you have to cross the T's and dot the I's, and that's where we're missing. So there's incompleteness in the structure of development, and that's what we're getting.
I want to stay on this a little bit, just for maybe 2 more minutes. Why do we have that incompleteness? Why is it that we don't follow, that today we don't follow through? But in the 60s, we followed through better. So in the 60s, 70s, we could still follow through, right? What has happened? How fundamental is that change? Is there any pathway out of it, or is this like path dependency now? Are we stuck? Is it a self-fulfilling prophecy? If it is not, how do we begin to, because this is where you now move the dark clouds, right? If it is not, how do we begin to change it wasn't perfect in the 60s, don't get me wrong, I'm not glorifying the past, but I'm saying we, the same human beings, we could do it. What has changed, and how do we at least get back to the 60s and begin our truncated growth process?
Well, first, you're right. I mean, in the 60s, what has changed is span of attention. Leaders had depth, deeper, I don't mean in terms of qualification, of course, they're on the whole better qualified, whether in terms of people like Abubakar Tafawa Balewa or the northern leader may not have gone to Oxford or Harvard, but have been village chiefs. The
mind was exposed. The mind was
educated. They were village chiefs. They walked through the process. They were administrators. So they were very, very fortified. That's good. So again, they also had depth. They looked down. They span of attention. They paid attention. They didn't have to zone out and take their attention big. That's the problem. Democracy has zoned it out, and it's no longer. So we are seeing the whole landscape. We're not picking the pieces. So to be a governor, look at every time a governor has to fly to somewhere, attend this, go to the UN, go to this place, the place is in China. Those are nonsense. And that's the truth about it. And that's why these Asian leaders were different. The work of paying attention is so huge. You have to zone in the lens downwards and pick those pieces. So that's what I've changed. We have zoned out our attention and we can pick the little things that matter, and that's development. In fact, development is about those little things. If you don't pick them, there's a book many years ago, 1982, published by James Scott, called Thinking Like a State. why schemes designed to improve women condition has failed. It was an anthropology sociologist, great book. And he made a point that métis, local knowledge, that what has means that grand ideas without paying attention to métis, local knowledge. If you see those who have worked hard, like the Chinese, we can now look at their theory and give a theory. But actually, they didn't start from theory. They started from understanding their situation, designing it, have an idea, and push. So if you look at what they did, there's more of granular.
Correct.
And less of grand.
Correct.
Now we're dealing with UN, this. So leaders are zoning out, they're not zoning in. That's a problem. So how do we not get back to that? Like I said, things have changed, but the principle will remain the same. That somehow, imagine having a government where you are bureaucratic. So you have more people who are dealing with things at the local level, at the granular, issue-based. And then maybe the practice run up and down. Then that's how to deal with that deficit. So you are now in a world where UN is calling you, AU is calling you, this person is calling you. None of this is translate to real, and then you don't even know what's going on. So how you constitute the government now, more technocratic, more grand level based, more engagement with the people, more understanding of things, focus groups may help you bridge that gap.
And we must give President Tinubu credit for at least trying to move governance down to the local government level, so with a new law, etc. Although we're seeing that in practice again, it is a challenge because the state governors who are now trying to run elections are also hijacking that process. So the state governors, yes, there's going to be some election, but it's going to be people who they handpick. Just taking this particular example now, moving power to the local government, how could we have navigated it better to ensure that the people who emerge as councillors, as local government chairmen, are representative of where the people really are? And these are people who can really drive development at that local level.
Okay, so if I've used first, federalism, that's why I talk about institutions. So federalism has its own issue with development.
By the way, Sam, let me interject here because there's a question from one of our listeners, Obeyemi A. He says, does Mr. Mahdi find the local government law problematic as a lawyer? So maybe you can handle.
I can start with that. Yes, I find it. You see, I think it's a band-aid, but it's wrong. See, the notion of government should be federalism, federal state. So if we are running federal state or federal local, but we have this oddity of federal state local government. Now, what we have done is to federalize local government, which is also an intervention. Maybe it may be right from a project management perspective because you don't have the proper structure. What we should have had is local government working with states. People talk about the US where they have counties, but they're not, it's not the US government that manage them. Many of those local authorities are created by local state laws, okay? So I'm in support of local authority, but I think they should not be federalized, so it's problematic. And I think that we're not going to get the result. You see, you hit the point. Now, you've told them they have got, only thing I've done is to transfer their resources to them. But the structure for managing the place, the Constitution says that the local government will be as defined by state laws. So the basic thing is not the money. In fact, we have now replaced 36 strong investment centers with 774 plus 36 investment centers. So now people are running for local government chairman who would have been running for governor or senator because you have resources there. So I think that the process is not the right one. I'm not sure whether you're hearing me.
I can hear you. I'm with you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the point I make is that the result we want to get, we will not get it because, okay, think about this way. If I was President Tinubu, I would think around financial incentives. So, for example, mobilize the World Bank or these grant makers and provide structure of local government you want to see before you get a grant or you get this funding. Mm-hmm. Not just in terms of financial independence, okay, you give the money. No. The quality of elections, how you set up your electoral system, administrative procedure, things like accountability profile. So the key thing is that you want to use federal power to push for ground level operation. And it's very important. The federal government cannot succeed except local governments are working in some measure. That's the reason why we don't have development in this part of in Nigeria. If you look at China, look at these places. How would the Chinese government succeed in this economic miracle if they don't have control over the productive functions of the regions? They set up enterprise zones. They give some people capacity to produce more than they should. So they have capacity to shift the things to serve agenda. You can't develop where you have 36 centers doing different things. So I would want beyond the court saying, because now the court have said so, there's setting up a committee with the governor to negotiate entry point to even give the money. And so it end up back to politics. The government used to extract commitment. They used to say, okay, if you're going to support us 2027, we leave everything. Things like that. That's not development. That's politics. So I would have preferred to go a different route of using grant and aid, structuring financial support, even getting all the grantors abroad, World Bank, IMF, all these guys agreeing to a set of, that's leadership. So this is a set of conditions we must give to states. And that condition is that we want to see a process where all you want is that the local governments are working, functioning, and that the finances are open for us. We don't care who keeps the account. We want to make sure that those funds committed to projects are delivered and records are sent and verifiable. If you extract that, if you don't agree, you won't get any of this extra constitutional financial support. That will work faster than what they're going through. So yes, I think that you have to get the money to the local government. I'm sure it's used, but the vehicle for doing that is stuck right now. It's going to end up with a good deal. Yeah.
So, Sam, I set out to figure out if you're a good rainmaker, or in this case, a cloud mover, if you can help us reimagine, Nigeria's future. I think you've done, you've comported yourself well. But is there any question that I've not asked, some point, another little, talisman you've got in your bag that you haven't shared, that you would...
Well, I think you've done a great job, but maybe for time, we would have looked at, the other time I wrote about a new compact for development, which is what I'm talking about. So the question people are asking is, what are the things we can do to make government, focus on this? And I said, look at chapter 2, it creates a basic of economic citizenship that could be a basis to recreate the Nigerian state so that people can make demands beyond ethnicity and the government will feel an obligation. So I think that what can help us with this political trap, could be economic citizenship. And that basically says that, look, people understand, look at the poverty, the inflation, the hunger, the fuel crisis. So can National Assembly, can we, civil society, draw up a process in which there's a commitment to deliverables, commitment to using resources to improve the life of the people, local level, at different levels. And that constitutes some kind of, it's legal, but at the same time programmatic, at the same time civic. People sign on to this, our template for assessment. And this is the basis which we advocate for. So it has a transformative capacity for those who are leading, apart from the normal people want to see money. But again, it gives me a sense that the people contract with them on this basis. And this is not like theoretical. This is basically that you take it to the grassroots. People are saying, this is what we want from government. And the government sees that what the people are asking for are basically economic. The thing about the economic issues is that they have a way of mobilizing people beyond rhetoric. So if you're talking about access to healthcare, so those who don't believe in liberalism or believe in X or Y can really understand why they need to have functional healthcare. We cannot talk about whether it should be free, paid for, whether it should be socialized, different things. So I thought that if we really begin to now functionalism, so look, there's a reason why we have government. The Constitution has helped us by providing basic postulates of how government should act. Can we vitalize it? Can we give it life and put it in a form that it's both a citizen's demand? It become what the NGOs, what NLC is saying. If you're responding to the fuel crisis, you're not responding that why should that go to end pay? You're responding to how would this not violate these basic rights that the Constitution has given us and this commitment of government to provide this. So you see together, we're not saying it must be X or Y, but we're saying that this commitment will not influence the diligence with which government seek to find a favorable outcome. So that's really, I think, that will help us get over the incommensurability of politics. We're trapped, but this could be a lift out of this trap, yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. Sam, thank you so much for this. And to our listeners, just to say that we're going to be here again in 2 weeks' time, September 18, 2024, same time. And I'll be chatting with Jude Ilo on his new book, It Is Possible. And we're going to look at how to influence change in Nigeria. The role of civil society. Jude used to be the country head of the Open Society, but now runs an advisory firm, Thoughts and Maze. But again, Sam, thank you so much for this conversation. It's always a pleasure having you.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, where we learn, and where we grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they will definitely do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof. Wato, and I'm your host on the TSK show for today. And today's conversation is one that hits close to home because teenagers are going to school, they are writing exams, and they are doing all sorts within the four walls of the classroom. And at the end of the exams, they are getting results, but the real question is that enough for the future of the teenager of today? So because beyond the classroom, life demands more. It demands confidence, decision-making, emotional intelligence, and real-life skills that are not always taught in school. So today we are asking an honest question. Are teenagers truly being prepared for the future, or are they just being trained to pass? Today we are discussing school and real-life skills. Are teenagers being prepared for the future? We'll go on a short break, and when we return, I have two guests with me on today's show, and they are teenagers, and they will be sharing their thoughts and ideas. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back. This is the TSK show on Signature TV. And we are looking at school and real life skills if teenagers are prepared for the future. And joining me on the show today are two amazing young people who represent the voice of this generation. They are not just students going through the system, they are teenagers experiencing firsthand what it means to balance school, expectations, and real life. They bring fresh perspectives, honest experiences, and real conversations about what it truly feels like to grow up in today's world. I'm really excited to have them here as we unpack this important topic together. I have with me, so ladies first, right? Yes. So I have Precious Udochukwu and Precious Asogwa with me on the show. Welcome to the TSK show.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go right into the discussion for today. You'll be speaking on behalf of many other teenagers that are listening and are watching as well. So let's go with the first question. To both of you, you answer first, then he will answer. Do you think the school is really preparing the teenager for the future? Do you think so? If yes, why? If no, why?
For me, I feel like the school is mainly teaching people how to pass exams. They're not really teaching students real life skills. Because I remember when I first left secondary school, I thought it was going to be easy. Because I was among the top in my class. But that was not the case.
Okay.
So the main thing about school, they teach theoretical processes, but life is about practical skills, and schools don't really teach skills that teenagers can use to go far in life. That's all I can say about that.
Okay, Precious.
She have answered it all because school doesn't even at all teach us, doesn't prepare us for the future, because what they teach us in school is far beyond what we see
in real life.
Yes.
Okay. So when you think about the future, do you feel confident and prepared? Or do you sometimes feel unsure?
I feel both confident and unsure at the same time.
Okay.
Because when it comes to passing exams, I can do that very well. But schools don't teach us about, let's say, emotional intelligence. That's why there has been an increase in suicide.
Okay.
Teenagers. There was a girl that just entered university and she could not deal with the stress, so she decided to take her life.
Oh.
So I feel like things like this should be taught in the schools so that they can prepare teenagers more, because what you see in school is not what you see in real life.
Okay. School doesn't really prepare you for, give you the emotional intelligence and emotional stability and all of that. So let me ask this other Precious. I have two Precious with me. Okay, Precious, have there been any situation you find yourself and you felt like, oh, I wasn't prepared for this? Okay, yes. Just give us an example.
Like the university I'm currently in now. When I was in secondary school, we had university, everyone like, wow, I want to be there. Now we have entered. It was already told us there.
That
so
you
we are sitting down. So and we are not prepared enough. So we are being forced to face and manage it.
Okay, you're still trying to adapt to the system.
Yes.
So can you just give us one particular thing that you're finding very difficult to adjust to away from home, and school did not prepare you, the secondary school did not prepare you for this phase in the university?
Okay, take for instance, now I'm in the university, I stay alone. I'm far away from my parents, so at home then in secondary school, I'll just wake up, I'll see like meal and hot water is already ready for me to take, but this time around,
you eat by yourself.
You have to do everything by yourself. You come to class, normally in secondary school you have your own chair, everything. You read if you don't understand, you ask question, but in the university you not sit there, just outside. You will not understand anything, you cannot ask the lecturer anything, so it's not.
Okay. From what you said, I know that there are some lecturers that still take questions, but most times I think the relationship is between teachers and the students in the secondary school are more closer than that of the university. Okay, I want to ask, do you think that school teaches you how to think? Because thinking is actually a skill, is an ability. There are people who don't do critical thinking. And I don't think that is always taught in the school. So does school just teach you how to think, or they just teach you how to memorize? You know, because when you're preparing for your exams, you just read and memorize. Okay, noun is the name of noun is the name of a person, animal, place of things, and all of that. Does the school really teach us how to think? Any of you can answer the question.
For me, school teaches people how to memorize.
And not to think.
Yes, because let me use exam period for example. A teacher might award more mark to a student that is able to quote them word for word exactly what they taught them. But when you come out in the real world, you notice that people that are able to think on their own, to be innovative, are the ones that are actually rewarded. Because right now, you cannot come out and copy another person's idea and portray it as yours and then still be recognized as someone that is innovative. So I feel like the school teaches us how to memorize, but rather what the real world demands from us is ability to think on our own.
Creativity. Okay, Precious, outside the school, the 4 walls of the school, where are you learning the things that you think will actually help you in real life? What else is teaching you real life lessons?
Could say from my friends, elderly friends, then my co-students, and from aunties and uncles. Okay, and not what the school taught you. I think sometimes experiences teach people. Yes.
Like there are some things school did not teach you. They didn't tell you that you need to wake up in the morning and run around, get water to go for lectures. So I think experience is teaching you that now. So outside the school, you're still learning. Okay. So sometimes, do you feel pressure to perform well academically, and even when it doesn't fully prepare you for real life challenges?
Yes. Okay. Because the society we live in, especially in Africa, if you don't do well academically, you are considered dumb. No matter, there are some people that are very good in hand skills, but when it comes to academics, they're not that sound. But here, if you don't know book, you are just stupid. Straight up stupid. And people feel like without knowing book, like without being academically sound, that's the only category, or that's the only thing that they use to gauge your
strengths and knowledge.
Yes, because it's not just academics that can determine where someone will be in life. Because the person in your class that might be getting first position might still wake up tomorrow and be the person servicing your car. So I feel like school, the whole society pressures us, even though, well, school is not just the main thing in life, actually. People can still use hand skills and then still make it in life without being academically sound, without even going to university. And let me just put it like that.
Okay. I like this conversation because what we are looking at is a teenager shouldn't be judged only by their academic performance. They should be judged by their social skills, their emotional intelligence, their confidence, like every other aspect of their life. So one thing this conversation makes clear is that education is important, but real life requires more than just passing exams. So teenagers are looking for direction, they are looking for confidence, life skills, and preparation beyond the classroom. So we'll go on a short break now, and after the break, we are going to look at other things that teenagers need to know to thrive in life. Please stay with us. We'll be right back shortly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the TSK show on Signature TV. If you're just joining us, we've been having a very honest conversation on whether teenagers are truly being prepared for the future beyond academics and exams. And from everything we've said so far and everything we've heard so far, it's clear that real life requires more than just grades. So we'll continue this conversation as we explore the skills, the mindset, and preparation teenagers really need to thrive in today's world. Some time ago, I was talking with teenagers, and we were looking at soft skills. And some of these things are not being taught in the school, like emotional intelligence, good communication skills, even time management. We hardly talk about these things in the school. And then when the teenager faces the real world, they start struggling. So like when you were talking about the world judging the teenager by only their academic performance, but they forget that we can have an intelligent teenager who is rude and arrogant. So character should also be part of the things, but most of the times school pays attention to more of academic performance than disciplining the teenager to have a good character, because when we don't have responsible teenagers, we end up having dysfunctional adults. So that will lead us to the next question. So Precious, if you have the opportunity to teach one skill to every teenager, what would that be and why?
I think it should be communication skill.
Communication skill.
Yes,
okay.
because I've seen situations, you have all the idea, you have everything, but if you lack how to communicate to the person, you're going to lose everything.
Okay.
So I think it's communication skill.
Communication skill.
Yes.
Okay. Precious, what is that one thing you think teenagers know, or as a teenager, that you wish that adults or this generation understands better?
This particular generation of teenagers are under a lot of pressure.
Okay.
Because, let me use social media for example. If you go on social media platforms and you see people of the age, about the age of 22, they're already millionaires. They already have 3 cars and 3 houses in 3 different states.
And they'll tell you, I made my first million when I was...
And then people will not be like, if parents will start judging their children, look at what other people's children are doing. What happened to you? People start feeling pressured, and that would lead, I feel like it will lead teenagers into the wrong path, because that's why there's increase in, let's say,
crime
rituals,
and vices.
Exactly, and then people will be like, we don't know where it started, don't know how. So I feel like people should understand that you are under a lot of pressure. You don't know what the next person is doing to get their money. So you should not be judging your 2 months of progress with someone's 10 years of progress. You should move at your own pace. And I feel like you should not let what other people say define who you are or define your progress in life. So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, I think you just spoke to adults and parents who pressure their teenagers and compare them with other teenagers. So Precious, what would be your advice to a teenager who feels pressured? Like she just said, you know, when you come to social media, everything looks so perfect. Everything looks perfect and easy. Feel like you just, oh, everybody's going to tech. Once you just go into tech, the next day you're a millionaire. So what do you have to tell a teenager that is under pressure to figure everything out just as fast or as soon as possible?
What I'll tell the teenager is just take it slow, calm down, because your time will reach, you will definitely blow. You're going to make it as far as you are in the right place and in the right way. You're going to make it.
Okay. So in summary, you're trying to talk about patience.
Yes.
They should go through the process calmly, and at the end of it all, it will be rewarding. Okay, finally, in one sentence, what do you think? I'm asking you, what do you think teenagers truly need to thrive in the future?
I would say emotional intelligence.
Okay.
Because if you don't know how to communicate your emotions to the next person, you bottle everything up and bottle it up till one day you will not be able to take it anymore, and then you will just explode out and then pour everything out on one person. So I feel like once you know how to communicate your emotions to another person, you would feel better about yourself. You won't feel that like say weight of carrying everything by yourself, and then you can easily move. If you're not carrying something heavy on your back, that thing you want to tell another person, if you're carrying it on your back too much, you will be slow to weigh you down. So if you know how to communicate it to another person, you will move faster and go. So that will also increase your success, increase the way you increase your communication skills. Yes, so that's it.
Okay, in one sentence, what do you think a teenager needs to thrive in the future? Apart from education?
One, because using this country for example, for it to thrive in the future, one needs to have patience.
Okay.
Because if you don't have patience, it's very hard for you to succeed in this life. Yes, because I've heard of people making 1,001 mistake before they get it right. So imagine you made the mistake 200 times, like I'm tired, something like that. So you need patience and you need a skill.
Okay, patience and a skill.
Yes.
Okay, so patience is like you're telling them don't give up. Even if you fail, keep trying until you get it right. So both of you have said today that every teenager needs the right communication skill, they need emotional intelligence, and they need patience to thrive. And somehow school doesn't teach all this.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Thank you both for coming to the TSK show. I love the conversation. I love the ideas you brought. And I believe that other teenagers can relate with what you've shared today. And we also encourage parents not to put so much pressure on their teenagers and not to compare them with other teenagers. And that we school cannot teach. I think the home should also help in building a teenager's confidence, building their communication skills, teaching them those soft skills that they need to thrive in life. So today's conversation has shown us that preparing teenagers for the future goes beyond academics and certificates. Real life demands confidence, emotional intelligence, communication, decision making, and the ability to adapt. So we agree that school is important, right? But teenagers also need guidance, they need exposure, they need real life skills to truly thrive. And most importantly, they need people. Right? Yes, they need the right people who will listen to them, people who will support them and prepare them for life, not just for exam. And this has to be the teachers, the parents, the mentors, the coaches, even our religious and traditional leaders also. So to every teenager watching, I want to tell you, keep learning, keep growing, and don't be afraid to become more than what the classroom alone can teach you. You can read books, explore, listen to mentors, and get close to a reasonable adult that will guide you right. So that's a wrap for today on the TSK show. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Wato. I'm your host, and this is Things Should Know. Keep watching the TSK show on Signature TV, LCL TV channel 265, and on our YouTube channel. Remember, knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. So keep thriving. See you next time on the TSK show. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
It was a significant step towards addressing water supply challenges in ENUGU as Governor Peter Mbah and the French ambassador to Nigeria, Mark Fombasta, flagged off the construction of a 14.5-kilometer high-capacity water transmission pipeline. The project, which runs from Nsude to the terminal reservoir at Milking Hill, is designed to strengthen water distribution and ensure reliable supply to homes, businesses, and institutions across the metropolis. Speaking at the groundbreaking, the Secretary to the State Government, Chidebere Onya, who represented Governor Peter Mbah, described the initiative as a major milestone in the administration's commitment to delivering sustainable water supply to Enugu's residents. He noted that the project supported by the French Development Agency under the Third National Urban Water Sector Reforms Program would significantly improve public health, stimulate economic growth, and enhance the quality of life.
Represents a bold step in delivering on our promise to provide reliable and sustainable water supply to our people.
Earlier, Governor Peter Mbah reiterated his administration's resolve to ensure water reaches every part of the state's capital, explaining that while water production has increased dramatically, efforts are now focused on strengthening distribution infrastructure.
We know that what they want to hear is that we've solved the problem. So it's not for us to tell them why this problem is difficult to do. We just want to get this solved.
The French ambassador Mark Fombasta disclosed that the government of France has made investment totaling over $340 million in Nigeria's water sector in the past decades. He described the project as a symbol of strong Franco-Nigerian cooperation, combining technical expertise, infrastructure development, and capacity building.
The construction of 130 kilometers of distribution network and 40,000 household connections will bring huge benefits to communities across the city.
The Commissioner for Water Resources, Ben Collins Ndu Jr., and the Managing Director of the ENUGU Water Corporation, Michael Machuku, expressed appreciation to the French government for its continued support.
This project, supported by the French Development Agency under the Third National Urban Water Sector Reform Program, is a clear demonstration of what strong partnerships and visionary leaderships can achieve.
This event is not just about the commencement of a construction project. It represents a bold and strategic step towards securing a sustainable, reliable, and efficient water supply system.
The contractor, Hilary Abaratu, assured that the project will be delivered unscheduled, and in line with global standards.
We want to announce to you that we have already done almost 60% of the work.
As work begins on the 14.5 kilometer pipeline, expectations are high that the project will mark a turning point in the delivery of potable water across Enugu metropolis. In Enugu, Chinemere Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Hello and welcome to Abuja. My name is Mwabos Njoko and this welcoming you to Signature Morning, this beautiful, beautiful morning in the Federal Capital Territory. Beautiful morning, but I can tell you that I'm not beautiful in my heart. Why? In the past 10 days, I've been reading the latest report by Amnesty International on Nigeria's human rights standing. And there is one recurring issue that has stirred my emotion this morning. Let me recall that in 1989, I did a story of a man who was accused of murder in Owerri. He remained in detention for almost 11 years. Was never taken to court, and he eventually died in detention. And I raised the question then, when does the state become culpable in the murder of somebody in its custody? And lawyer said to me, the man died in the course of investigation or justice, and therefore the state is not liable. I may have been educated, but I was not satisfied. And that story has been brought back to memory by the latest report by Amnesty International. Let me not get into the details, but the recurring decimal is Tiger Base, the anti-kidnapping unit of the Nigeria Police Force in Owerri, Imo State. Charles Dickens says, ask no questions and be told no lies. This morning we'll ask questions. We are prepared to accommodate the lies, but we probe to find out the truth. And I have as my guest Dr. Uju Agomo. Dr. Uju Agomo is the founder and director of Prawa. Sometimes, Dr. Agomo, let me first welcome to the program.
Thank you.
But Prawa is so beautiful to pronounce that I forget that it is an acronym. Prawa, prisoners what?
Rehabilitation and welfare action.
Prisoners rehabilitation and welfare action.
Yes.
Now, the last time I was at your event, in the public sitting on certain accusations against Nigeria Correctional Center, for those 5 days I was there with you, and this issue of Tiger Base popped up. In other words, you are not encountering the Tiger Base phenomenon for the first time.
Of course not.
Tell me your story of the Tiger Base.
Thank you very much. But before I tell the story, I think it is important to pick some basic things from what your introduction sounded like. The story, 1989. Can you remind me which year we are?
We are in 2026. How many years?
And you had just spoken about what happened in 1989. And you talked about this decimal being the Tiger Base. The truth is, there's a pattern. It's systemic. So I'm going to speak to you about some of the things I know. And I am also going to maybe make you a little bit more worried than you may have sounded. Because it is not just about Tiger Base. It's good that you say you will ask questions. You are prepared to receive the lies, and then you will probe. Good a thing you are probably talking to one who has no intention to lie to you, but who also have every desire to walk the path with you, to interrogate things to say the little I know, and then to help us as a people see where we need to connect the dots. So, the fact that something has happened since, at least from your own personal experience since 1989, and we're still speaking the same language here, shows that there is a problem. It is not a problem of us not knowing that there is a problem, but it is a problem of what seemed to be that our full refusal to do something about the problem. If you also looked at the Amnesty report, you will see very, 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 very cogent recommendations. And it's not the very first time you will see recommendations. But the question is, why have we, as a people, refused to do the needful? I happen to be married to a psychiatrist, and he tells me that one of the simplest way to define someone who is mad is one who continues to do something and believes to get a different result. So, in other words, if we refuse to change, we will continue to have the effect that we have. Now, specifically in relation to Tiger Base,
yes,
we're running some, as part of what Prawa does is also that we provide rehabilitation support for torture victims, youth at risk, ex-prisoners, and the likes. So we were running a particular program that we called Livelihood Program. And this program, we were doing it in collaboration with the International Rehabilitation Council for Torture Victims, which is a network of organizations, rehabilitation centers worldwide. Power is one of the member centers, and I happen to also be in the council. But at the time I came in contact with these persons, we hadn't this initiative. As a matter of fact, it was that initiative that pushed me to start looking for support to do something about the livelihood. And through the connections, these people who, from the initial crop that I had, were mainly women. So we have a network of these young women, mainly women, but there were also some that were men. They were mainly women, and when they told me their stories, I broke down and wept. It was bad. And I'll give you, stories such as someone coming and the police arresting a lady and saying, "We believe you have a boyfriend who is an IPOB member, and therefore, come, you are going to help. You are going to help us. We are going to arrest this young man." And as they were taking this girl, and of course, but at this point, they hadn't told her what it was, but as they were trying to arrest, a poor father who, and I don't know any father who will see your child being arrested and you will not do anything. And the father said, "No, why are you taking my daughter to?" And they said, "Why are you asking?" He said, "But why are you taking my daughter to?" It's okay if you want to know where they follow us. Do you know this man followed? They kept him, started beating him severally. The man was wounded. And when he was wounded, they did absolutely nothing until this man died there at Tiger Base. Okay? There were several stories from one to another, stories of people who, anyway. The point is that there were many of these stories, and as I said, many of them were stories that you could not bear, were stories of husband and wife being taken out at the same time, some of them as them and then separated, and one thing leading to another, stories of death, stories of rape, stories of all sorts, extortion, all sorts. So we knew that these persons required rehabilitation. They were legal interventions, but you needed, psychological rehabilitation. And then we also find out that livelihood was also an issue. Many of these women, as I said to you, came at short. Many of them had to relocate to places where they could not easily be traceable. They were afraid, some of them, their phones, were bugged. At least they kept calling them, and with the phones that they knew them with, they wanted to make sure they had no contact with them. And many of them were so horrified. There was a particular one that at the time we were doing a group session, she just blanked out. So as part of the intervention that we had, we brought them, we went to hospital, did a full screening, we took them to a specialist hospital, had a full screening assessment of them, took their stories. We had holistic interventions, we had psychologists come to assess them, we had social workers, we had the minister of the gospel, prayed for them, all sorts of things were done. But the stories I heard are consistent with what you see documented in that report from Amnesty. But what I want to say to you is that that's not the only places where this happened. And just a few minutes ago, I'm sure you heard I was talking to one of the ladies, and then I asked her, because this particular lady would spend time in Tiger Base. She also spent time at IRT, that is the abattoir in Abuja, and tried to find out, given her own assessment, which one was worse. And she said there was some difference that, for example, in Tiger Base, when there was a change of guard from Abakari to Disu, there was sanitization of process.
That was in the Abuja.
In the Abuja one. So what it means is that you can make a difference. You can change this route. Okay? Then she also spoke about the Niger.
Delta,
the Niger, which is the Wawa place. This is in Niger State. So again, of course, made instance, because in that particular case, there was a husband and a wife were taken. And both of them were taken in front of their children. While they were taken, later on, they tried to bring them back again and came again and arrested them. And again, it was a situation of them trying to help advocate somebody else. The wife was brought out, apparently killed before the husband. The husband was just released not too long ago, and then he started looking, where is my wife? That's how the story came out. That actually they had killed the wife earlier on. Okay? Now, so it just shows that there is a pattern, and there are many tiger-based, and it's, as I said, it's not the first time. Nigeria had gone through the Universal Periodic Review, which is a process where different countries come before the United Nations mechanism and be reviewed. And in almost 2 of its review, one of the recommendations made to Nigeria, which Nigeria accepted, was for Nigeria to have documentation of all places of detention. And that these all places of detention must be accessible. Okay, so it was also about documenting all places of detention and all persons in detention, and having a centralized database that tells you the number of persons who are in detention in the different facilities in Nigeria at any given time. But do you know that this information I just mentioned, there is nobody who have that information, which means there's nobody in Nigeria, not the president, not any minister, that knows the total number of persons who are in detention in Nigeria. So if you don't know how many people are in detention, then how can you do oversight? Now, you find out this. I mean, you probably obviously know the ones in correctional service centers across the country. Do you know the ones in the police cells? Do you know in the DSS? Do you know even the places that are not recorded?
Even civil defense now detains people.
No, there are about 19. No, there are about 19 institutions in Nigeria that can detain. 19. Okay? And those institutions that can, and there could be more than that. I'm just talking about it. And I have not added the ones that are local government to, or the ones that the state. I'm just talking about when you look at all of that. We tried to do a mapping one day, and I was shocked. But in doing that, the question therefore is this point I made, is do we have a place where somebody reports all of the persons who they have every day at any particular time, and making sure that that is accessible to people. So that's the story about tiger base. But the problem I have is to tell you it's not just about one tiger base. No. It is about many places where persons' liberties are deprived, where nobody documents carefully what has happened, where nobody checks, and where really impunity continues because people die and nothing comes out of it.
Dr. Ju, let us look at a little specifics of what Amnesty International flagged in this report. And incidentally, the title of this report is very interesting. Tiger Base of Atrocities, Human Rights Violations by the Nigeria Police Anti-Kidnapping Unit in Owerri. And Amnesty says, the base has become synonymous with police operating outside of the law. A law enforcement agency abusing their powers to enrich themselves through extortions. Now, they begin to be specific. 1, torture, ill-treatment, prolonged, unlawful detention. That's issue number 1. 2, they talk about many people disappear after being moved to cell 1. Nobody ever sees them again. They go ahead. They say inhuman and degrading conditions even within the cells. Here they flag overcrowding, people screaming for air, and when they are brought out, they are beaten a little bit, they get some air, and then they're sent back to the same 12 by 12 space. And some people lie with their heads in one direction, others their legs in one direction, and detainees die. Now, I mark this word, detainees die routinely. And nobody seems to ask questions. And Amnesty says this is police impunity. And you say this is not a matter of
It's not just one place. There's nothing you have said that is new. So my point here is that many of this is happening in different locations. Yes, it is happening. If you recall, okay, maybe I should just put it like this. There was a particular time somebody told me, and he said to me, if a suspect is brought here, and it's my first time, this is somebody who is in a place of authority, and it's my first time I've seen that suspect, I'll warn him. I warn him very well not to come here again. If the suspect comes a second time, depending on what he's charged, I may decide to warn him, or I decide to finish him up. And finishing him up is not a... It's not euphemism, it's not a joke. Then, he says, if he comes the third time, I tell you, no matter what you tell me, that person is not living here alive. And what happens? You come in a situation, and this is somebody who's brought to discuss this, yeah? And he says, you know how many of my men have been wasted? So I just will call you and I'll say, you come. And that normally what we say in those, for that particular age of what we're doing, they will say, okay, you can start going now, we've released you. And of course, this will be in the night. And you are scared. You say, no, start going, carry your slippers, start running. Yeah, we've released you now. And then as you're going, you hear, why? Oga, you been want to escape. Do you understand? But okay, didn't you see that it was at the back? He was trying to escape. So part of what has also happened is that we fail to realize the value of life. It doesn't matter anymore. And the person doing this, sometimes they will tell you, okay, I believe that the person had done it. And you find that the process of investigation is not anything to hold on for. Of course, the fact that you don't have forensic equipment, the fact that you don't have proper training to be able to do the proper investigation, it's not enough reason to why people's lives like this. And there are instances when it's obvious, like the ones I told you, that this person, all the reason you are holding is that you think he knows somebody or is friends to somebody. Where has that become a crime? And as I'm talking, the father saying, okay, if you won't tell me where you are taking my daughter, I am following you. And that is how that man died. So the issue here is whether it's in terms of extortion, whether it's in terms of torture, whether it's in terms of, very terrible conditions, in terms of the facility where there is nothing you have read here that is new. Sometimes you may talk about maybe the scale. Okay? So the question here is, how do we ensure? Because I looked at all of the recommendations. Yes. They are okay, wonderful. But I think we need also more than that. Because you would say all of the things you needed to do. Even, that the National Human Rights Commission has been designated as the National Preventive Mechanism for Nigeria. It's one of the things reported in this report. But the question is that many times, even for the officers to go and visit places of detention, they are not allowed to have a proper access. Any access that you are having and you are saying, do a formal letter and send to us and tell us the day you will come, cannot really be right thing. And it is important to mention that Nigeria has signed the United Nations Convention Against Torture, Cruelly Inhuman and Degrading Treatment, UNCAT. Nigeria is also a signatory to the optional protocol to the same convention, which is the UPCAT. It is the optional protocol that requires countries to set up the national preventive mechanism, which is basically that they should ensure that there is a very structured way of visiting places where people's liberties are deprived. I happen to be a member of the United Nations Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture, which is the United Nations arm of what the NPM is. Yes. And what we do is that when we go to countries, we visit the police stations, we visit prisons, we visit migration centers, we visit social care homes, we visit psychiatric hospitals, we visit anywhere that somebody's liberty can be deprived. And you're going to look at, you're also looking at the mechanism that is set up to do this visit. Okay? And what is it that they are coming at in terms of their reports and all of that. So those visits have to be unannounced. It has to be frequent. Let me repeat again. It has to be unannounced and it has to be frequent. Because that way it can, so that means they have to have proper resources to be able to do that. But in doing that, something has to happen. So let's take the very first one. Do we know all of the places where people's liberties are deprived? We don't. So
where are you going to visit?
So that you may know some major one, but what I'm saying first is that we need to have a comprehensive list of all, not some, all places where people's liberties are deprived. That is the recommendation made to Nigeria, which Nigeria accepted under the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review of Nigeria. So let's start from there. And then the second aspect is that we need to ensure that persons who are detained in all of the places, no, all persons, all persons, not some, all persons who are detained in all of the places of detention should be known and be assessed. Number 3, we need to ensure that in terms of the procedure for documentation and processing of those who have been detained, that they should use tamper-proof register. This is also another recommendation made to Nigeria. You know why? Sometimes on Fridays, people are picked. And if they are settled in between
Friday and Monday morning,
it's gone. And as you are settled on a sheet of paper, it's gone. So with that tamper-proof register supposed to help us that even if it is 20 years after, when I come back, I can say I was detained at Agabes and I can prove it, and I can come and you find that. Do you know? When you do that, people can think, and if I do something wrong, they will come back to trace this person. There's something I want to say that would shock you. You see, there are different mechanisms for oversights that have been set up. The National Human Rights Commission Act itself contains that. The Legal Aid Council Act of 2011, the same. The Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019, I think section 20 and 21 or something like that, has about 4 types of oversight. 4. None of those 4 have been established. 4. Now, you go on and on. Then, section 34 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015 talks about the magistrates visiting places of detention, like the police station. And not just all, places of detention. I knew some magistrates who have been so terrified because they went and some of these things they saw they could not behold. They said they can't even stand it anymore. I knew some that came to Abata and started having nightmares. So, we need to again activate all of the oversight mechanisms and make it in such a way that the frequency, the prompt and frequency of course, unannounced visits are very high by people who will understand what they are seeing and be able to do the needful. In the Nigerian Correctional Service Act, as a way to stop this issue of torture, because sometimes they would have tortured these people, by the time they bring them, they're almost dead. So there is a provision that says, as part of the thing that you can make you reject receiving a detainee that they are bringing to you, is if the person is tortured or is unconscious or have terrible wounds, and of course the other is if he's underage and if he's mentally deranged, or there's a way this was put. Let me tell you, in the same way, we went to this particular facility and they were telling us that sometimes when they see this person almost dead the way they were, and they are trying to reject the person, it was almost like, if you don't say they'll kill me. Because anybody you don't receive there, what then happens is that, okay, because they're not taking you back, you know that now. They're not taking you back. You're gone. So the question therefore is that if you refuse to receive, what is the process? Because that 2019 Act stipulates what other things that needed to be done in terms of agency to notify that you have rejected XYZ. But there's a problem here. in terms of we have it and not effecting it. And that's part of our problem when we have laws and we are not effecting. When you look at the a report of Amnesty,
yes,
you will notice that part of what they're also recommending is the amendment on the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Imo State 2020 to make it align with the Constitution. Everybody knows that if there is any law or any action of any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, Section 35 sub 5 of the Constitution of Nigeria, amended 1999, as amended, clearly tells us about the time limits. Okay, you know, the 24, maximum 48 hours. But the problem, and I keep saying it, but it looks like nobody seems to be listening, is the proviso to that section. That proviso to the section makes it look like, okay, some offenses can stay longer. So what it means, sir, is that if I really want you to
be there,
then I can say you are an armed robber, you are terrorist or whatever. Even when I do not have the evidence to charge you for that offense, the other things that happen is you can guess it. So that's the problem. So there are things, everything that was put in that recommendation are things that should be done. But I also think more should be done more than this, including the recommendations made to Nigeria under the Universal Periodic Review, and we should also find a way of activating a whole lot, and I think there are possibilities. Part of that possibility is also the possibilities that the Nigerian Bar Association can bring to this. I happen to be the chair of the current chair of the Nigerian Bar Association session on public interest and development law, and part of what the session SPIDL, which is the acronym, does is issue about litigation, strategic litigation and all of that. And there are some of these cases, public interest cases, that is taken. Now, you know the Nigerian Bar Association is in many parts of the country. Different branches, over 130 branches. So maybe somehow, because if you refuse to reform, something must give way. So I'm thinking that this is something also that we need to push. But everybody should support the process, support the Nigerian Association, support other civil society organizations to do the needful so that oversight would happen and that these recommendations are made to take place. We need certainly to map all of the places where people are detained. Police cannot continue to do this. And as I said, it's not only the police.
Well, it's not only the police. This story is, I do not like saying it's getting interesting. It's not getting interesting. It's getting more worrisome. I think I prefer it so that those of them who are watching us this morning will know that there's work to be done. There is a new police leadership. We are told that a new broom sweeps cleaner. There's a new Inspector General of Police. The president has said he's not cleaning the entire top echelon because the new police boss needs some more experience. But leadership is new. And we think part of this conversation this morning will be like drawing attention, setting an agenda, and telling the new leadership that there's work to be done. We'll do that when we return from this short break. Please don't go away. Stay with us. Well, let me welcome you back. I signed off to this second segment by saying that a new broom sweeps cleaner. Dr. Ju, we are talking about Tiger Base, but it's consistently said it's not just a matter of Tiger Base. It's a system matter, and it has lingered. There's a new Inspector General of Police whose records I hear indicate leadership policing with considerable humanity. If he is confronted with this kind of tiger-baseism, and it's not in Owerri only, what should Disu be doing with the police? Me as a layperson, I would have said, do you look at the curriculum or the training of the policeman here? Because what makes a human being to be trained to have comfort to inflict pain and unto death. Dr. G reminds me of the Apple 6.
Yeah.
It is the same kind of systemic behavior that produced Apple 6 that is producing what we're talking about now. How can you shoot somebody? After all, the process is that we convict you, send you to prison, and we correct you, isn't it? What does this do now? As the new police head, how should you be looking at the police? What should you be doing to improve the situation?
Okay, I think the very first thing would be to prepare to do something, just by admitting that there's something wrong and mustering the political will to do something. I mean, you saw the victim we spoke to, and she's mentioned that once he came in to and took over from
Abakari,
there was a difference. So it's not, you're not telling him something he didn't know about. So, and it will be difficult for any police officer say not to know about this. I didn't mention this to you. You know, the very first time I ever worked, I mean, with my NYC, like worked, which was when I did my NYC,
Yes.
was working with the police. I lived in the barracks. So that's how I started. So, and my job was attached. I was attached to the PPRO, that is the Police Public Relations Officer, and my job was to look at the newspapers, whatever anybody was saying that was against the police or attacking. I would just cut it, and then I put it on, gum it on a plain paper, and then I would draft what the Commissioner of Police was going to see and all of that. And there was no day there was nothing negative about the police, and I became curious. And then I went to then my Commissioner of Police. He's late now, Zander Iduma of blessed memory, And I said to him, I wanted to look at the different departments just to know a little bit more. That's actually how I got to started visiting the prisons, because he was from the police. So went to, of course, those who were in the CID, and then in the what was called prison then, which is correctional centers now. So the reason I told you this story is that there is no police officer that does not know this, that there are problems. There are even people they call OC torture. So you spoke about issue of training. I will tell you, there have been a lot of training. Even Prawa have done several training on police human rights. We have developed a training manual, a police human rights training manual, police human rights trainers guide, police human rights pocket handbook. We've done one on accountability, which was also involving the police service commission with the chair, even attending physically. So yes, there is also a place for training and attitude thing. But you see, part of what I have realized is that people are really ready to do things and continue to do those things if there are no consequences. The certainty of consequences would deal with this matter. So again, I go back to what I said earlier. There must be everything set up to ensure complete accountability. You should not have any black figures. We should know every place. I mean, we're taking police, but remember I told you there are also others.
Yes.
So it's not just the police. We must know
Yes.
all of the central facilities for every other one. But let's take the police, for example, because we're talking about the new IG. So all of the places where police stations, police posts, everywhere that they, even if it's one person, they can detain there. You need to be able to capture it. And there must be a returns. The correctional service, they are the agency that keeps so much statistics. Part of what they did is that if an officer is handing over to another officer, what happens is that the person puts the number of persons the statistics and all of those figures. I say open up now, and then hand over the piece of paper. They keep it, and every day that returns. They do that returns every month. It's an intricate part of their work. The police can do similar. That every morning you must stay, when you are taking over, coming to how many persons were in detention, and it must be sent up in terms of ensuring that at the state level and at the zonal level and at the national level, you must know all of the facilities and how many persons they have kept over the previous night or that day. Secondly, the names of these persons, when they came in and when they go out, must be in a document that is tamper-proof, not a sheet of paper. Because what this means is that if the person comes tomorrow and there's a problem, you are not looking for them. You will say, okay, where is this person, this person, this person? You should be able to know, when did this person come in? When did he go? And if that, So you can't have people disappearing. No. So you must be able to do that. And then the third part, which is support, as I say, the full access to agencies that have the mandate to do the work. One is National Human Rights Commission through its mechanism of the National Preventive Mechanism. As I said, I mentioned the OPCAT, and it is an obligation. And it should be unannounced. Secondly, I mentioned the Nigerian Bar Association. And there should also CSOs. I mentioned the fact that there are so many of these laws that have oversight, that those oversights need to be activated. If that is set up, and then you make sure that once there is a complaint, there must be a direct process in terms of complaints. They have CRUs, which is a response unit, complaints units, and all of those processes, including the provost office and all of that, and the police have many different processes, including the squad and all of that. But the question is that you must strengthen internal mechanisms and the independent external mechanisms of oversight. There must be proper coordination, and it must matter that everything and anytime anybody does something, there must be certainty that the person will be caught and the consequences must follow. Once you start effecting these consequences, people will change behavior. They will change. But they don't change because nothing happens. Now, you had NSAS.
Yes.
I was a member of the NSAS panel at the federal level. The National Human Rights Commission, through the NSAS panel, had documented series of atrocities. There are people that certain things have to happen to. We need to make sure that the National Human Rights Commission panel at the federal level and all of the state panels, their recommendation, those who are federal police officers that need to prosecute, that has to happen. Now imagine what it looks like. An officer who you know, because the officers, they know the very bad ones. They know. Imagine that officer, they are seeing a person promoted. They are seeing the next person move to another position. So how are you telling the young ones, this is not the way to go? Because as they are doing it, they're getting richer. They're getting richer, they're getting promoted. But when somebody knows that those actions can make you to be sent out of the force, or make you to be demoted, or make you to be sacked, or make you to be put in prison. And I must say, there are also officers that they have prosecuted before, and we find some of them in custodial centers. But there are many, many that are doing these things and nothing is happening to them. And therefore, there is no incentive not to follow suit. That's where the problem is. So the new IG could look at this, and if he makes have a zero tolerance on torture, on corruption, and extortions, because many times these are all
together.
The other part I must say is, you talked about training. Yes, you look at the content, and in terms of curriculum of police officers, it has been reviewed. There's human rights integrator. I've just given you an example of what Power did with the police over the years. Since 2008, we've been running. There were some we were doing in different police stations before we started moving to the training institutions. And there are many other organizations that have also done similar things. But part of also what you will notice is that how someone is treated is important.
Yeah.
When you are in the training as a police officer, if you are treated well, it has also a way of rubbing off. But remember all of the points that I had made earlier. It has a way of rubbing well on you. But if you probably didn't have proper treatment, I went to forensic camp in Osun State, Iloragu. I don't know now how it looks, but at the time I went, they didn't have proper toilets. In short, of course, there's a particular place you go, the phone, you can't even work. And I was really pained. I felt that these officers should be treated well. I mean, there was a time it went viral in relation to the Lagos training school. good. But
even
there
the,
are many,
the just training school.
yeah, the many training institutions they look at, and this is not just for them, for all of the other agencies and all of that. So if you look at the well-being of the police officers, somebody told me that there was a time that when they are at the checkpoint, they bring food. If you're taking over, they bring food for them.
Yeah.
So now, is anybody caring whether police officers are eating? Is anybody caring whether they are having,
appropriate clothing,
even
to
sometimes
buy
in
the
rain.
weather?
Sometimes they are waiting, living up, waiting for charities, including charity from criminals.
Even transportation.
From criminals. So again, we need to really be serious. I think that's
Humanize even the police force itself.
And once you do that, then you can begin to ensure, and it is not justification for what they're doing.
No.
We must, as I said, a zero tolerance, but I'm trying to make sure that that's balance. Okay? And anyway, let me stop it.
Now, some people have said that even funding of the police as an institution creates the opening for the police to try to make good. A DPO has 6,000 naira or 16,000 naira, I'm told, to run a division for every 1 week. 16,000. I'm supposed to respond to distress calls, movements for operatives. I see that the 16,000 naira gets exhausted in 6 hours, in 3 hours, if it's to respond. Yes. Yet he is queried for incompetence and inefficiency if he doesn't respond by his superiors. So he becomes creative in raising funds to respond. And when he becomes creative, I suffer. I'm extorted.
Why are you using the word? Call it what it is. I thought you said you are coming here to tell the truth. You said you are going to, what was it you said? Say you are going to ask questions. And then if they lie to you, you will now probe. No, call it what it is. It's not creative.
You call it corruption, extortion.
Yes.
I'm just trying to say the ground created for it. When the system, when the institution does not fund the police operative, what does he do? Okay. The Bible says, lead us not into temptation.
And prevent us from all evils. So that is part of it. But I need to say, part of it is not just about, that discussion has been said time and time again. But I want to also say again, I want to see each problem from a very holistic view. I always see, because there are problems that we have in terms of looking at these things in silos. So every facility that is a detention facility, including a correctional center, including a police station, including there is DPOs or whatever, there must be a way to decentralize the funds. So money that because we found that when you go to the budget, year in, year out, the budget is increased. Now again, that reminds me, it's one thing to increase the budget, it's another thing to bring the money out, to release the money. It's another thing
for the money to trickle down.
Trickle down to you see the problem. So I actually see 4 rather than 3 problems here. The first problem is the issue about appropriate budgeting.
Yeah.
So there is this almost like ad hoc or generalization in terms of budgeting, which is budgeting that is not empirically driven. What you spent more last year should help guide you in terms of what should be the budget.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to the Global News on Signature Television. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Tinubu sweeps APC presidential primary, secures massive nationwide endorsement. Gunmen kill 3 worshippers, abduct 15 in Kwara. Blast targeting train kills at least 20 people in Pakistan. And U.S. Secretary of State says significant progress has been made in Iran talks to end the war. Details in a moment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, on Saturday reaffirmed the political dominance of President Bola Tinubu as he secured a landslide victory across states of the Federation to clinch the presidential ticket. Tinubu, who is seeking a second term in office, defeated fellow aspirant and businessman Stanley Osito in the nationwide exercise conducted over the APC's direct primary system, which allowed party members across the country's 8,809 wards to participate in the selection process. The primary, held simultaneously across state chapters of the party, recorded overwhelming support for the president from APC supporters in many states, further cementing his hold on the ruling party ahead of the 2027 contest. The presidential primary concludes the APC's internal electoral process ahead of preparations for the next phase of the party's political activities. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has cleared former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, and former banker Mohammed Hayatuddin for its presidential primary scheduled for Monday, May 25. A statement by the ADC National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, said the primary would hold in all the wards across the 774 local government areas in the country. Abdullahi further disclosed that 513 candidates have been cleared for the House of Representatives, 109 for the Senate, and 80 candidates for the gubernatorial primaries. Addressing party stalwarts at a town hall for ADC members in North Central over the weekend, one of the presidential aspirants, Hayatuddin, said the exercise would determine whether the opposition party is actually serious about rescuing the country. He said that the party is facing a defining choice between serious leadership and recycled politics. The former Vice President of Nigeria and Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Yemi Osinbajo, has urged the Nigerians to channel their acts of charity and philanthropy towards creating opportunities that will bring people out of poverty. Osinbajo, who delivered the 10th anniversary memorial lecture in honor of the late traditional ruler of Adoachi in Oji River local government area of ENUGU State, Igwe Vincent Ilo, stated that efforts should be made to make people engage in income-generating activities instead of making them perpetually dependent. He urged governments, institutions, business leaders, and citizens to invest in structures and create lasting opportunities for people.
So the future of social impact lies not only in helping people survive hardship, but in empowering them to overcome hardship. In empowering them to overcome hardship permanently. This is the shift that we must embrace, from transactional giving to transformational investment in the lives of people and communities, from temporary relief to long-term resilience, from dependence to empowerment, from charity as sympathy to charity as strategy. So sustainable social impact begins when we stop asking merely how much did we give and start asking what systems did we change. A bag of food may feed a family for a week, but access to education, to skills, to financing, and opportunity can transform generations. Building a shelter may save lives today, but building affordable, inclusive, and sustainable communities creates stability for decades. Donating to schools is commendable, but reforming educational systems, investing in teachers, in digital access, in innovation, creates lasting national development. This is the difference between relief and renewal. Good philanthropy in the 21st century must become catalytic. It must ignite possibilities to be sustainable, and it must strengthen systems rather than seek to replace them. It must create ecosystems of people to become architects of their own future. So the future of social impact lies not only in helping people.
Oshibanjo observed that corruption and acts of impunity in both private and public life have continued to deprive many citizens of resources meant to improve their well-being, thereby worsening hardship across communities. He therefore called for reforms that would strengthen institutions and educational systems to create pathways that would make such institutions more responsive to the needs of the people.
We need philanthropy that supports innovation, that supports entrepreneurship, that supports education, healthcare, that supports sustainable housing and inclusive economic growth. We need investments that create jobs, that strengthen institutions, investments that empower women and young people, and prepare future generations for a rapidly changing world. Perhaps it is time for us all, leaders, institutions, businesses, and citizens, to rethink what it means to give. I think it is time for us to move beyond charity, because that only alleviates suffering. We can actually build systems that eliminate the causes of suffering. We can move from the occasional acts of kindness to enduring structures of opportunity. We need philanthropy.
The memorial lecture attracted traditional rulers, political leaders, academics, business figures, members of the Achi community, and friends and colleagues of the Ilo family members. The Kwara State Police commanders confirmed the killing of 3 worshippers and the abduction of 15 others following a deadly attack by armed assailants at burial ground in Ekiti local government area of the state. Sources in the area disclosed that the terrorists stormed the community in large numbers, attacking worshippers and residents before fleeing through nearby forest roads. The attack, which occurred on Saturday night at Orioke Ajayi axis of the local government area, threw surrounding communities into panic. Confirming the incident in a statement issued on Sunday in Ilorin by the spokesperson for the Kwara State Police Command, Adetun Ajeri Adeyemi, described the attack as gruesome and condemnable. Speaking on the development, the Commissioner of Police, Adekemi Ojo, explained that the incident was reported to the authorities by Pastor Adebayo Abiondu, who was conducting a night vigil with members of his congregation when the gunmen struck. The police boss disclosed that operatives attached to the Ekiti division were immediately mobilized to the scene after the distress report was received, and assured that the command is fully committed to ensuring the rescue of all victims and the apprehension of the perpetrators behind the heinous act. The command urged members of the public to remain calm and support security agencies with credible information that could aid ongoing rescue and security operations. The federal government has allayed fears that the adoption of AI technology would lead to job losses in the public service. The Director General of the National Information Technology, The Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, Kashifu Inowa, made the revelation at the 2026 International Civil Service Conference held in Abuja. Inowa, who was represented by the Director, Stakeholder Management and Partnership Department, Dr. Aristotle Onumo, noted that the AI technology should be viewed as a tool for the advancement of productivity rather than a threat to human relevance. He, however, noted that the jobs of people who refuse to upskill themselves may eventually be affected when those willing to retain and adapt will benefit immensely from AI. He said that NITDA had commenced agency-wide AI capacity building programs for all staff members being transformed by automation, were being reassigned and redesignated into emerging AI-related functions. He explained that the importance of maintaining human oversight in AI deployment, warning against the complete removal of human intelligence and accountability from governance systems. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunja Lausa, says the ongoing foundational reforms in Nigeria's education sector aimed at empowering Nigerian youths and preparing them for global employment opportunities. The minister made the remarks during a bilateral meeting with the UK Minister of State for Skills, Baroness Smith, on the sidelines of the 2026 Education World Forum in London, which focused on expanding practical cooperation in skills development, technical and vocational education, digital learning, and workforce readiness. Lausa said the Federal Ministry of Education is aligning education reforms directly with labour market needs to ensure young Nigerians are better prepared for emerging economic opportunities, with sectors such as clean energy, healthcare, engineering, digital technology, and artificial intelligence receiving priority attention. In her response, Baroness Smith commended Nigeria's education reforms and welcomed deeper bilateral cooperation in skills development. She also pledged to advocate sustained United Kingdom support for the Global Partnership for Education ahead of the September 2026 replenishment campaign. Suspect killed after opening fire on Secret Service near White House. Russian attacks on Kyiv kill at least 4 people. Details from the international scene.
Here is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the general public that this month's cleanup exercise will hold on Saturday, May 30th, 2026, from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. During this period, there will be strict restriction of movement for both people and vehicles, except for those on essential duties, who must present valid means of identification or official ESWAMA pass. Environmental Court will be on duty, and defaulters will be arrested and prosecuted promptly. All early morning spotting activities, loading and offloading of passengers in motor parks, and other commercial activities across the state are to be suspended during the exercise. Meanwhile, ESWAMA wants to remind the public that the payment of sanitation rates for 2026 for both commercial and private residents is ongoing. Kindly make your payment in any commercial bank of your choice or at the ESWAMA office at number 7 Ridgeway Road, GRA, Enugu. For inquiries, please call or WhatsApp us on 0813-553-4440. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director.
At least 20 people have been killed and 7 others injured in an explosion targeting a train transporting military personnel in Pakistan. The blast occurred while the train was traveling through Chaman Fatak station in Quetta, the capital of Western Balochistan region, on Sunday morning. Railway officials disclosed that 3 coaches and the engine were derailed while 2 were overturned. The shuttle service had primarily been transporting service personnel and their families who had been returning home for aid. The Balochistan Liberation Army separatist group claimed responsibility for the attack, saying it was a suicide bombing. Images from the scene show burnt out and mangled carriages and nearby cars, as well as bomb damage to a nearby building. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif strongly condemned the attack, saying such cowardly acts of terrorism cannot weaken the resolve of the people of Pakistan, assuring that the entire nation stands in solidarity with the people of Balochistan in this hour of grief. A suspect who shot at a White House checkpoint was killed in an exchange of fire with Secret Service agents on Saturday evening. Officials gave the name of the suspect as Nasir Best, a 21-year-old man who was known to the Protection Agency and had a documented history of mental health conditions. It's also disclosed that Best had attempted to gain entry to the White House in July 2025 and had been arrested by officers nearby, after which he spent time at a psychiatric facility. U.S. President Donald Trump thanked the officers for their swift and professional action in apprehending the gunman, who he said in a Truth Social post had a violent history and possible obsession with the country's most cherished structure. The shooting comes only a month after a gunman opened fire at the White House during a dinner with correspondents. No officers were injured in the attack, but a bystander was wounded in the shooting, without further details on the condition. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio says significant progress has been made in talks to end the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, hours after President Donald Trump claimed that a memorandum of understanding to end the fighting was largely negotiated. Rubio, who was on his first official visit to India, said on Sunday that the merging deal would address Trump's concerns about the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has largely blocked since the U.S. and Israel launched their war on February 28. He said the agreement will also start a process that can ultimately lead to where the president wants, which is a world that no longer has to fear or worry about an Iranian nuclear weapon. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency, which is close to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, said that under a potential memorandum of understanding, the number of vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz would return to pre-war levels within weeks. Tasnim said the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports must be completely lifted within 30 days, according to the potential memorandum of understanding, and that at least part of Iran's frozen funds must be released in the first phase of the agreement. The agency also reported that potential deal includes an end to the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Russia has hit Kyiv and its surrounding areas with massive missiles and drone attacks, killing 4 people and wounding more than 60. Russia confirmed on Sunday it had launched an Oryzhnik hypersonic ballistic missile at Ukraine in the overnight strikes, the third time the nuclear-capable weapon has been used in the 4-year war. Russian Defense Ministry said in a statement that the attacks, which was in response to Ukraine's terrorist attacks on civilian infrastructure on Russian territory, also involved Iskander air-launched ballistic missiles, hypersonic air-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as drones. Explosions started just after 1 a.m. on Sunday, following warnings by Ukraine's Air Force that Russia might launch a hypersonic ballistic missiles. The Ukraine Air Force said the air defenses destroyed and jammed 549 drones and 55 missiles, while 19 other missiles failed to reach their targets. Kyiv military administration said that damage was recorded in 40 locations across several districts of the capital, including residential buildings. Coming up next is sports news. Nigeria's under-17 women's national team, the Flamingos, are expected to return to the country on Sunday following their impressive 5-0 victory over Guinea in the first leg of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifiers in Cote d'Ivoire. The team is scheduled to depart Cote d'Ivoire on Sunday with a stopover in Lomé, Togo, before arriving in Lagos. Following their arrival, head coach Hakim Busari and his players are expected to return to their training base in Ikenne to begin preparations for the decisive second leg encounter against Guinea. The Flamingos produced a dominant display on Saturday's first leg tie, thrashing Guinea 5-0 to take a significant advantage into the return fixture. The second leg of the qualifier will take place in Nigeria on May 31, with the aggregate winner securing a place in the next stage of the qualification campaign for the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco. Morocco's King Mohammed VI has granted a royal pardon to several Senegalese football supporters who were convicted during the Africa Cup of Nations held in Morocco. The decision was announced as a gesture of goodwill, brotherhood, and solidarity between the Kingdom of Morocco and Senegal, further strengthening the relationship between the two African nations.
You don't tire for this picture? Oya, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get to get free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Nigeria's Under-17 women's national team, the Flamingos, are expected to return to the country on Sunday following their impressive 5-0 victory over Guinea in the first leg of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifiers in Côte d'Ivoire. The team is scheduled to depart Côte d'Ivoire on Sunday with a stopover in Lomé, Togo, before arriving in Lagos. Following their arrival, head coach Hakim Busari and his players are expected to return to their training base in Ekene to begin preparations for the decisive second leg encounter against Guinea. The Flamingos produced a dominant display on Saturday's first leg tie, thrashing Guinea 5-0 to take a significant advantage into the return fixture. The second leg of the qualifier will take place in Nigeria on May 31, with the aggregate winner securing a place in the next stage of the qualification campaign for the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco. Morocco's King Mohammed VI has granted a royal pardon to several Senegalese football supporters who were convicted during the Africa Cup of Nations held in Morocco. The decision was announced as a gesture of goodwill, brotherhood, and solidarity between the Kingdom of Morocco and Senegal, further strengthening the relationship between the two African nations. The pardoned supporters were among fans arrested during incidents linked to the continental tournament. Details surrounding the number of beneficiaries and the nature of the convictions were not immediately disclosed. The move has been widely welcomed in Senegal, with many describing it as a diplomatic and humanitarian gesture that reflects the strong ties between both countries. Manchester United midfielder Bruno Fernandes was named Premier League Player of the Season on Saturday. Fernandes has qualified the record for the most assists in a single Premier League campaign with 20. The 31-year-old has also scored 8 league goals for United this team, helping Michael Carrick's third-placed team secure qualification for next season's Champions League. Fernandes is the first United player to win the award since Nemanja Matic in 2010 to 2011. He took the prize ahead of Arsenal's David Raya, Declan Rice, Manchester City's Erling Haaland, and Nottingham Forest's Morgan Gibbs-White. United captain Fernandes has already won this season's Football Writers Association Footballer of the Year award. In tennis, Emma Raducanu is hopeful her health issues are behind her as she prepares for her opening match at the French Open. The British #1 takes on Argentina's Solana Sierra in the first round on Sunday in what will be just her second match since March. Following 2.5 months out with a post-viral illness, she lost a close contest with Diane Parry in her opening match in Strasbourg, but feeling healthy again is the most important thing for the 23-year-old. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely. Nigerian Afrobeat singer and songwriter Ira Star has revealed that she wrote her hit song Biggie Biggie during a random public bus ride home. Speaking during a recent interview on the Criterion podcast, the Maven Records singer said she no longer relies on emotions before writing a song. She said that the process usually starts with testing ideas, whether through chords, sampled sounds, or creating something fresh and enjoyable. Speaking about her career, the singer said success in music requires passion, dedication, and discipline. She added that behind the glamour are long hours of work, intense rehearsals, and difficult moments, noting that a single sound problem on stage can ruin weeks of preparation. Nigerian actress Annie Macaulay has announced her return to acting, revealing plans for a new film project after stepping away from major productions for some time. The actress shared the news in an Instagram video from a movie set in ENUGU State, expressing her joy at the return of what she loves most. She expressed gratitude for growth, fresh opportunities, and the chance to keep telling stories through film, saying her passion for acting remains strong, describing it as a new beginning. According to her, being back on set, creating stories, becoming different characters, and doing what she truly loves reminds her of why she started the journey in the first place. The announcement marks a fresh chapter for Annie Macaulay following her divorce from her estranged husband, Nigerian singer Innocent Idibia, known as Tubaba. Nigerian actor and producer Kunle Remi has spoken openly about the emotional pressure of social media, revealing that he has recently considered out of Instagram. He describes the experience of logging into Instagram as exhausting, marked by heartbreaking news, disrespect, toxicity, and negativity. Despite wanting to leave social media, Remi said he cannot fully step away because his career now goes beyond acting, saying he now sees himself as a brand, a storyteller, an influencer, and a source of inspiration. The actor said he reminds himself that he still has joy, love, and stories to share, especially during difficult moments, pointing out that using social media lately feels emotionally overwhelming. Remi encouraged social media users to show kindness online and remain hopeful despite negativity, insisting that spreading positivity is now more important than ever. And that's the wrap on our global news story this Sunday. I'm Christopher Lady. Thanks for your time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
thing I want to establish here is in the beginning was God. The truth is that there is nothing that we can achieve in life without God. From the very beginning, everything began with God. And it means that if our life is going to bear any relevance at any time, God must always be in view. It is true that we have a lot of forces that seek to hinder our progress in life. But it is the intention of God and it is the will of God that you and I prosper. It is the will of God that you and I are empowered. It is the will of God that you and I come into the full manifestation of that which has been apportioned unto us. But how can we do this without the sole creator of heaven and earth? Many of us have come to a point where we have left God and we decide to do things by ourselves. It is almost impossible to achieve anything without God, because in the beginning, God. And so if in the beginning everything was created by God, till now, anything that we are going to create must be by God and through God. Having this understanding makes things easy for you, because you add God into what you do. You invite God into what you do. That invitation permits him the access to orchestrate your life according to his divine order and pattern. And peradventure, at any time when the devil comes to intrude, God has the ability to resist him. When God created, the Bible said darkness was totally upon the face of the deep. Then God said, it means that you may have an idea, you may have an intention, there is something you want to do, but as you begin to do it, there may be challenges. Certain things will begin to come to stop that which you want to do. God too had a challenge from the beginning. While he created, the Bible said darkness was upon the face of the deep. What he created has no definition. And God said, let there be light. It means that in our process of creation, our process of invention, as we try to develop, to invent something to be of impact to our society, we are going to face challenge. But anytime we face challenge, as God introduced another dimension, we can say, let there be light again. The apostles were together with Jesus in a boat, and the boat was sinking. When they wake him up, suddenly he said, peace, be still. It doesn't matter the kind of challenge. It does not matter how much more the devil is doing his best to ensure that you fail. There can be, let there be light again. One thing I am guaranteed of is one with God is majority. The little assistance that you may get within this conference, adding it up with God, it will amaze you to see how it will multiply. Every secret of multiplicity is upon the standpoint of the altar where God takes the glory. When Jesus was given few loaves and few bread, he took it up, give thanks to God, and it began to multiply. Anytime you involve God, anytime you submit anything to God, it begins to multiply. The wonders of how God can do with your life has no end, as long as you can submit everything to him. If we are going to be a people of impact in our society, then we must realize that we cannot do it by ourselves. Many of us think that we can by our wisdom do it. No, by your strength you shall fail. No wonder Jesus was with the apostles for 3.5 years, and immediately when he left, all of them backslided. All of them went back a fishing. Everybody returned back to their normal default state of what they can do. But just because you can do something does not mean that you are empowered to do it. Because upon the face of the earth, it requires spiritual empowerment for men to be able to thrive. While Jesus was there, they did it effortlessly. Why? Because he was there as the fourth man in the fire. It doesn't matter how the fire burned. If the fourth man is there, it will be like a conducive environment. While Jesus was upon the face, everything was easy for them. Immediately when he left, they went back to their default state. This one went back to fishing. This one went back to whatever they were doing, as though they were not trained by him. And one thing was missing. When he appeared again to them, he said, tarry ye in Jerusalem until you are endued with power from on high. He knew that without the endowment of the power of God, they will fail. Jesus Christ knew that the apostles will fail without him, no matter how called they were. It does not matter the gift, the talent, the skill, and the ability embedded in you from creation. It will still require God enablement for you to be able to excel. There is a mystery of how God empower people. It will only take God to use a basket to disgrace a calabash. It is only by the mystery of God that how God can take what is not qualified and qualify it by himself. He said, without me you will fail. So he said, tarry ye in Jerusalem until you are endued with power. They wished to serve God. They wanted to be witness. They wanted to represent Jesus. In fact, Peter said, I will never betray you. I can't leave you. Where else can I go? Before Jesus left, he made him the bishop of the church. It then means that Jesus trusted Peter so much that it is impossible for this one. If everybody will leave, this one cannot leave. But at the tail end, when Jesus Christ needed him the most, that was when Peter realized that his faith has failed. In the midst of challenge, when they asked, are you part of them? That was when he was supposed to be a witness. That was the best time to preach, when they were asking, do you know Jesus? Normally people will never ask you, do you know Jesus? People may be interested in what you give them, but they are not interested in your God. But at the moment when they ask, do you know Jesus? That was already an opportunity, a platform for him to preach. But he loved his life so much, and he began to run away. He said, I don't know him. But that was the bishop of the church. It was upon this rock I will build my church, and the gate of hell will not prevail. But immediately before Jesus is even crucified, the gate of hell has already prevailed. And Jesus knew that the kingdom cannot be built upon such kind of rock. So Peter need to be enabled. Peter need to be empowered. Peter need to receive something that will make him able to stand and to defend the cause of the gospel. Many of us don't understand that finance is warfare, wealth is warfare. Anytime you begin to rise, demonic spirit want to pull you down. Anytime you begin to rise, Leviathans, Apollons, all kinds of beasts begin to appear to you, trying to compromise you. So you must understand, if you are not empowered by God, any realm you try to rise above, you are brought down. That is why many people try to go up, they are brought down. Try to go up, they come down. Some of you will not understand. You have a very good intention. In fact, you want to make impact in ENUGU. You want to change the entire landscape of ENUGU. You have a very good idea. But as you are pondering on such an idea, the devil is planning on how to bring you down. And sometimes God can even connect you to well-meaning destiny helpers. Just as our father said, within the conference about 100 people will be empowered financially. Some of you, immediately when you receive the money, that's when a strange spirit will appear. Now you are not facing the challenge, but immediately with your good idea, now you are empowered with some amount of money to go and begin the business. Something on its own begin to manifest. With your good intention, you discover after 1 year there is nothing you do with it, and you wonder how. No, there is a power somewhere. Just as the apostles, it was not their intention to deny Jesus, but because they were not empowered, so they find themselves denying Jesus. Many of you want to succeed, you want to excel, you want to become great, but there is a power that seems to be beyond you, that anytime you want to rise, it brought you down again. In this conference, the Lord is going to empower you. God is going to empower you, and everything that has stood against you will be brought down. There are so many of you. Let's be sincere with ourselves. You have received diverse kinds of blessings from God, but you can't account for it right now. There are so many of you, once upon a time blessed, once upon a time on fire for God, once upon a time anointed. What do you think happened? An enemy has done this. And that is why in this conference, God is going to empower you. God is going to enable you and give you the grace to excel. Some of you are the only hope of your family. The only hope. The only hope. Some of you are the only one your mother, your father, your sister are trusting and hoping that where I stop, you will not stop. Where I end, you will not end. But if you are not empowered beyond your parents, you will stay and remain and fail at the same level that they fail. That is why God has brought you to this conference. That is why God has brought you to this assembly, so that you can be empowered. I want you to believe in the book of Isaiah chapter 60 from 1. The Bible says, arise, shine, for thy light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. You say, for behold, darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But the Lord shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Many of you may not look like it, may not act like it, but in the next 1 year you'll be sitting with kings. Many of you may not look like it, it may not act like it, but the way God will lift you, God will give you an idea, God will give you a wisdom. Everyone great today, there was a time in their life when their life was without form and void. There is no one that God lifts that cannot trace himself to a point where there was a time when there was nothing to write home about. But when God will turn again the captivity, it will be as though we dream. At every evidence and resultant effect of the testimony of lifting, if you check, you will see the finger of God. Anybody that God lifts, anybody that God help, when you check very well, you will see the finger of God. You will see the part the person play, but you will see the part that God play. At every testimony of lifting, there is a part that I cannot play. Many of us we have tried our best. If it is diligent, you are very diligent. If it is consistency, you are very consistent. Some of you, I can guarantee you, you have been so deliberate about what you do, but there is one thing that is lacking, that finger of God. And anytime God wants to lift a man beyond the energy the person put, God must also have to commit himself. When God decides to help you, see, when men are saying there is a casting down, in the midst of that situation is when God will be lifting you. He said, even though darkness covered the earth, gross darkness is upon the people, but you will be lifted. There is a grace that lifts men. There is a grace that changes the status of man. There is a grace. It may not act like it, it may not look like it, but when God if God decides to isolate you and say, I want to help this person, nothing a man can do. The Bible says, seest thou a man that is diligent? He will stand before kings, he will never stand before men. The gift of a man make room for him, brings him before kings. But before you have access to kings, God must approve of it. Because many people, you are gifted, you are talented, but kings cannot be with you. There is something about you that push away kings from you. I have met certain people, very anointed, very gifted, but you know you can't trust them. You know they are not reliable. You know they are not dependable. So gifted, yet again, there is something about them that anytime you want to do something for them, it rejects. You know that this is the finger of the devil. There are people that have done their best in due diligence. If it is being good, they are good in every aspect. But there is something about them that drives everybody away from them. You want to do something for them. Suddenly at night, something appears to you and tell you, see, don't try it. There are people that in their goodness, yet again, they are not being lifted. Why? It means that God has not approved of it. So it was Apostle Paul that said, I lay foundation, Apollos water, God give increase. It means if you please a man and you fail to please God, God will still bring you down. So beyond just the help a man can give you, you must be able to look upon the heavens and make sure that heaven has approved of your service. Heaven has approved of this agenda. To say, tarry in Jerusalem until you are endued with power from on high. If God's approval is not upon your life, you will find yourself struggling in academics. You find yourself struggling in the relationship. You find yourself struggling in your Christian journey. You find yourself struggling in the business. When the hand of God is upon, everything your hands multiply. There is a mystery that comes with God breathing upon men. Beyond just the financial assistance you will get physically, are you aware that the enemy is also waiting? So that immediately this thing come into your hand, suddenly it scatter. My friends, we must be able to realize that beyond just what we can see, what we can hear, there are forces fighting our lives, forces fighting our family. And if you are not careful, the same thing that affected the father will affect the daughter. What affected the mother may affect the daughter. What affected the father may affect the son. But there is a generation that will take the battle to the gate of the enemy. There is a generation that will end the cycle in the family. There is a generation that will end the menace in the family. I have not called the seed of Jacob to seek me in vain. can be empowered by God and be lifted by God. Well-meaning people, yet again they disobey God. Well-meaning people, yet again they fail God. Some of you, what God is looking for you is a consistent spiritual life. Consistency. Every Wednesday be here praying, trusting God. Some of you, what God is looking for you is genuine service. Genuine service. Find a department in church, join and serve faithfully. Everyone that receives miracle from God, that serve God, is faithful in the house of God. Are we talking about Hannah? Barry? Every day she was in the house of God. Even when the prophet said service is over, she was still there. If you are going to get God's result, you must be able to find a grace that you connect to. And if God has shown you and said this is a genuine grace, connect and be deliberate. Many more times you will never understand how God changed the story of man, but it's connected to grace. There is always a grace for lifting. In the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 from 12, he said, the Lord shall open unto thee his good treasures, the heavens to give thee rain unto thy land in his season, and bless all the works of thy hands, and thou shalt lend unto many, and thou shalt not borrow. So the testimony of lending to many and not borrow is because the Lord has opened something. That means if God does not open something, you will borrow, and your borrow will never have end. There is a part God play in every testimony of lifting. There is something that no man can do. That is what only God can do. Your own job is to secure that place of God first. When you secure that place, the little man do, he catapult you. There are many people that you try to help, God is fighting them. So no matter the investment you do upon them, sir, you'll be highly disappointed. And that is why this thing I'm telling you matters so much. Because there are people that no matter what you can do things for. We can empower 5 people and 3 of them will succeed. The remaining 2 will not. And you wonder, all of them did the same thing. One is like Jonah that God is looking for. Are you getting my point now? So before you talk of empowering physically, go and secure your place with God first. Make sure that before you get that empowerment, you are right with God. Your way is right with God. Make sure that at least you present everything to God first, so that you will not have any situation and say somebody from the family is fighting you. One cause somewhere, one spirit somewhere. Where is your God? If there is a spirit somewhere too strong to fight you, it means you don't have a place in God. If you have a place in God, there is no spirit anywhere that has the capacity to fight you and succeed. I'm not saying it will not come, but they will come in their numbers, yet again they will collapse. What makes anything multiply in the hands of men is because they have secured a place in God. So when the Lord bless the works of your hands, it doesn't matter what you do, you will prosper. But when God fails to bless the work of your hands, even if men try to, you will discover that you are still failing again. Because many people, what God wants from them is a genuine, consistent fellowship and relationship with Him. If you can be faithful serving God, the little empowerment catapult your life. This is how this thing works. Deuteronomy chapter 8 from 18. He said, but thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is He that giveth thee power to get wealth, that He may establish His covenant which He sware unto thy fathers, as it is in this day. Thou shalt remember the Lord your God, because it is Him that give you power to get wealth. My friends, there is no success without God. If you can put this as a conclusion in your life and remind yourself, I cannot succeed without God, you will succeed faster. Many people that try to succeed without God are frustrated now. And I can announce to you, it's not by prophecy, you will also be frustrated if you try to succeed without God. God is interested in every aspect of your life. I realize that any part of my life that I did not submit to God has the devil as a driver. Many of you submitted your relationship to God, your business 0. Some of you have submitted your spiritual life to God, but when you come to your academic 0. Your academic, you run it by your mind. Your relationship with God, anything that is not under the government of God is under the government of the devil. You will think it's under your government. You don't have a government. There is either the government of God or the government of the devil. The decisions of men are either influenced by God or influenced by the devil. So it's either God empower you or the devil empower you. You cannot empower yourself. What you think that you do by yourself is frailty. It doesn't have the capacity to hold weight in the matters of the dealings of spirit. Life is influenced by spirit. So having that understanding, you will not know that anything that you don't present to God become part of the devil. Thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth. It means that God wants to give you wealth. God wants to bless you. God wants to empower you. God wants you to be a blessing to others. But until you remember the Lord your God, he cannot give you the power to get wealth. Because anytime a man is on a journey to excel, there are many spirits that fight him. So because of that, you need power to get wealth. Bible says, it shall come to pass when the people shall be willing in the days of thy power. He said, through the greatness of thy power will the enemies submit themselves. I trust God that in this conference, God will empower you. When God empower you, anything you lay your hands to do will prosper. You may begin selling pure water, it will prosper. You may begin making the recharge card, it will prosper. You may begin selling liquid soap, everybody will buy from you. When God mean you, anything you do will prosper. Even if it is toothpick, if everybody in ENUGU buy toothpick from you, you're already a millionaire, if not a billionaire. So this is how God runs his politics. God can decide that you will be the only person that will. They may give you a little, even it's 20,000 or 10,000 they give you. You buy recharge card, and before you know it, people are queuing up to buy recharge card from you. When they discover that you don't have, they will say we'll come tomorrow. I know a woman that fried akara. If her own has finished, even if you are frying, they will not buy from you, because now this one won't buy from. When God empower you, anything you do prosper. I'm not joking. The secret of greatness and success is how God compel men towards a man. And when God compel people towards you, anytime you are not available, is not available. It will look as though other people that are doing the same thing does not matter, but it's because the hand of God is upon you. This is the kind of empowerment God will give in this conference. Not the one that will be neglected, not the one that you start something, no customer, you start something, people are not coming. No. I had one of my friends, he opened a shop and he said customers are not coming. I said and you, under your nose, under your roof, in your eyes, you are seeing people passing left and right, entering other people's shop. There is something. Is there not a cause? There is something. How comes? You mean among everything in your shop they don't see anything to buy? It's not normal. I said turn down your shop to a prayer venue. They no gree buy, turn on to prayer. Play worship song. I say immediately you start praying, devil will come to distract you from prayer. And there is no better way for the devil to distract you than to send somebody, I bet I want to buy something. So immediately when you want to pray, somebody, I bet I want to buy something. When he give the person, he started praying again, I want to buy something. I want to buy something. A time came, there is no time to pray again. It's I want to buy something. I want to buy something. Then God will use the devil to fulfill his will in your life. When God wants to bless you, no devil can stop it. But you must make sure you secure the hand of God. When you secure the hand of God, anything you do, they will leave Abakaliki and come and look for you in ENUGU. They will leave Akwa Ibom and come and look for you. They will leave Abba and come and look for you. When God's hand is upon you, you cannot be hidden. Arise, shine, for your light has come. In this empowerment conference, GWC, right? GWC has come to ENUGU to empower youth, to empower you to fulfill the call of God upon your life. You cannot be here after 5 years, they will not hear you. They must hear your voice. You cannot be hidden. You cannot light a light and put it under a bush. No, You are here to dominate. You are here to manifest. You are here to take over. But one of the way you take over is that you become the center of attraction. Anything you do must prosper. It doesn't matter where you are. You are working in a school, they cannot fire you. You are in an organization, they cannot, because firing you is like closing down the organization. You are too important in the organization that firing you is not an option. They will rather negotiate. Say, we know, we understand you are wrong, but how can we do about it? That's a better way. Where did you go to him? Wednesday we have fellowship, so I decide to go. Don't you know this is a workplace? But we can't fire you. So can we negotiate? Let me tell you, when God's hand is upon you, many years ago the Lord appeared to me. He said, Philip Cephas, a man I help is always better than a man that help himself. A man I help is always better than a man that help himself. You cannot help yourself. How much can you help yourself? How much? Have you tried to help yourself and see? Haven't you failed? So one of my greatest prayers is, God help me. Because I asked him, I said, oh God, what will I do? How can you help me? He said, if you can pray, I will help you. That's when I now realized that prayer is a way God help me. That anytime I pray, God help me. Anytime doors are closed, I close my own door and I begin to pray. And that's why I tell you, you start selling something today, it's not working, lay your hands on it. And because you cannot go and bury anything. You can't bury anything. One of my friends said his neighbor buried something. So he hasn't confidence. I said, you can't bury anything. So bury the Holy Ghost. Bury the Holy Ghost. You can drink the Holy Ghost. You can bury the Holy Ghost. You can be drunk with the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is sufficient in food enough. The Holy Ghost is locked up in my head. I'm not seeing time out. How many minutes do I have more? No. Normally there should be a timer that because this TV is off. My friends, my prayer for you in this conference is that what God has begun in your life cannot be stopped. That which God wants to do in your life cannot be stopped. The least among us will become strong as David. Thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, and it is he that gives you power to get wealth. My last scripture, Acts chapter 1 verse 8. Acts chapter 1 verse 8. Are we there? But ye shall receive power after the Holy Ghost has come upon you, and ye shall be witness unto me both in Jerusalem, in Judea, and in Samaria, and to the ends of the earth. My friends, you need so many things to become a witness. If God has not blessed Daddy, I don't think GWC will be in ENUGU now. There is an anointing, there is a calling, but there is the blessings of the Lord. That which God has shown you in your vision and your dream, it cannot come to pass if God has not empowered you. God need to give you power. If not, the day you want to wake up, you say, I want to do this, something will just silence you. There are people, if they have tried to do what Daddy is doing, you will hear them again. Because the devil has a specialty, he has PhD in fighting the will of God. It is the will of God that you are empowered, you are prosperous. It is the will of God for you to become something tangible in your society. It is the will of God that you create employment. It is the will of God that you are lifted and you lift others. It is the will of God that Joseph manifests. It is the will of God. But the devil is very interested in fighting that will of God. So if the devil is fighting the will of God, the only way that God will help you fight the devil is to give you power against the devil. The problem is not that you don't have a good intention to do the will of God. You have the intention, but the devil interest, the devil's specialty, the devil is schooled in ability to fight the will. So anytime the devil see the will of God, that's where he wants to fight it. So people that must be witness, people that must represent God, people that must become what God has orchestrated them to become, need to receive power so that they can be witness. A witness is one that stands to testify, that has evidential proof, undoubtable, undeniable proof that this is true. But if you don't have the power, you will see the devil making caricature of your life at every point. So our prayer this morning, this evening, is, oh God, give me the power. Empower. The word power there is empowerment. Give me the empowerment to be a witness. Give me the empowerment to do your will. That's just it. A part of the empowerment, if you need money, he will give you. If you need a talent, he will give you. If you need a healing anointing, he will give you. If you need a wisdom, he will give you. If you need anything you need, he will give you. Why? He has decided to empower you. Empowerment is a full package that carry every tool needed for you to prosper. When you hear that God empower a man, it means God enable the man with the sufficiency. They require people, they require anointing, they require wisdom, they require resources, they require grace, creating the doors. When you are empowered, you will go to seek for approval to be given, because it's part of the provision that comes with it. When many people come, the door is locked. When you come, it opens. Why? An empowerment. David was empowered by God in the wilderness. So when the prophet came looking for a king, they looked upon, they could not find anyone. There is one empowered, and he's in the desert. It doesn't matter where you are. Empowerment differentiates you. Empowerment selects you. Empowerment numbers you, brings you to the point of relevance. Rise up on your feet, and in 1 minute our prayer is simple. Oh God, empower me in this conference. I told you, you can begin something with 10,000 naira, and you can wake up and become a millionaire.
Looking for a place to worship, grow, and experience the power of God's presence? Then join us at God Breaks Worship Center, located opposite Peaceland University, ENUGU Abakaliki Expressway, Onwabanike, ENUGU State. For prayers and counseling, please call +234 707 186 0394 or +234 703 772 8392. Stay connected with us online at Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at God Breaks Worship Center. Watch and listen to R7 every Sunday on Afia Radio 99.1 FM and Signature TV, Metro Digital SLTV channel 265, and on YouTube. You can also support the work of God through your giving. Account name God Breaks Worship Center. Bank Zenith Bank Nigeria. Account number 131232958. God Breaks Worship Center, a place for practical Christianity.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.